professor left an umbrella? Who is that professor? Online. And he has sent you.
I haven't been the course to you.
Tell him there was no umbrella. Why are you looking here? You think it's his umbrella? I brought it. Can I not bring an umbrella? Click this umbrella, send a message to him. Ask him if it is his umbrella. Okay? And show me his reply. Anybody can come in and take away the umbrella. You have an iPad? Oh, you carry it with you. Show him this photo and then show me his reply also. Yeah, you can keep it here and take a nice picture. You can just wait for a few more minutes, let everybody come in. Otherwise, I'll have to repeat. You've already done all the courses or some I'm missing? You've done some? Okay. Yeah. You are here. Only few students are here. Of course, I don't know. Many, I don't know. Some I know. I've seen. Yeah, yes, come in quickly. उसको खोल लो दरवाजे को. या लाइफ ऐसे ही चलाओगे? अंदर आना है दरवाजा खोल के आओ कि you'll adopt yourself to all the passages. Yes, run. Quick. देखो अभी भी यही होता है, ठीक है? I'm just waiting for somebody who will come here and open, enter like this. कोई hope, there is no hope. अरे बंद होने की बात नहीं है. They are all entering like this. ऐसे खोल के कोई अंदर नहीं आता. ये सब all head gear, ear gear ये सब हटाओ. We just waiting. अभी और आएंगे दौड़ते हुए. Whenever you are late, at least make it look like that you are making an effort to be on time. Yes, come in. देखो ये भी ऐसे ही आएगा. Okay, we'll wait for a few minutes. Nah, 20 years of education has conditioned you. ये है ऐसे ही जाना है. And unfortunately, that kind of behavior, you get all the positive feedbacks from your parents, from society, from school, from teachers, from everyone. पहली बार कोई टीचर है कि ऐसे खोल के आओ. And that's already too late in your life. You could have achieved so much more by this time if you had taken that approach. लेकिन नहीं, जरा सी जगह ऐसे घुस के आएंगे. अरे खोलो यार, अभी और क्या चाहिए तुमको दुनिया में यार? Yeah, people like presidents of some country, they'll eat you alive. हम हैं इसी दुनिया में. Do you remember that? आप समझ में आया? And why I was so livid at that time. कि ये मतलब हो क्या रहा है ये? The brightest of us are kind of have that mindset. तुमको समझ में आ रहा है? I don't think any others understand this, but चश्मा वाला भी आएगा. कोई रूल नहीं है दुनिया. Let me tell you this. कोई रूल नहीं. See, that's what I told you. ये सब कुछ नहीं. पावर है, कर सकते हो, कर लो. That's how the world operates. यही तुम्हारी लाइफ का चैलेंज है. Most of us grew up when there was a charade of some system. System तब भी नहीं था, but at least there was a show. There is a system. कोई system नहीं. ये भी चला गया. इसको सेट करना होगा. ये चला ही गया है। सब जो पावर कंजम्पशन है ना, व्हाट शुड आई डू, कोई बताओ मुझे।
नोटिफिकेशन
Power server.
डिस्प्ले
Power mode, power server.
यहाँ पे
Yeah.
पावर सेवर,
Yes.
then it will go off very quickly, very quickly.
डिस्प्ले ऑफ
Performance. सबसे इरिटेटिंग चीज़ पता है क्या है? It goes to a suspend mode and then it doesn't wake up. You click this, you click that, and you're made to look like a fool or like a little kid, you know, fiddling with toys and button. वो आता नहीं. That's the most irritating part of this. ये करके देखते हैं. बैटरी है. सही है. रेस बैटरी हेल्थ बचा लेते हैं. नहीं यार, कुछ रह गया. यहाँ जाते हैं. डिम स्क्रीन.
सर
ये तो
सर्च
ठीक
पे
है.
जाकर डिस्प्ले सर्च करने पे कुछ ऑप्शन आएगा ऐसा.
कहाँ पे?
सर्च पर सेटिंग के बाद.
अरे हम वहीं हैं जहाँ हमको होना है.
हाँ ऐसा.
नेवर नहीं आता कहीं. So first of all, there is an attendance sheet here. Okay. There's some number. This is I think 7506 and 75777. Both are here. Okay. It's okay. You'll all be graded in the same way, the same course, but it's just because we are in a transition. You must have gotten some lecture that we have changed the curriculum or what. Whoever is in 7506. Did you get that lecture? That we have changed the curriculum, we'll change the word and all that. You see? So this is the part. In your introduction, did you get that? So it is this. Okay. So 777 and 7506 will run together. Okay. In fact, 777 will actually run as 7506 as per the new outline and technique. Because that's only fair. It's an elective part of this, and more or less the things are remain the same. Okay. So what I've done is I've put in the entry number. You have to put in the name. Write your name, not in block letters, as you write and sign. Okay. And if I catch any proxy or if that person will suffer, will find out how much that person will suffer, आर्यन सही है? चलो ढूंढो इसमें कहाँ है तुम्हारा एंट्री नंबर. But it's entry number wise, and then 7506 it's towards the end. But entry number wise also they will be in the end. 2025. Okay. So take this very seriously. One of the ways to maybe fail in the course is to write a proxy for somebody. Okay. So if I catch anybody with a proxy, Sheila Ram, how are you? Good. How was your internship? Good. Sheila Ram, you look very different. Why do you look different? Yeah, now you look different. Now I remember you. Okay. Sheila Ram was, anyway, let's not go there. Okay, huh? Does it ring a bell? No, it will not, unless I tell you the story. Okay. I told you that story. You agree with that story? Yes, no, she agrees. That's what it matters, you see. So there will be a lot of private stories, going on in a crowd, you see. So you can learn that also. That two people can communicate while being in a crowd or in a group. And only two people can, smile, chuckle and enjoy. Others will have to just play sports, be PS4. But lot of this private communication will happen. So you can learn that from me a little bit. Okay. Yeah, come in quickly. तुम भी ऐसे ही आ रहे हो? जल्दी आओ. Okay. Yes, how are you? बैठ जाओ यहाँ आगे बैठोगे? आगे आ जाओ. If you want to sit in the front, you can. I don't want to put people in tension. Okay. Okay, so we start. So first of all, a warm welcome to the new entrants, 7506 people, and welcome back to all those 361. कौन था course? That was 361. 361 people. Now we'll have a real course. You see, 361 was trying to teach you many things, but believe me, they are all, worth their weight in all the hours that you have spent listening to me. But it was important. You may not realize it now, but maybe you would have realized during the summer. You would have realized some of it. But anyway, coming back to this is an interesting course, very, very interesting course. This was floated about 10 years ago, even before this whole manufacturing push came in. I think it was pre that, you see. So it was launched in the Congress government, Manmohan Singh's government. Okay. So I could already see that our students need to be ready for an entrepreneurship in chemical industry. Okay, because typically the mindset is when you, am I audible or do I need to? So you see that mic, who will put on a collar? So the idea was that our students should also do this. Okay? And the mindset was, of course, 10, 15 years ago, people were not looking at manufacturing startups, at all, anywhere. Very few people were looking at that. And chemical, forget it, because the way we teach, we always say it is an engineering of scale, and scale, and then if it is of a scale, how can there be a startup? If the scale is what is in the beginning, you see, how can you start? Only a big multinational or somebody with very, some industrial house, some people who are already there can diversify. See, a new entrant, the scale is already very high, you can't start small. So the major idea was to tell the student, of course there was a list of course objectives and everything, but the major idea was to give the student this confidence. You can start very small in chemical manufacturing also. So I designed two courses. One was fine chemicals technology, that was for typically all these intermediates and also pharmaceutical ingredients and intermediates and those kind of things in small amounts. Okay, you have done that course, fine chemicals. So that was one course. It required a different kind of technology. Typically, chemical engineering, catalysis, enzyme, all that, but at small scale. Okay, so not really chemistry and not the scales of chemical engineering plants also. So somewhere in between, and then this whole flow chemistry thing and micro reactors and all that, was also picking up at that time. You see, so people started looking at micro channels, micro reactors, started making them here. We also in the department also got some micro reactors. I think I still have one in my lab. Dipanshu, there is one in the lab, a very costly one gifted by a company. You see, I think it costed about 1 crore at that time when we got that, when it was gifted to us. It is there in the lab somewhere, so we need to find out where it is. Okay, so the set of courses started like that, and that was many years ago in Congress government. So it was pre-manufacturing buzzword. You see, so it was received well. People started looking at that they can manufacture, and of course now that idea is already there. People are already making things small, big, all kind of things. So maybe it's not so much required now. So, but what it's required, that the way it will work now, you see, what has changed? What has changed is that manufacturing, I don't need to sell that now. It is already understood by people. Okay, so that has changed. 10 years ago, I had to sell that also. Okay, but Now I don't need to sell that. Content also, that was at premium at that time, you see, and people who could write nice reports, they were usually in demand, you see. Somebody who would do the secretarial job, can write a report well, or you can dictate and say that, make a report of this. And those people were just not there, you see. So the faculty member would have to do everything, even all these administrative things, writing reports, letters, all that, we had to do it. And we are always looking for people, and this institute also got maybe 15, 20 executive assistant kind of thing, you see, at a central level, and they distributed it in different departments. And these people were kind of English educated, good people, they could write well, and usually in demand. And it worked also, because they could write reports, you could tell them, they would frame things properly and everything. Even 5 years, even 3 years ago, you see, I had to submit a lot of things, and I was always looking for people who could write well. अब नहीं चाहिए, जी, ना कंटेंट लिखने वाला चाहिए, ना कंटेंट चाहिए, कुछ नहीं चाहिए. See, it is available, and I'll give you a demo also. We'll give you those demos also. How to maybe create slides for this lecture. You see, so if you are ready to pay money for some agentic AI or something, and if you can do that, maybe if you are running a business, then it's easy. You see, then you'll have that thing curated for you. You see, that solution. But even the freely available, student version or light versions or free versions of all these LLMs, there is a way to work with them. Okay, and unfortunately, the way most of you work, you see, you are not able to. This is my guess, and I've seen that also, because I do meet some students. Unfortunately, the way you will use it, it will not completely gel with whatever is freely available. You see, so I'll give you a little show of that also. So manufacturing is not to be sold, is already known. ये तुम बार-बार अंदर आ रहे हो, बार-बार कौन है? Come in if you have to come in. Yes, come in with me. Are you in this class?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. जी. तुम पहले भी आए थे?
नहीं सर, अभी आया.
अच्छा, good. कम से कम ट्रुथफुल है. कहते नहीं सर, पहले आया तो अभी तो थोड़ी देर के लिए गया. Okay. Good. So that objective is also, that is a kind of an aid. So the content is not a big issue in this, at least in this very directed course where everything is understood. That we'll look at complex fluids, and we'll look at how to make them, and what kind of technologies are there, and basically, it's very well directed. So if you give a prompt, you'll get the answer. So that content is also available to you. Okay, so manufacturing is gone, content is available. Then what do? Okay, we have to keep 1 step, 2 step, 10 step ahead. See? So we'll run it in a particular way. This course will run in a very particular way, and also try to see that it is useful for all of you. Okay, it's not that it's not useful for, it's useful only for few people. Those who really want to have a business in this or understand complex fluid technology, no, not just that. It will be useful to in small or large measure. It will be useful to all. Okay, and if the feedback comes to me, and I have a method to get that feedback, then we can add things also. Okay, but otherwise it's pretty much standard now. And this kind of course actually didn't exist anywhere when we started. So now I think it would exist somewhere, I hope, in some form. Okay. You see, even though in parts it was there, with chemists, with other people, but as a chemical engineering course, I don't think it was there. In food technology, maybe a little bit. Those who are doing food technology, they did a little bit of it, but not as a complex fluid. Complex fluid, the term itself is only 25, 30 years old. It was not understood as a group. that we can have a technology for this particular kind of material. So any questions at this point? Anybody? Anshu? No questions? So this is made through a beamer. This is a beamer environment in latex. Okay, so these slides have been made with beamer, and the code for this slide looks like this. I'll have to show you where the code is. Here, something like this. Have you seen this kind of code? So this is something like this. Like this. So this is the nice one. You do a little bit of work. So we start with this. This definition has also changed in the last 5 years. Okay, and if you think you know what chemical engineering is, I think it will still add to your knowledge. Okay, so if you look at the whole thing, and this is one way that we'll treat this subject so that it becomes useful for everyone. Okay, why is it useful for most of you? Some of you who are into maybe starting your PhD or your masters, it would be good because you are already made a choice. Okay. For people who would be going for an interview in December or maybe October, November, whenever, it will help because people would look at how much you know about your domain. Do you have any perspective about your domain, whatever you have done for 4 years? You see, so it would be of great help to people who would, if they get a PPO, then it's okay, but if they don't have a PPO, maybe it will help. Even if they have a PPO, it will still, help. Okay, so this course would help you for your interviews also, at least the chemical engineering part. So chemical engineering, if you look at it, it is raw materials. Raw materials itself is a fuzzy thing. We do not understand what a raw material is, you see, really. Then chemical, physical, and the thing that has changed is biological. You see. This was not there 10 years ago. And why is it here now? Anybody? Can you guess? Why chemical engineering? I'm not saying that AICHE has defined it like this. I have defined it like this. So, but I've said, okay, a lot of money, lot of things happening in biology, हम इसको भी ले लेते हैं. See? And that's what we have been doing. Last 100 years, we have been doing similar things. Last 75 years, if not 100. See, we have been doing this. So we say, this is raw material into valuable products. What is value, what is product, वो तो ठीक है, समझ में आ जाएगा. You would know. Chemical, physical and biological processes. You remember there was a physical change, a chemical change that was taught to you. Okay, now there is a biological process also. And we need to understand it. So about, let's say 15 years ago typically, IITs started this push on compulsory course in biology. So everybody has to read that, and now it's a part of it. So we say, okay, if there's a biological process also, we need to understand it, and we say it's chemical engineering. Okay, so this is one thing that you can. Raw material, how do you, and chemical, physical, I think you'll understand. Okay, you have some idea. Biological, you may not have that idea. But for complex fluid, biological is a good way to be, or good place to be thinking of biological systems, because that is one way to have an entry into biological systems. If you understand complex fluid, then biological systems are the next step. You see, if you don't understand complex fluid, then biological systems would be difficult to understand. Okay. So raw materials, anybody? What is actually a raw material as defined in chemical industry? Or
No other material is required to.
hmm?
No other material is required to produce those materials.
Yes, as it exists. So only that is the raw material. If it exists like that, if you have to wood is not a raw material in that sense. You see, you cut a tree and then you get the wood. So that tree is a raw material in that sense. So there is a difference. So raw material is as it exists, as it is there. You don't have to process it, or nobody else processes it. As nature gives it to you, as it is available. Okay, that is a raw material. Because the moment you work on it to make it useful or as a raw material for some other business or some other process, then you are already doing some engineering. Then it's not a raw material in that sense, you see. Which means not that you'll have to pay for that extra work. And that you need, you see, it restricts in that sense. It is not just available in nature. Somebody has to work on it to give it to you. And also, you know, how ownership also, lot of things, you see. Ownership is a big issue. So sovereign boundaries, you know, who controls what. This water is controlled by us, this mine is controlled by us, this land is controlled by us. The raw material comes with it. But then if somebody has to work on it and then makes it available to you, then that person kind of decides. You see? So people can artificially control the resources by saying that, this raw material is there, but you can't use it unless we do this. So unless we do this, you can't use it, which means we own it. You see, and one example would be what would be a good example?
Silicon. Silicon.
Silicon is a good example, but current example, सबसे बड़ा example क्या है?
Lithium.
जो ईरान कर रहा था, supposedly, अवेलेबल है, नहीं भी अवेलेबल, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, even going more of it. I mean, the pretext. I don't know what the reality is. Nobody knows what the reality is. I don't know. But this is the difference. You see? So the material is there in tons, but to make a kilogram, you have to do so much. See? So that's one of the examples. The thing is available, but how do you make it useful? अगर raw material होता तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं थी. This is my land. This is my raw material. I use it. But this is my land. This is my raw material, but I can't use it. See? And somebody has to process it. And if I process it, I cannot do it like this. I have to process it. So many things have to go. You see? So remember, raw material, chemical, biological, physical. Why biological? Because this is where, the action is. New action is everywhere, but this new action, new money, new frontier, that's there. You need to read all that, those NCRT books, biology. You see, it will be a good idea. देखा तुमने? तो छाता ही नहीं लेने आया वो. हाँ? रिप्लाई का वेट कर रहा है. हमने छाता दे भी दिया उसको और छाता हमारे पास ही है. समझ रहे हो परवेज? और हमने सारे रूल्स भी फॉलो किए और छाता भी हमारे पास है. और and that person is now educated a little bit, क्योंकि अभी तो वो यहाँ आई कार्ड लगा के घूमता है. तुम समझ रहे हो? उसको भी एजुकेट होना है लाइफ में. कुछ लोग तो दरवाजा नहीं खोल पा रहे हैं, वो ठीक है, दैट दे आर एट सम अदर लेवल, दे नीड सम अदर एजुकेशन. कोई तो आई कार्ड ही यहाँ लगा के घूम रहे हैं, उनको भी तो एजुकेशन चाहिए. ओके, हमको भी एजुकेशन चाहिए. हम सिधाई से दे देते उसको, हाँ भाई देखो ये रखा है. अरे ये कैसे रखा है, हमें क्या पता कहाँ से है यार. तो फोटो लो, वो करो. कम से कम if I have done something good to that fellow, that I got his umbrella, at least he should know that I have given it back. See, अब हमारे पास है ही क्या है. अब तो चैट जीपीटी will make those slides also. और जॉब भी नहीं है केमिकल में इतनी. See, हमारी वैल्यू ही कहाँ है. नहीं कर रहे, हम तो बस एक क्रेडिट देंगे. But I'll teach you. I'll make sure that you learn. Okay? So biological is important because that's where the action is, new action is, and we need to keep expanding to figure out where the things are, where the challenges are. Okay, so that's why we, of all the engineerings that are there, chemical is the most suited one to capture this, to lay claim to this territory. We missed out on information technology. See, we missed out that value creation. That's why we are in such a bad state with respect to JE ranks and everything. Earlier, we were never like this. You see. 70s, JE topper would take chemical engineering. 80s, chemical engineering, JE topper would take chemical engineering. It was fairly common, you see. Top 10 में कोई ना कोई होता ही था. Because we missed out on whatever was happening. हम किस पे खुश थे कि हम we look at materials and we are making these chips and there is Intel chief हमारा chemical engineer है ये है वो है, and we were very happy with all that kind of narrative. The real action the data और information में हो रहा था, and we never did anything. See, किसी जगह कुछ नहीं पढ़ाया गया. ठीक है, ऐसे ही बायोलॉजी में हो रहा है, हम कुछ नहीं कर रहे. डीप फिजिक्स में हम कुछ नहीं कर रहे. ओके, जो डीप फिजिक्स अब आ रही है, क्वांटम लेट से केमिस्ट्री, हम नहीं कुछ कर रहे. तो ये नहीं भूल सकते. अगर इस बार भूल गए तो फिर खत्म हो जाएंगे, फिर नहीं बचेंगे. दिस विल बी लॉस्ट. ऑलरेडी इट इज गेटिंग आउट ऑफ फेवर. सो दैट वाज अ मिस्टेक वी मेड. जैसे पॉलीमर में हमने खूब कमाया, इतना कमाया, इतना. ऑयल में कितना कमाया, अभी तक कमा रहे हैं. क्यों, कुछ कमाया नहीं कमाया? कुछ ऑयल निकाला, कितना निकाला? बकेट नहीं यार. एक सैंपल तो लेके आते हैं अपनी कंपनी से कि हम जाएंगे, व्हाट विल आई शो इट टू माय फ्रेंड्स कि मैं ये करके आई. मेक अ वीडियो, गेट सम सैंपल्स और इधर आके दिखाते कि देखो दिस इज हाउ व्हेन इट इज ड्रिल्ड एंड दिस इज हाउ व्हेन इट इज यूज्ड. जो पेट्रोल पंप में मिलता है. इफ यू हैड शोन दोस टू बॉटल्स हियर, मजा आ जाता है ना क्लास में. This is what we get out of the sea and this is what we put in the car. Of course, हम यही मैंने उसमें बायोइथेनॉल भी मिलाया, ये भी मिलाया. तो we could have brought a bottle also कि देखो ये बॉटल भी है. It's not the same thing, but यही मिलाते हैं इसमें. Okay? You didn't do that. Anyway, so oil में कमाया, पेट्रोलियम में कमाया, वॉर में कमाया. When ये एसिड बनाना था इतना सारा, heavy chemicals, वर्ल्ड वॉर में कमाया. So वर्ल्ड वॉर में कमाया, पॉलीमर में कमाया, ऑयल में कमाया, फार्मास्यूटिकल में कमाया. कितना अभी भी कमा रहे हैं, पूरी. सो बट इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी में तो नहीं कमाया. ये जॉब ले ली, कुछ प्रोग्रामिंग कर ली, कोडिंग कर दी, एनालिसिस कर दी, टिपिकली प्लेइंग एट ए लोअर लेवल. एल्गोरिथम नहीं बनाए, सिस्टम नहीं बनाए, कोई बड़ी ऐप नहीं बनाई, रह गया, अब तो चला गया. ये नहीं जाना चाहिए. And we have examples, we have done that. In the department we have done that. So Akshi is here, Anurag is here, and we are building up. The institute is building up. We are building up. So biological. So this is there. It has to be done. In any technology, we need to understand this, and it will be a good idea for all of you to read that class 12 NCERT book, biology, botany, zoology. You do that. You see. वो इतना चेंज नहीं होती परवेज. वो 10 साल में भी वही है, ज़्यादा चेंज नहीं होती. और चेंज हो सकती है. ये वाली बुक नहीं चेंज होती, ये सिमिलर है. ठीक है. देन बिकॉज कॉम्प्लेक्स फ्लूइड्स आर काइंड ऑफ प्रिकर्सर टू अंडरस्टैंडिंग व्हाट लाइफ इज. यू सी, सो इफ यू आर लुकिंग एट नॉट एट लेट्स से इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी. तुम आगे आ जाओ, तुम आगे यहाँ बैठो, बगल लो, क्योंकि तुम तो खाली बोल ही रहे हो, वो सुन रहा है. चलो जल्दी से आ जाओ, यहाँ बैठो. आराम से तुम उधर शिफ्ट मत हो जाना, तुम यही रहना. So this is, if you really want to make a difference to or make yourself count in this artificial intelligence, let's say, or life, or intelligence itself, or consciousness, or creating those kind of systems. Maybe complex fluid, then complexity is a good start, and not very few people are doing it. You see, at your age, maybe nobody is doing it. Okay, so you with good idea of physics, math, and chemistry, and this ecosystem of Delhi city and IIT Delhi, which is very eclectic, cosmopolitan, gives you all kind of experiences, and you are in a good place to create those things. You see, so while we didn't do much in information technology part, the machine part, the silicon part, you see, other than maybe doing the machining, making those materials, we didn't do much. You see, but you can work here, creating those frameworks, understanding how complex systems work. So you look at complex fluid, you look at complexity, you look at complex systems, and then you create those systems. You see, so there is, for somebody who really wants to do a cutting edge research, maybe a PhD in this kind of thing, would help. Something like even in cognitive sciences, this kind of approach would help. Okay, so this is the demo here. So chemical engineering, then we say, okay, we'll look at philosophy of chemistry, because this is how we'll build up everything. Because the prepared dish is already available to you, but to find a way to create that dish, how to create a new system. So we'll say, okay, what is chemistry and how does it help? Okay, and we should be comfortable with chemistry so that we can make use of these things to create something. Okay, because things exist already, things that have been created, that information is already available very easily. You see, now you need to be able to create something, which means that you should know what the ingredients are, what is the flavor of each ingredient, so that you can create a new dish. So chemistry is the core idea. Every knowledge source. So the knowledge sources are not many. Knowledge sources would be, let's say, at some level it would be chemistry, physics, maths, bio, ethics, maybe, some philosophy, maybe sociology, all that. So the core idea is emergence. Okay, that you start with some ingredient, but you get something else, like a chemical change. You see, so if you cannot relate emergence with something that you already know, emergence is that you mix two things, but you get something new that emerges, and it's like a chemical change where the product is not bound to be related to the components, the starting things. So emergence is a big thing, and emergence means that you know the constituents, but something more can be created. So some magic can be done. So that is the idea of chemistry. So if you have to create something new, you have to think like a chemist. And you should not be bound by this. You see, हम गुड़ की बात करते हैं ना, लोग कहते हैं गुड़ जितना डालो उतना मीठा होगा. Not necessarily. Why should I agree to this? But गुड़ डालेंगे और mix करेंगे and the sugar will retain its form, only तब मीठा होगा. अगर गुड़ डाल के कुछ रिएक्शन कर देंगे तो मीठा नहीं होगा, कड़वा भी हो सकता है. अगर कैरामलाइज हो जाए तो भी कड़वा हो जाता है. तो you understand this. So if you want to see something strange, something new happening out of something which is conventional and which is expected to happen, you see, you have to think like a chemist. So you have to see what is that valence electron, how is the property changing, what is the arrangement of molecules, why is it have a different behavior. And complex fluid is a good example of that. So all this you can understand, why chemistry, how chemistry feeds into chemical engineering. Okay. The next one, very quickly, philosophy of physics. What is physics? How is it different? So laws of nature, deterministic. So you have equations, all of that, conservation, all that is physics. You see, conservation basically. I added all of this. And then transport phenomena, all those courses, thermodynamics, energy conservation, all that, mass, momentum, energy, all that is, is physics mostly. Okay. So, straightforward way, it is physics mostly. Unless you are looking at, Heisenberg uncertainty and all that, then it's a different story. Okay, but most of the time, it is pretty much understood. If you do this, this will happen. and there is an equation, this equal to this. This is interesting. You see, maths as a tool, of course, we know because we need numbers. We need to make a decision. We make a decision based on numbers. We count things. We account. We do all that. You see, so that use of maths as a language or as a tool, that's already understood. You see, arithmetic part of it, numbers part of it. But maths has much more. It is modeling. It is proof. It is logic. It is abstraction. Unfortunately, this generation has not gone through the exercise of rigorous proofs in your schools, and then there is no time, you see, to teach you how to write a proof, what a proof means. You see, the only place where proofs are being taught is in hardcore maths, and in logic and in humanities. Somewhere they teach all that. Engineering, we are not teaching you proofs the way they should be taught, or the way they were taught in class 6, class 7, class 4, class 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, when we look at all those geometry and algebra and inequalities and all that. That's not taught to you, you see. So you have not gone through that rigor. So this generation is actually very weak in proofs. Okay. And by association, logic also. You see, so that rigorous logic is not present. You may have a good, let's say, common sense. You can do things. You have some idea. You see, but as a discipline, to really understand what a proof is, not that much, because you have not done that. You see. There was no occasion to do it, and it was not being forced to. Okay, so this part is basically missed of maths. It's abstract है, समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, tangible नहीं है. The moment you say something is abstract, unless it's a group of professors, it has no value. You see, real life में क्या value है? कोई value नहीं है. So there is no value in real life. You have not been taught all that. Well, this is maths. It has many roles to play. This is the forgotten proof, abstraction. That is not understood. Or ये weak है तो लोग. But I don't know. Maybe it's not required. This is interesting. Complexity, evolution, functionality, systems thinking. कहाँ पढ़ाते हैं? कोई पढ़ाते हैं? कोई कोर्स कर रहे हैं? Is there a course that you have done? Anybody here? इस number 1 institute में कुछ कर रहे हैं? परवेज कहीं पढ़ाते हैं? तो पैसा यही है, फ्यूचर यही है, 75 years हैं तुम्हारे आगे. You cannot escape this. You see, या तो तुम करोगे या पड़ोसी करेगा. But you cannot escape. Action यही है. और हम पढ़ नहीं रहे. हम क्या पढ़ रहे हैं? Of course, डेटा पढ़ रहे हैं, ये पढ़ रहे हैं, मैनेजमेंट पढ़ रहे हैं, ये सब पढ़ रहे हैं. All that we are doing, we're doing lot of things. Okay? ये नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं. अगले 10 साल में हम आगे होंगे वो नहीं कर रहे. Okay? IT जोधपुर started with system BTech in systems engineering because there were no takers. उसको बंद कर दिया. I was one of the advisors for that. सब टीचर से पूछते हैं ना, peers से, कैसे होना चाहिए कोर्स, क्या होना चाहिए. We give our feedback. नहीं चला. Systems, पर ये it is important for your life. If you really want to be having a knowledge source, having skills, not in sense of machining this, that, lathe चला रहे हैं, ये करें, not that. Real core understanding, which then can develop into variety of skills that are required. See, but core to knowledge होनी चाहिए ना, because that's what your strength is. Your strength is not muscles, this, that, money, family money. That's not your strength. You see, your strength is your mind, your ability to make good use of whatever knowledge you have. So this is very important. We miss all that. So see, it is not Krebs cycle. It is not mammals, reptiles. It is not this. Biology. The whole idea is complexity. Things change. Things evolve. You see, so A, B, it will become intelligent after a while. You see, the response will be very different. You see, it's a living system. Functionality, systems thinking that there are many things that have to fall in place, and together they can deliver something. You see, that is the whole idea. So if you understand this, and with a future that the technologies may change, the things may change, where the money is will change, where the excitement is will change. If you have the building blocks, if you have the core knowledge, and you have an understanding of how complexity works, how systems engineering works, or have you done some courses here, it will help you. You are probably in a good place to adopt to that situation. You see, otherwise, so वो बहुत कम है ना, because you see, it will not happen that this is in demand, you study this, and you will be functional. This scenario will not happen that much. And if you are a part of this scenario, then you will be paid only, then your value is only very little, you see, in the middle. If not in the bottom, only in the middle. If this skill is required, this is a way to train for this skill. You are the best one, best training, you are ready to work hard. यहाँ रहोगे. But create करोगे कुछ नया. You can create something new based on this whole idea of systems engineering, complexity, how it works, what are the methods, and it's not taught, you see, and it's not even understood by people, you see. There are very few people who understand this. So, environmental system, ये आराम क्यों नहीं बोला? ये still something. ये close कर लेते. वहाँ भी. This is okay. This is to your each to its own. मतलब I don't want to comment on it, but ये सब चाहिए होता है. And I think we do it a lot. तो बहुत सारे मतलब there is a deanery also ये सब सिखाने के लिए. तो दुनिया पूरी सिखाएगी तुमको अच्छे से. So we will not do this. तो I understand that you. Whatever is there is already there, and there is not much I can teach you in this, and maybe it's not even required for me to teach. Okay. This is chemical engineering, and this will help you in your interviews. Okay. Typically, this is chemical engineering. The way we teach, biology नहीं है, systems नहीं है, ये सब नहीं है इसमें. Okay. Now we look at how do we develop technology. So we say, okay, we start from raw material, which means raw material इधर है, nature इधर है चारों तरफ, and ये भी this is also become superfluous now, because now it's easily understood how nature contributes to. So we'll stop now. Has everybody signed?
Yes.
Okay. So this is how it will work. You'll have to write your name. Okay. So that I have a good enough sample to check if there is a proxy, and whosoever writes a proxy or does it, will pay the price. इसकी दी गई will not go into that कि यार मैं था नहीं, मेरे लिख दिया किसी ने, मैं क्या करूँ, ये सब will not go into that. जिसने लिखा है, जिसकी राइटिंग मैच कर गई, वो पकड़ा जाएगा, और फिर there will be something to say. So we'll stop now. We'll meet again tomorrow. There is this all outline etc. has been uploaded, so you can read all that. Is it accessible to you in the course? If you go to that ERP, you can read all that. I think Moodle भी कर देंगे, but it will run in a very structured way. अभी तो थोड़ा सा पहला दिन था, but इतने सारे नाम क्यों लिखने पड़ते हैं? Why is it like this? हाँ, so I can give you a warning also that seats will not be increased in this course. जो BTech CH1 CH7 कोटा है, that is already जो है वो है 50 सीट्स का जो हो गया. 2025 एंट्री के लिए कुछ ओपनिंग है, जो रेस्ट ऑफ द ओपनिंग. बाकी लोग if you are in this hope कि if you will attend this course and it will get registered later, this will not happen. Okay, unless you have a good enough reason for me to allow that, which means your BTP, your MTP or whatever is in the same field, okay, or you have a startup in the same field, you see. So please, make a choice. If you're here thinking that we'll increase the seats, this will not happen, okay, because there's a distribution of student strength in electives. So electives will typically cap at 50 for CH1 CH7. Okay, good. Any questions? So others who would like to leave, they can leave, because you may have to go, I don't know, somewhere. Yes. The 10 to 11 are 10 Yeah. 52 के आप बाहर
कैसे ऐड होगा? 50 का रजिस्टर करना पड़ेगा, रजिस्टर नहीं किया तो मैंने आज सुबह ही रजिस्टर किया मेरा नाम वो लगता लाइब्रेरी में क्लिपबोर्ड मैनेजेबल है, 10 मिनट का लाइब्रेरी में जाके 5 मिनट लेना तो ऑलरेडी देखना पड़ेगा। मैं वही बोल रहा
I don't know क्या पता चाहिए
No, sir.
नहीं चाहिए
No, sir, I've already
फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर वाले तो प्रोफेसर का क्या ये तो उठा के नहीं ले जाते हैं तो अब ये जो भी हुआ इसका तो देखना मुश्किल है। जो रजिस्टर हो जाएगा वो हो जाएगा, मैं रजिस्टर नहीं करूँगा। तो मांग लो किसी से यार, लैब में चले जाओ, नीचे लैब में चले जाओ। एक लैब है जहाँ पे कंप्यूटर टर्मिनल्स है, वहाँ लॉगिन कंप्यूटर सेंटर है, वहाँ लॉगिन किसी दोस्त के you will learn, you will start getting if we need to create new things, we need to understand the building components. See the components. That is one way. That if you understand the components, then you can mix and match and arrange them, and basically create new things. And for this, we need to understand what is the chemistry or what does chemistry bring. So we discuss very quickly emergence, as in chemical change. You see a new kind of activity, new kind of property. So if you want to see the way it will play out and how you can actually use it, just an example of let's say critical thinking, innovation, all these kind of buzzwords that go on. How do you actually do this? So you have a problem, you have something, and you think that you do not have enough resources, you see, or you have enough resources and you are mixing this and you are thinking that if I have this team, I'm going to get this. You see, that is not going to happen. If you ever face this problem, then you have to think like a chemist. And what kind of changes do I have to make? How do I treat this whole system as a chemist would, so that I get a result that is not built up from the components. You see, and that is the amazing thing. That is intelligence. So at this point, the machine learning, artificial intelligence, understanding what intelligence is, cognition and everything, that is hinging on this kind of understanding. That how can, things individually are lifeless, put together, they create this. It's just molecules. Something is just molecules. This group of molecules is intelligent. So how can it become intelligent? What kind of physical activities are happening? What kind of chemical changes are happening? Or is it just some kind of magic? So you have to think like a chemist. What do a chemist do? Why are things different? Things are different because one of the reasons, just to make it easier, is like valence electrons. You see, there is two methods. You see, the valence electrons, they are responding to a different nuclei. You see, so they are not belonging to this; they belong to something else, or they are being shared. You see, so there is no conservation also. I mean, there is this electron, but then it listens to this nucleus also, this nucleus also, and then because of that, it has a covalent bond and a very different kind of attraction. You see, or there is an ionic bond, completely gone to one side. Okay, yeah, come here quickly. So how does that happen? You see, so you have to think of your component and you have to think of what are the valence electrons in these. Okay, and then you say, okay, this is the valence electron, and this valence electron can be, a desire for money, a desire for position, a desire for happiness. And you say, okay, let me play on this valence electron. This happiness is coming from this, but then can I change this person so that the happiness now comes from something else? And the moment you do this, you have made a change. The two students, and they are both working with me. One is happy with action, fighting this, that. The other is happy with just strategizing around in an office, you see. And you have to create something different. Okay. Then what will you do? You will say, okay, I'll work on this person, I'll understand that this happiness is coming from action. So can I convert this person into something where the happiness is coming from something else? Maybe from a strategizing. And this person, can I convert that? Can I take them through some kind of routine so that they understand the benefits and the happiness can come out of these things also? Maybe empathy, maybe charity, maybe this, that, whatever. And then you work with them. And then you have a team which is going to give you a very different results from what you started out with. You understand how it is going to play and how then the whole thing, a chemist method can be then superimposed on a management principle. Can some of you see that? That I have a team and I have to get something else out of you, and then I train them through this method, this, that, and everything, and I convert those people, and then they are kind of delivering me this. Okay? But then you have to think like a chemist. You have to understand what is because you may be trained as a chemist. You see? And once you have understood this, you are actually more potent than somebody who has done just management. Because you really understand, let me see, because then the framework is clear to you. What do you do with valence electrons? What are valence electrons? What is an abstract idea about the valence electrons? So you need to understand chemistry first, but then you need to know the person first, and then the second, and then what different kind of things. It is like responding to a nuclei. So the analogy of a valence electron responding to different nuclei. Okay, and that's how the wave function would be then decided. Where are you? Are you in this class? Which class is this? And don't look at people, look at the number. Which course are you in? 6. Yes, good. It's not EI, it's 6. It is 6. B and I, it is 6. See the perception. अरे कहीं से भी हो यार, it was 6 for me also. Do you know he is from Yemen? Have you been snooping around, finding out where people are? Or इतनी देर से चुप थे? Can't you just tell me here and get this quickly कि सर अपने ही क्लास का है? You didn't say that. You said come to him. How does that help? I am standing there. I am stopping it. You should have told me, sir, हमारा ही है.
Today is Thursday.
What is first day? तुम पैदा हुए थे, तुम second day का इंतजार करोगे? If you don't try the instant you are born, पूरा घर को heart attack हो जाएगा. You understand this? If the baby doesn't cry, pura hospital and the whole family will get a heart attack. Don't feel bad about this. So it's not VI, you see. VI is the editor that I use, you see. A very ancient editor. I don't think anybody else uses it, but I use it. You see, VI editor. It's a very powerful one actually. So क्या कर रहे हो कंप्यूटर खोल के पढ़ रहे हो? जिस पे डालो कंप्यूटर पे दिमाग खोल के लो बंद करो और इधर आ जाओ आराम से बैठो आ जाओ कम कम कर ये डिस्टर्बेंस ही नहीं है यार वी जस्ट ट्राइंग टू गिव यू एन आइडिया अबाउट understanding ki how does this kind of method, because once you understand the method and then you can use it in disparate different situations. You see, and that is what is required for you. You see, because there is no drill. You see, that you will do this will give you a job, this will give you a fulfilling life, this will make you useful. Things will keep on changing. So it is better. फायदा ही क्या हुआ इस कन्वेक्शन का कुछ डिफ्यूजन भी करो यार इट इज इजियर यू नो पैर फैला सकते हो लेफ्ट हैंडेड हो तुम भी आ गए यहाँ whole idea was this. What does diffusion mean? Diffusion is a relative change in position. That's what diffusion is. In case you have not understood what diffusion is. Convection is पूरा उठा के रखिए. इसको रख दो भैया कहीं तुम बारिश नहीं हो रही है भीगने से बचो. इसको रख दो आराम से रिलैक्स. आप सुनो कान खोल के. तुम भी रख दो बगल में. So this is there in this slide. You have to think like a chemist. You have to see what a chemist does and how would you see faced with any kind of thing you'll have to see how would a chemist approach this. Okay, so a chemist would try to figure out what are the property, you know, what thing you know the property depends on, and then how do I change that. And then of course you need to know about your domain also, whatever the problem is, but then at least you have a perspective, different perspective, and that's where the chemist can help. And you see some of you can use it in your interview questions also when somebody asks you, you know, how is this chemical engineering going to help you in this job. You see, you have got a 8.9 CGPA, 9 CGPA, you have done well, but then you know what good is it to me? What good is it to this company? How are you going to use this for this? I don't know if people who are genuine, you know, they can be crazy, they can ask all kinds of questions, but at least this is a very common thing to ask, at least for IT students. Because job is many things. Job is something, some other thing. So this is their philosophy of chemistry. Then there is the philosophy of physics. This is what most of the engineering is. Most of the direct things are, and you know, ये करेंगे ये होगा, and यही होगा. Nothing else will happen. So there is an equation, there is a relation, and conservation होता है. This is, and you have to find out what is conserved. So most of the time you look at a system and then you think like a physicist. You say, okay, what are the equations here? What is conserved? What is minimized? How do things move? What is the Hamiltonian? What is the free energy? And what are the resistances? You see, that is the method of a physicist. Can I write some equations here so that I do this and this happens? Okay, and if you can do this, then you have thought like a physicist. Okay, if I'll do this, I'll move this. This is what will happen. And this is foundation for this is easy. You see, most of it is physics only. Most of what we do in life is mostly physics. Energy conservation, process, all that. Pretty straightforward. Engineers with physics is pretty straightforward. Maths, as I said, the forgotten part, just to recap very quickly, is about abstract and proof. You know, there's a maths class going on when we came here. Abstract, proof, how do you look at logic? You see, and one of the reasons is that you are not doing enough of it, so that you don't develop that muscle, you don't develop that thinking. हो जाएगा, ये कर दिया तो हो गया. You see, most of the time you're just and you see all other things are also adding on to this. You are not doing rigorous proofs in your schools, and also the way you are living and getting things done is कि हो गया. And when something has happened, that is the proof that something has happened. I've done something, I've achieved something, whatever I was supposed to do, I've done that. So I'm not really bothered about what else is happening in the system and why it happened and is it repeatable, is it sustainable? Not so much worried about that. See, so there is no feedback for you to push for, proof and logic. And also, the discussion in the wing, the corridors, in the hostels, and then people sparring with each other, debating, and that also culture is not there. You see, because people are spending time with a bigger circle, connected to the net. And things are happening, a lot of discussion happen over chat, WhatsApp, this, that, but it's not the real debate, where you are not face to face and trying to build up an argument. See, so engineering students, especially coming to IIT at whatever level, have not gone through, other than the maths people, see, they have not gone through these rigorous proofs. And if you have not gone through these rigorous proofs, you're missing out on creating a structure which is, let's say, fail-safe, this, that. You're missing out on that rigor. That rigor is not there. Earlier, the proofs that, for example, I had to go through for 6 years, class 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I could say, given RTP, QED, I've done it so many times. You see, that this is given, this is required to prove, and this is how we prove, and this is what must be proved. They do that drill so many times that you can ingrain it. The only place all this is happening is in humanities. You see, the only people who are coming out and are having a voice and are actually well versed in the rigor of an argument are coming from humanities. You see, and that is an imbalance. So people who don't understand the physical world, the nature, you see, they may understand humans, but that's only a very small part of the physical world. You see? And they are having a disproportionate voice. It has never happened before. You see, in all of industrial revolution and all of this, it was science that dictated how people live. It's not anymore. Why is it not? Because face to face, point to point, scientists are not into that rigor. They are losing out on the narrative. Can you now create a story out of this? And you can see, in various forms, wokeism, DEI, all that, our office, you look at the world around you and you'll see, how much is science going to contribute. We had scientific temper in our constitution. You see, the much maligned first Prime Minister, said that. That we should have a scientific temper. Temper, of course, we got, but not the scientific one. You see? And we are kind of losing that. You see, we are not questioning science क्या कहती है, medical science क्या कहती है, physics क्या कहती है. Do we ask that question? We don't ask that question anymore. Okay? Society क्या कहती है, human के अंदर क्या हो रहा है, जो सामने molecules कर रहे हैं वो तो देखो पहले, nature को तो देखो, science क्या कहती है, the discipline. Thousands of years have gone into that. So many, tried this, but we are losing out in the narrative. Not that we are not intelligent. We are more intelligent than what our earlier people were. We have more access. We have learned from them. We have access to that also. But we are not good at storytelling. We don't have that. So good technocrats, good scientists who are administrators, public figures, who cares? You see? And then we are outsourcing thinking also and creating also to the machine. वो भी outsource कर दिया. All that capability is also being lost. I think but this is something you can maybe pick up something, create an argument, see if it stands, check it from different views, points, okay, from different perspectives, whether it stands or not, whether it is consistent or not. That kind of knowledge is not there. Those kind of excellence are not there, and those kind of avenues are not there. ये जो debate club होता है, IIT Delhi debating club is very good. You see, it competes with the best. It can, you see, and I've listened to some students. But that's a created argument, you see. it's not really a philosophical way of logic. So that is lost. We have not made good use of that. You see, and we do not do any exercise that kind of strengthens it. So we are not even learning it. So do that. Abstraction, logic. Somebody is abstract. If I teach like this, क्या पढ़ा रहे हैं कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. समझ में कैसे नहीं आ रहा? It does all sense. But तुमको नहीं समझ में आ रहा because you don't have that muscle which you are supposed to have. तुमने कभी किया ही नहीं है ऐसा. तुमको समझ में कैसे आएगा? If I jump from management to chemistry, you think ये क्या हो रहा है? तो इसका मतलब तुमने कुछ किया ही नहीं. You're not able to, as a human being, you're not able to move from one field to another field. कर क्या रहे हो? ये अपने माइंड के साथ किया क्या? When you're born, you're growing up, so much nourishment, everything, all exercises. You किया क्या? Jump होते चले गए. You didn't develop those muscles. Anyway, maths पढ़ लो. The machine will do the computation part. वो तो कुछ मुश्किल नहीं है. Code भी कर देगा, सब कुछ कर देगा. All kind of things will be done. But at least look at logic, proof, consistency. Do all that. A little bit. Debate in the wings. Talk to people. Build up an argument. हम बना नहीं पाते. Listen to some parliamentary speeches. Listen to some people discussing debates. Listen to Oxford debates. Listen to them and see how we do. Listen to our own students, debating society. They do very well. They construct an argument. But what we within a framework, it's not freewheeling as one should. This is more important, philosophy of biology, because of the complexity there, evolution there, functionality, systems thinking, and you know nothing of it. Something there where the pot of gold lies, you don't even know, how to go there, what it is. कुछ idea ही नहीं. For us, most of the people, biology is, central nervous system, this system, human body, geology, botany, plant science, agriculture. This is what our understanding of biology is. या computational biology, ये करके drug delivery कर देंगे, fast कर देंगे, ये machine लगा देंगे, ये LLM लगा देंगे for drug delivery, and we think we understand biology. We don't. The philosophy of biology is that there will be an evolution. There will be a change in behavior. Things will get intelligent. See? And they will not behave in the same way as this. So if you keep on doing the same thing, the response will be different. Okay, that doesn't happen with material so easily. Unless, of course, the fatigue comes in and you say, okay, the fatigue has come in, so this thing breaks. So you have cycles of loading, unloading, and after some cycles, things break. That is a different kind of evolution. Okay, that is fatigue. Other than that, materials pretty much behave the way they are supposed to. You see? That's what physics says. And our experience. But biology doesn't say that. Nobody really understands what biology does. There's still a lot of magic in it, which is not understood. And this is where the action is. This is where your career would be. One way where a lot of action is going to happen. And we don't understand complexity and evolution a little bit. We understand functionality, of course, we understand a little bit because we go to the gym, we exercise, we eat, we do all kinds of things, we train our bodies. So functionality we pretty much understand. You see? And there is greater awareness of it also. So somebody with special needs, this, that, all kind of difficulties, there's a greater understanding than it was earlier. Okay, if you need to work on this muscle, it's all kind of things. Aging is this, sarcopenia, as you said, it's there. See, I was losing muscles and I said, I'm good, I'm feeling easy, I'm losing weight, but actually I was not losing fat, I was losing muscles, at one point in my life. So I had to then build up eating proteins and all that. तुम्हारी तरह किसी संत के चक्कर में आ गए और मीट वीट सब छोड़ दिया, फिर कोई प्रोटीन नहीं, फिर बॉडी ऐसे कम होती गई, बाद में पता चला कि ये ठीक नहीं है. ये तो बहुत खुश थे कि पतले हो रहे हैं, अच्छा हो रहा है, ठीक नहीं है. And the kind of functionality that was required of me also was not that much physically. I grew up in that. So I can sometimes, I can show you some of my pictures. किसी ने देखी होगी. When I was in school, I was probably stronger than anyone. जबकि इतना प्रोटीन खाया था सब कुछ. crazy over it. but sir, we don't know. You see what happens? We don't understand biology. The health part, the medicine part, the evidence-based medicine, which is a very cannon fodder for AI. You see, very straightforward. This is the evidence, this is the medicine. So that's how the modern medicine is. वो तो crack हो जाएगी for most of the cases. Surgery crack हो जाएगी. There are robotics, this, that, precision, machines, guiding, everything, all kind of testing हो जाएगी. But really, is health only, or treating people is the only part of that? No. Much more to that. इसमें कहाँ समझता? Do you understand what system thinking is? Do you understand what complexity is? You see, do you do any course? Is there a course like this, complexity engineering? Introduction to complexity? Is there something like this in this curriculum? Even in this new curriculum, is there a course that is there? What's that?
We have similar courses, but there's nothing like chemistry. Those are more related towards chemical plant design tests. So those are system like 703.
Okay. So it's taught as a plant design.
It's not as a plant design, but not.
But if you have to think of an organizational, designing an organization, will that help? No, it would help because you'll pick up the clues. You'll pick up, your muscles would be active, so you'll create some answer. So it does help. It's not that it doesn't help. You don't know that it is happening doesn't mean that it's not happening. It does happen. You see, there's lot of you which is not known to even you. You have to understand this. So things do happen, but sometimes when it's brought out in open, it's much easier. So you're right. Plant design is one course where it can be taught, it can be introduced. System biology. What do they teach? No, just whatever you do.
Sir, they usually teach how various cells they interact with each other, how to model that.
So this is one part that you look at different components and the functionality that happens only because of the cooperative movement. You see, so if they do not cooperate, then there is no functionality. Typically, okay. But we need to have a special course on this, which has to be have lectures from biologists, lectures from physicists, chemists, thinkers, scientists, people from maybe psychology. They should come, and then this would be the course that would prepare you for understanding what complexity is. You see, and all over the world, countries are aware of this. You see, so they are creating institutes for complexity. You see, and that is where most of the action would happen. See, so you need to understand a little bit. You were there. We had a person. He's a founding professor for an institute in China. China has many institutes that are looking at complexity. And then they are gathering scientists from all over the world. See? So this is good. You understand biology. You read all those books, and then you think about, as you say, system biology is a good thing. Plant design is a good thing. You see, so when you do those courses, you look at that as a organizational behavior. You see, cybernetics, all those kind of things. You need to have a different perspective to this. So this is the philosophy for biology. We know very little about it, but that's okay. We're done. Okay. Then philosophy and ethics in engineering. Now preach करने की जरूरत. Do we need to preach about this? Yes, sir. प्राइमरी स्कूल में ही क्रिस्टलाइज हो गया था कि मैंने क्या करना है. मैंने झूठ बोलना है कि नहीं बोलना है, ये मैं क्लास 3 तक हो गया था सर, एंड नथिंग इन द वर्ल्ड इज गोइंग टू चेंज दैट नाउ. तो आप अपना ज्ञान अपने पास रखें, हमारे पास मिल गया है, एंड वो चिजलिंग होती रहती है विद व्हाटएवर इंटरेक्शंस वी हैव विद द वर्ल्ड, एंड वी से ओके यार ये ठीक नहीं था, ये कर लो. एंड देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ एग्जांपल्स आल्सो, रोल मॉडल्स आल्सो हु हैव गॉन अहेड. And they have taken a path, and you also think यार maybe वही रास्ता सही था, मैं ये कर रहा हूँ. So that's a very dynamic thing, but kind of happens. Okay. Responsibility word है. I think you just look at this. जो काम दिया गया वो करना है. You see, at least at a functional level, be professional, do whatever is required of you. जिसके लिए पैसे नहीं है उसका काम करना है, जिसका नमक खाया उसका काम करना है. ऐसे ही कहते हैं, ऐसा phrase. ये सब करना simple things, but I'm not preach on that. क्या सही है क्या गलत है, it's not like physics. Whatever your experiences are around you, this is, just to make sense of what chemical engineering is, and will be very useful for your interview, just to make sense. This is what chemical engineering is. Most of you, if they are chemical engineers, you will know. फिर भी एक कैटापोल्ट फिनोमेना है, कैसे मूवमेंट होता है, ये सब we study all of that. Thermodynamics and reaction engineering, process design. See, till this point, this is fundamental. You see. So, if you want to create a new theory in science, okay, you need to look at, basically, Newton's law of motion, yeah, whatever, are the motions for your mechanics, whatever is your description of the mechanics, so you need to have some rules for it. Newtonian mechanics, this mechanics, that mechanics, quantum mechanics, whatever, you decide that there is a mechanics component to this. Then there is a thermodynamics component to it, okay, and then there is a reaction component. And this is pretty much, the whole scientific knowledge is contained in this. There is nothing more than this in terms of ideas. Okay, so if you and there is no overlap. They are all independent in that sense. So reaction engineering actually brings in a new perspective to scientific knowledge. Thermodynamics bring in another perspective, you see, and mechanics brings in another perspective. So if you understand these, and then kind of all knowledge, you see, whether it is civil engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, whatever we do in science and engineering, this is the idea. And then we kind of put them together, and then we do courses like process design, technology, material system engineering, combination and experimental methods is like another division. Okay. Now at this point you can say that because chemical engineers look at thermodynamics, look at mechanics, and look at reaction engineering. No other engineering does that. You see? So at one level we kind of dip into all the resources. No other engineering does that. That's why, because we look at reaction. Nobody else looks at reaction. Okay? So in the beginning we look at physical, chemical and biological processes, which means chemical engineering does this, is better placed than any other engineering. Then we have this kind of approach where you say, okay, the knowledge sources of this, okay, and we are looking into all knowledge sources, so we are likely to have a better solution. Okay, and we are more likely to be able to solve problems. Okay, maths और bio में जो weakness है वो पूरी कर लेंगे. Okay, unfortunately maths की weakness भी पूरी नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम bio की कर रहे हैं. And उसी को stress करते रहते हैं जो हमें आता है. Reaction, thermo को भी नहीं करते. It's just one course. वो भी लोग मन से नहीं करते. So here this is what chemical engineering is. And ये all of this is a build-up for developing technology. Because this is the course is about developing technology. So we need to build up all of this. The technology हवा में नहीं आएगी. You see, a machine will not design the technology for you. A machine can pick up things here, there, arrange, look at data and see the pattern, and then maybe create an algorithm and automate things. In that sense, machine is invaluable. You see, but mostly if you really want to be, creating new technology, then all that knowledge sources first of all that has to come in. You see, and you need to see the perspective of a chemist, the perspective of a biologist, the perspective of a physicist has to come in. You see, the knowledge sources have to come in, all these mechanics, thermodynamics, reaction engineering, all that has to come in, sociology, economics, finance, all those kind of things, ethics, responsibility, all that has to come in, sustainability, climate change, all that also has to come in, you see. And then you see, okay, Now that I have everything ready with me and I have done courses in this, I have studied this, I have discussed this, I've done examples in this. Maybe in pieces, but I've done that. Now how do I develop a technology? You see? So one way to develop a technology is that you look at a societal need and you say, okay, this is a pain point, and how do I get rid of this? So it is like a problem driven. So it originates from looking at a problem, and read, observe, talk to people, think about things, and then you kind of identify your problem. So that's a very profitable and a very interesting way to do it, and probably a very straightforward way of doing it. Right? It's a very good way of doing it. You see, so you see that I identify a problem and then I try to solve it. And now how can I solve it? I have this, and what are these? Physicist methods, chemist method, biologist method. What are these? Equations, mechanics, thermodynamics, and reaction engineering, and all other things that we teach. And not only these, but how do they relate to other disciplines? So you say, okay, this is the problem that I need to solve. This is the kind of knowledge sources, and I create a solution based from these knowledge sources, and then I put a layer of ethics, responsibility, sustainability on top of it, and then I see that this is the solution, and then I see, okay, what kind of automation can be there, and what kind of optimization, and what kind of other refinement can be brought in. And then you say, okay, this is my technology. So this is one way of developing a technology. I'm not saying it is the only way of developing a technology. You see, humans can be very creative. You see, and the mind can be thinking a lot more while you're sleeping, while you're dreaming, while you're whatever, you see. So you may get inspiration, intuition, and many solutions, and you can just see that solution. You see, which is based on all of this that I've said, but a lot of other things also. Okay, so that is also a way of finding it. That is inspiration and intuition. You see, or hitting upon a solution. You see, that can also happen. Okay, so you look at some problem that has to be solved, and if you solve a real problem, you get a Nobel Prize. If you do it very well, then you get a Nobel Prize. If you solve a problem very well, but that problem is not very important, then also you get a Nobel. But that is what is that Nobel? Do you know what a Nobel Prize is? Okay, so you get a Nobel Prize. You solve a very big problem for humanity, you get a Nobel Prize, and you do get that. Irrespective of all controversies here and there, more or less people have got that, actually deserve that, because they solved some problem. And you solve a problem which didn't exist or maybe was not very important, then also you get a Nobel. That's called an IG Nobel. Okay. And the chemical engineers have also got it, because they solved some very complex problem, but maybe it was not required. But the problem was solved in a very elegant way, and a lot of interesting things. Intellectually very difficult problem to solve, but of no use. But they still get a Nobel. So we had this, teacher-student, group. So the teacher got a Nobel Prize, and the student got an IG Nobel the same year. You see, very recently, 2-3 years ago. And they both of them are working in complexity. Something that has not been, told to people. That a Nobel Prize and an IG Nobel Prize, which happened during your studying years, formative years, and nobody kind of there's no noise about it. You see, about complexity. The noise is about maybe so many things. You see, but not about complexity. You see, have you heard about this? When a student and a teacher, one got Nobel and one got IG Nobel. About complexity?
No, not about complexity. Other topic.
अरे अदर प्रोफेसर कौन?
तो मतलब जे थॉमसन रदरफोर्ड.
अरे वो बहुत पहले था. हाई एनर्जी फिजिक्स, स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ मटेरियल, एटम, वो सब बेईमान लोग थे. एक चीज़ बताते थे, फिर अगली बार एक और चीज़ बताते थे, फिर एक और चीज़ बताते थे, फिर एक बताता था इलेक्ट्रॉन है, एक कहता था इलेक्ट्रॉन है, एक कहता था इलेक्ट्रॉन वेव है. You see, that has also happened. वो बहुत exciting times थे, because of instrumentation and thought and problems that were there that needed to be solved, and people solved that. You see, बट लॉट ऑफ एक्टिविटी, बट दैट इज साइंस। यू सी अभी सही लग रहा है, कल गलत लगेगा, समथिंग एल्स विल कम बिकॉज विल नो मोर। यू सी बट आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट रीसेंट वन यार। थॉमसन को छोड़ो, थॉमसन एंड थॉमसन से मुझे नोबेल प्राइज नहीं याद आता, साइंस नहीं याद आती है। थॉमसन एंड थॉमसन से मुझे क्या याद आता है?
वाटरमेलन। वाटरमेलन।
वाटरमेलन। थॉमसन एंड थॉमसन से मुझे कॉमिक याद आती है जो अब तुम लोग नहीं पढ़ते। इज देयर अ कॉमिक दैट इज दैट थॉमसन एंड थॉमसन इज देयर इन दैट कॉमिक? टिंटिन पढ़िए टिंटिन? तुम्ही ने पढ़ी ना? अभी भी वो अच्छी कोशिश करो, वेरी फनी। कमिंग बैक टू दिस, टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे बनाते हैं? इन टेक्नोलॉजी में यू फाइंड आउट व्हाट द प्रॉब्लम इज, और उसमें नेचर से बनाएंगे क्योंकि नेचर ही हमको देगा सब कुछ जो देना है उसमें, और तो कहीं से आना नहीं है, नेचर से आना है। सब मटेरियल और जो भी है वॉट एवर कम फ्रॉम नेचर, एंड वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड नेचर टू मेक अ टेक्नोलॉजी व्हिच मींस ऑल दोस थिंग्स जो बताया था ना, थर्मोडायनामिक्स, रिएक्शन, लॉज ऑफ मैकेनिक्स, एवरीथिंग दैट कम फ्रॉम देयर। बट देन यू कैन चूज कि किस लेवल पे काम करना है। यू वांट टू वर्क विद सब एटॉमिक, यू वांट टू वर्क विद गैलेक्सीज, you can choose molecules and aggregates of molecules from a convenient unit. You say, okay, I'll work with a small molecule, I'll work with macromolecules, I'll work with group of molecules, okay, I'll work with group of molecules that are in a liquid form, or I'll work with a set of molecules that will be, let's say, in a solid form, okay. So you can look at, and with this, I'm trying to take you towards complex fluid, that, if we do all of this, ये तो सब गायब हो गया, आ जाओ। क्या कह रहा है ये? अच्छा, आएगा ऑक्सिलरी आएगा, क्या कहते हो परवीन? कुछ आएगा नहीं आएगा? So we look at, let's say, we decide कि किस फील्ड में खेलना है। प्रीमियर लीग में खेलना है, फर्स्ट डिवीजन में खेलना है, सेकंड डिवीजन में खेलना है, मोहल्ले में खेलना है, वी डिसाइड दैट, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम दिस इज व्हाट डिसाइड्स व्हाट वी गोइंग टू डू। तो ये डिसीजन तुम ले सकते हो कि मैंने एक जॉब करनी है छोटी सी 9 to 5, घर जाना है, ये करना है, वो करना है, सोना है, टीवी देखना है, ये देखना है, हिंदी को पढ़ना है, नहीं पढ़ना है, हिंदी को नहीं पढ़ना भी एक काम है। जब कभी एडिक्शन होगा ना तो नहीं करना बहुत बड़ा काम है। इन केस यू हैव नॉट अंडरस्टूड, इसलिए नहीं करना कितना बड़ा काम। सो दिस इज वन। और यू में से कि नहीं, एटलीस्ट 10 लोग तो होने चाहिए जिनको मैं डांटूँ सुबह से, जिनको काम कराऊँ। अगर ये ट्रिप है तुम्हारी लाइफ में तो मेरा डू समथिंग एल्स। या कोई कहेगा नहीं यार 10 से भी काम नहीं बनता, ये दिल मांगे मोर, कम से कम एक सिटी तो होनी चाहिए है, सिटी स्टेट का ही मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर बन जाता हूँ। ओके, ऐसा भी सोच सकते हैं लोग। वी हैव एन एग्जाम्पल, द डॉटर स्टडीड हियर, लाइक ही वाज अ स्टूडेंट, वंस ये आया नहीं फिर होना ना, अपने से ऑन नहीं होता है, अपने से ऑन होना भी नहीं चाहिए। तो नहीं होना चाहिए, पता है? अब गर्म हो जाता है बल्ब ना, बल्ब गर्म हो जाता है ना, कूलिंग टाइम, देन इट कम्स अप। अगर अपने से होने लगा तो खराब हो जाएगा ना। साइकिल्स इनकन्वीनियंस नहीं है, बट यू सी आपने रैशनलाइज कर लिया, अदरवाइज कुछ नहीं चलता। ये होता है यहाँ आगे खड़े होते, बाहर खड़े थे 5 मिनट तक, मैडम अंदर पढ़ा रही थी, पता नहीं क्या पढ़ा रही थी, हम बाहर खड़े रहे, पसीने में बह गए जी, क्लेम ये भी परेशान हो सकते हैं। ये नहीं चल रहा है, इसको भी गाली दे सकते हैं, क्या यार हम तो यहाँ भाई जाते हैं बना रहे हैं, ये चल। या ये सोच सकते हैं कि यार ये क्यों नहीं चलता है, ये इसलिए नहीं चलता है कि अगर ये ऑटोमेटिकली चलता होता तो ये जल्दी ही ख़राब हो जाता है। because every time something will go back, ये तो design आ गई ना. See that? About this kind of system, where the cloud fluctuation will be there, on and off will be there, it cannot automatically. There's a material component to it. There's a bulb. The bulb has to cool down, will heat up, and उसकी cycles तो हम control कर सकते हैं. मतलब अपने से नहीं खराब होना चाहिए, हम फूकना चाहें तो फूक दें. At least हमने किया. Okay, anyway, it is here. So what I'm saying is that technology, otherwise life में भी you can decide कि ये करना है. Group of molecules करना है, क्या करना है, एक बड़ा molecule करना है, एक छोटा molecule करना है, and जो group of molecules है, whether it is like a gas or whether it is like a solid or whether it is like a liquid, you see, that also decides the kind of technologies that you can use. Okay, so not only, so what we are doing here is we are saying that okay, these are the things that are required to make a technology. This is how you will try to develop a technology for a need. Okay, and then these are the kind of things of the several problems that you can pick up and several solutions that you can pick up. You can decide. That's your choice. And once you have made the choice, the path will be very different. The solution will be very different. So you say, okay, I'll work with only few people. Then your solution would be very different. So you want to have a startup, there will be 2 people only. Then your solution would be very different from somebody who says that I'll have 1,000 employees. So you have to make that choice. And the path will be very different. The moment you say, okay, in technology for natural systems, okay, it is very, very important to figure out what kind of material are we going to deal with and what is the scale. Is it at a world level, at a galaxy level? What are we going to do with that? Or is it at a personal level? A very local technology? And it works, you see. There's not enough time, otherwise, some of you can actually make a slide or ask ChatGPT to make a slide according to this. Whatever we have discussed here. See? So that these are thoughts that come, but then for these to be remembered, reinforcement has to be there. You can then use that some slides have to be there, that will help. But these slides, I've not read from a book, just created this slide. Somebody can make those slides, or I can make those slides, maybe then it would be much more easier to understand. And you can, there's a reinforcement also. So learning happens like this, you see, you do it again, maybe twice, thrice, 4 times. Units, 1 molecule, 10 molecules, 100 molecules, whether liquid, gas, solid, that kind of just decides what kind of energy. And this slide can very well go into an entrepreneurial class also, about entrepreneurs. You see, the same slide. Vasant, am I correct? Can we convert this slide to a slide in a class for, let's say, teaching people startups or career guidance? The same slide, written in a slightly different way with different maybe nouns, different objects. But the idea is the same. It's not very different. Once again, one more goal for. So we work with most of the units of technology. We work with most of the knowledge sources. सब कुछ तो करते हैं. तो हम अमीर क्यों नहीं? You have to ask this question, you see. If we are dipping into all knowledge sources, we are contributing to all knowledge sources, we are contributing to all kind of technologies. हम वो value chain में कहीं fit नहीं करते. हम value chain में fit ही नहीं करते. मतलब materials में NVIDIA तो fit हो गया कुछ अच्छे से, but सिर्फ material से नहीं हुआ. Materials होगा तो Intel fit होगा. NVIDIA क्यों fit हो गया? NVIDIA 100 की application और कैसे करके हम कैसे design करते हैं. So other than that, materials में करा ही क्या? कुछ नहीं हुआ. Production manager बन के बैठे रहे, 50 साल की उम्र हो गई, तब जाके value बनी. And then people started valuing us. और वो भी एक limited set जो हमें जानते हैं. Okay, but छोटा सा कुछ और काम कर रहे हैं in any other field. So when we look at nature, we look at so many molecules. So chemical engineers सब करते हैं, you see. And when we look at lots and lots of molecules, फिर उनको handle कैसे करते हैं? So how do you actually handle when there are many things? Because this is the question. And if you know how to handle so many molecules, you will know how to handle an army, you will know how to handle 1,000 people, billion people, कैसे करते हैं? Okay. So what is the way? And you can actually put it to use, this method to use. And you say, okay, I have to now take care of these 10,000 people. And what is the method? Is there a structure to it, or just my, management class, or just my, natural intelligence will help me in doing this? Or can there be a structure to this? And that structure can come from. So you understand कि करते क्या है? बहुत ज़्यादा चीज़ें हो जाए बड़ी, too much, too many. तो करेंगे क्या ट्रिक्स हैं हमारे पास? What are the tricks that are there in mechanics, thermodynamics, and reaction engineering, batch, physics, chemistry, biology? What are those tricks that can help us handling many, infinite basically, not just many, infinite, in practical sense? So there is a concept of continuum. The Lagrangian से Eulerian बन गए. Those of you who still remember what Eulerian is, what Lagrangian is, क्या करते हैं? ये Lagrangian है, एक पार्टिकल को पकड़ रहे हैं, छोड़ो यार, ये फील्ड बना दी. Now this conversion, we need to develop all those theorems, but ये भी वही approach है. You see, and how is that possible? एक continuum. So if this idea of continuum is not there, everything is discrete, काम कैसे करें? So कहीं ना कहीं पे तो continuum लाना पड़ेगा ना उसको. कहीं ना कहीं पे this is the easy way to understand. Okay? तो डेटा हो गया. Now look at this, डेटा पॉइंट्स हो गए. डेटा से आपने जो है वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशंस बना लिए, फंक्शंस बना लिए. फंक्शंस के लिए पूरी कैलकुलस बनी हुई है, पूरी स्टैटिस्टिक्स बनी है डेटा के लिए. डिस्ट्रीब्यूशंस के लिए पूरी स्टैटिस्टिक्स है. काम इजी हो गया. You don't have to look at each and every individual. तो उसी तरह से we have not, we as engineers understand what continuum is, but we don't understand probably as you would not understand systems engineering while you will maybe probably top the plant design course, but you still may not relate it to systems engineering. Similarly, you may understand what continuum is, but you will not understand the complete power of continuum. ये कर क्या रहा है? What it is doing is converting all of those discrete things to a continuum, to a function. जो calculus यूज हो जाती है. You see, जैसे डेटा को डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में ले जाते हैं, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एंड फंक्शन में ले जाते हैं. अगर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में रखोगे तो अलजेब्रा इज डिफिकल्ट, कैलकुलस इज डिफिकल्ट. ओके, कर सकते हैं बट नॉट इजी. ओके, बट the moment it gets converted to functions and you start using real analysis, calculus, complex analysis also, you can work with all of that. Complex numbers, real numbers, integers, you can still work with all of that. See? So that is what continuum is. It's the same thing. Okay, discreteness को तोड़ दिया. The same thing as Lagrangian and Eulerian. Same thing. It's the same idea. यार ये इतने सारे इनका करूं क्या? इन सबको मैं कैटेगराइज करता हूँ. ये यादव है, ये मुस्लिम है, ये ब्राह्मण है, तब मैं हैंडल कर लूँगा. कहाँ एक एक घर जाके एक एक की कहानी समझ रहे हो? ओके, तो ये कर सकते हैं. ओके, एंड सो दिस हैपेंस एट दैट लेवल आल्सो. कि कैसे हैंडल करेगा यार? ये बिलियन पीपल कहाँ से हैंडल करेगा? And if you are Trump, you have to handle 8 billion people. Maybe you wonder, तो उसका भी एक तरीका है. You won't handle everything. ये भी एक तरीका है. That's a very creative way. यार छोड़ो यार, मैं ऐसा करता ही नहीं. मैं तो भगवान के सहारे और हिमालय में जाके रहूँगा. उधर है जो होना है दुनिया का. That can also be one of the ways. कि मैं इतना पावरफुल फोर्स हूँ, आई एम लाइक अ ब्लैक होल. ये सब आएगा जाएगा कुछ. Ideas है ये. You can laugh at it because it's funny at this point. It's so painful that it's funny actually. लेकिन एक मेथड है. अदरवाइज क्या करेंगे? यूएन बनेंगे, पार्लेस करेंगे, 140 देश जाएंगे, वहाँ बात करेंगे, अपने एक आईएफएस को भी ले जाएंगे साथ में, एक मिनिस्टर को भी ले जाएंगे, अंग्रेजी में बोलेंगे, कुछ चैनल्स को पैसे देंगे, कुछ लोगों को पैसे देंगे, कुछ नैरेटिव बनाएंगे, ये करेंगे. इतनी मेहनत करें और फिर भी होगा वही. जो ब्लैक होल से डिसाइड होगा। You see, so you understand how to handle many. तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं, एक वेव बना, what we can say कि वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की एक बैट बना दी। You see, ये हमने कह दिया एक हिंदुत्व की, एक सनातन धर्म की वेव बना दी। ये हमने एक इंडियन, हमने ये सब छोड़ो, ये सब तो बहुत कॉन्ट्रोवर्शियल है, एक ओरिएंटल फिलोसफी की वेव बना दी। And now within this wave it is easier to handle many countries, many people. You see, discrete नहीं रखा, ऐसे बना दिया। ये मेथड है, जो इधर है, जो कंटिन्यूम अगर ध्यान से पढ़ा होता तो तुम्हें भी समझ में आएगा कि क्या होगा। ये नहीं कर सकते तो क्या है, हाउ आर दिस कनेक्टेड, वो वेव क्या है, ये इलेक्शन कैसे जीत, घर घर जाके वोट मांगते हो कि एक लहर चलाते हो। कभी नहीं सोचा कि कंटिन्यूम वाला कौन सकता है। And the problem is still the same. The problem statement is still the same. How to handle many. How to handle many. वो कहेगा मैट्रिसेस वाला कहेगा, ये कहेगा कुणाल इधर कि सर हम पार्टीशन कर देंगे, हम पूरी मैट्रिक्स सॉल्व ही नहीं करेंगे एक बार, छोटे छोटे पार्ट में सॉल्व। ऐसा भी करते हैं, वो कहते हैं हम डिवाइड एंड रूल कर लेंगे। ओके, देयर सो मेनी थिंग्स दैट कैन कम आउट ऑफ दिस। जी, हम वो पर्सपेक्टिव नहीं रखते। And why it is important for you? Because the content is available to you. A synthesis is also available to you. Because of the LLMs and progress, because this will keep on progressing. It will be better. Next year it will be even better. So the synthesis is available to you. The summary of things that have been done in the past, the summary of that knowledge is available to you very quickly on a click. You see, and content is available to you. तुम करोगे और तुम कैसे बना पाओगे, और तुम कैसे हाउ डू यू मेक यूज ऑफ ऑल ऑफ दैट। तो यू मेक यूज ऑल ऑफ दैट, एक पर्सपेक्टिव लाते हैं, एक सोच लाते हैं, एक क्वेश्चंस क्या पूछने हैं वो लाते हैं, सिमिलैरिटी बिटवीन डिफरेंट थिंग्स लाते हैं। ठीक है, इट मे ऑल्सो कैच ऑन टू दैट पैटर्न, लेकिन ह्यूमन अभी भी आगे है टू फाइंड दोस काइंड ऑफ पैटर्न। बट ये रेस नहीं है, आई एम नॉट सेइंग डोंट थिंक ऑफ इट एज अ रेस, मैं रेस करती हूँ। इट्स जस्ट दैट हाउ कैन यू बी मोर प्रोडक्टिव, या और नॉलेज कैसे बना सकते हैं। And how can we see similarities between this? Because for your generation, in this limited time of 4 years, you will do only this much. But problems will be very different. So unless you are able to transfer whatever you are doing here to many different things, तो फिर तो कुछ नहीं हो सकता। तो पढ़ाई पढ़ते ही रहोगे, कभी सॉल्व नहीं होगी चीज़। So this is my effort in this course. We'll stop now because we may have to go far away. वो जो बड़ा अक्रॉस 7 सीज जो बिल्डिंग बनी है USA, हम तो इधर पुराने डेवलपिंग कंट्री में पढ़ते हैं, डेवलपिंग नेशन। ये अटेंडेंस शीट का है, और अगर प्रॉक्सी होगा तो फेल हो जाओगे, ये समझ लो सब लोग। कोई क्लेम करना चाहता है गलती से प्रॉक्सी लग गई है, any question while I am getting this sheet, if there is any question which I can answer quickly, और भूल जाओ क्वेश्चन होना चाहिए। बाकी लोग क्या सकते हैं,
कौन से रूम में हुआ हमारा 300 कोई कीमत दे देना यार, फिर रूम में ना कीबोर्ड पे यूज कर दो। चलो थर्मोग्लास में चलो।
मैं लिखे ना, वो तो 703 में है, इसमें भी है ना।
thought, and sometimes the students are asking some questions and some thought is there is not a natural cutoff for a lecture at whatever the scheduled time is. I keep an alarm. Tells me. But still, you see, 1 or 2 minutes. Also, me it took about, normally it takes 5 minutes, but it took around 8-9 minutes to come here. And this fellow was also kind of sleeping. Computer also was sleeping. So, yeah, come in. So I think we will just submit this. There are 2 sheets, I thought, because there are 60 students. So you need about 2 sheets. But then please circulate both the sheets. Okay? And write down your name, entry number, and everything. Those CHE1, CHE7. Is there a chalk somewhere where it used to be?
CHL.
So maybe you're not registering for the right course. Okay. So some CHE1, CHE7, if they have trouble in registering, this is 1 plus it is CGPA based. So they will take a decision, but at least it will allow you to make a request. The decision may be based on the number of seats. Okay, so there are enough seats, I think 70 or something combined together, maybe even more. Yeah, come in, quickly. CeLeLe, how are you, CeLeLe?
I'm fine.
Good. Did anybody Google CeLeLe? No. Nobody? What happened to curiosity? Crashed. Okay, so we'll start. So this is okay. I just want to show you that it puts in every day's date whenever you combine. So that's okay. This is fine. I'll give you assignments based on this, but I'm just waiting for everybody to join in a few days so that we can have it. And this was the philosophy of chemistry, physics, maths, philosophy of bio. This is important because this is something that is new to you and not the usual way. You see, then philosophy and ethics in engineering, this is also straightforward. Nothing really serious. Then 4 elements. This is what traditional CHE is. Okay, and in a way, if you look at all of this, maybe I'll just keep this in mind that this is what CHE is. Okay. And then this is the first real lecture where you have to develop a technology. You'll have to see whether that technology, I'll work with nature to develop that technology. So as opposed to other engineering, other technologies, or outside IITs, you see, or outside, at least this technology means something else. You see, so if you go out and go to a corporate world and say technology, they'll understand information technology. Okay, and nobody will understand this technology. And for us, those jobs are non-technology, you see, non-core, non-tech. So this is, you have to be very careful when you use the word technology. So here we develop this technology, and this technology would come from nature because this is what we need to work with. And that is why you have physical engineering, natural engineering, and those kind of things. Okay. And nature, if you see, how do we understand nature? Because then we have to make a model. And what kind of model has worked well? And the model that has worked well is with molecules. That has worked well. Okay, you can go deeper also, but if you look at that molecule, if you look at that earlier definition, the first time you heard the word molecule in a class or in a book, read in a book, properties of the material. You see, the smallest unit that will have the properties of the material. That's what a molecule is. Okay, so it's a good idea to, if you're working with material, with nature, which has the material part, and you work with a molecule. That's the unit. Units range from galaxies to subatomic particles. Now it is really in your generation, in the next 75 years, these will come into play. Earlier it was only visiting those places and making rockets to go there and coming back and then tourism and all kind of things, figuring out why things. But a lot of activity would happen in space in your lifetime, and it's already happening. See, and a lot of things would happen. Okay. Then you say, okay, molecules, and because we are looking at another way of looking at technology, we say aggregation of molecules. You remember the state of matter, different states of matter. They were defined with respect to how the molecules are arranged, how they come together, and what is their aggregate. Okay, so molecules and aggregates of molecules form a convenient unit in deciding the kind of technology. And this is, you need to understand this, that the kind of material you are working with would have a direct say on the kind of technology you can have. And then we say aggregation decides these kind of things, gases, solids, liquids, plasma, Bose-Einstein, condensate, they are also very important now. Yeah, come in quickly. And complex fluid also, and there are some more. Okay, so complex fluid is also defined by the way molecules are together. So if you're working with a system, you should know what the system is, what the smallest unit, and then what is how that system is defined. So one convenient way to look at a system is how it aggregates, how it joins together. You're not working with a single molecule. I mean, of course, in many cases in sensors, etc., you can work with a single molecule also, or for some scientific research you can work with a single molecule, but we are not looking at that. We are looking at technologies that would necessarily involve. You see, one bucket is 22.4 liters. You see, and 1 mole of gas, and 1 mole is so many. Just get this idea. A small bucket is about 20 liters. You have that 6.023 about 23, and get dealing with that kind of thing. Forget about all the data scientists and everything. You just imagine the kind of things we are working with, and the intelligence that has gone into handling that. Okay. Just plain human intelligence that has gone into handling gases, liquids, solids, moles, kilograms, tons, million tons. Okay. And then, of course, whenever you decide this unit, you typically decide the kind of engineering you will do. Okay, so if you are working with all the units, we don't know, and especially in your generation, whatever you have seen of the world, you would realize that forecasting and what is going to happen, a lot more uncertainty is there. Okay, compared to what happened earlier, the pace of change is a lot faster. Now, when the pace of change is a lot faster, then how do you plan? You see, so let's say if you want to numerically integrate a function, or if you want to, let's say, solve a differential equation in time, let's say marching in time, and the derivatives are very high, then the step that you need to take, the step size has to be very small. Because if you take the step size larger, then it will become unstable, it will become answers. So if things are changing very fast, then knowing about future is difficult. You see, it can be wrong also, completely wrong also. Okay. So how do you prepare for future? You see, that is the idea, and that is why most of you are here. I mean, one of the major reasons. So how do you prepare for future? That is the major question for your generation. a future that is very long, 75 years or so at least at this point, and also very uncertain. So one of the ways is that you hold on to some building blocks. Okay, so you have this kitchen shelf and everything, and you have all kind of ingredients, and depending on what the situation is, you will create that solution. You see, so you otherwise, how many solutions would you prepare in advance? It is not easy. So very specialized knowledge may be very good to deliver some solution. Okay, but unless you have hold over these building blocks, you will become obsolete very quickly. So you cannot generate new things. So this very basic idea of intelligence, that is a way of triangulation where you know A, you know B, and you generate C out of it. One way scientists think about triangulation. Managers think about triangulation in a different way. They say, okay, triangulation is I get information from here, and I kind of reconcile. Whether what the actual information is. See, so they see triangulation in a very different way. A scientist see triangulation in a completely different way. So it is, I know A, I know B, can I generate something new C out? So while a manager is looking at union, see, I'm looking at the complete, but not union, intersection. As a scientist, while the manager is looking at the intersection, trying to figure out this fellow said this fellow said this, and maybe the intersection of that is what I can believe. Okay. A scientist is actually looking at the union, so he says, okay, this comes from here, this comes from here, and union and beyond. They are also generating something. So, in this class, we have looked at technology, a very contemporary word, popular, and a subset of population which is very closely linked. You are at IT, next month you will be in a corporate world. The meaning of technology will change. Okay, and some of you who would have interned or would have worked, technology means this is a tech job. See, tech jobs are drying up, all that kind of thing. For us, it's non-tech. So, and similarly, triangulation, the whole idea. Okay, and if you go deeper in this, you'll also understand that triangulation, the way a scientist would think and the way a manager would think. You see, so a scientist would actually allow for all kind of expansion and all kind of possibilities. A manager would not. Okay, so you need to think like this. To be, while you may be very good for functioning in your functional role as a manager, for your preparation, for your development, you need to think like a scientist. You see, where you build up blocks A, B, and you kind of have control over them, and you build up something new. So the same person has to be at least two people to be functioning. At least two. I'm not talking about being a father, a mother, or a wife, or a this or that, multitasking, multi-role, but at least two to be functional in this world. Okay, to be good. Okay, अब तुम आगे आ जाओ. Yes, you. Quickly. So this is there, and 1-0 for chemical engineering because we look at all chemistry. So maybe the other engineering also, mechanical can also say that we look at all of those. A physicist, of course, by definition would look at everything that is related to nature, but that we are not. So then playing in different games. We are not comparing chemical engineering with physics or engineering. We are comparing chemical engineering with all other engineering and branches. So just remember this. Chemical engineering. So whenever you have to defend something, then why did you choose chemical engineering, and if you want to lie about it, irrefutable logic. It's very difficult to take this approach. That what is nature, technology is this, what is nature, these units, and which other engineering looks at all. Okay, and then we also look at the knowledge sources. And this is actually 2-0. If you look at all the knowledge sources, who work with all the knowledge sources, chemical engineers work with all the knowledge sources. Okay, so you can understand the power of this. So just to be quick, the question is that if we have to work with these many Avogadro numbers and goals and everything, you see, how do we even work with them? And if we look at how people in different fields, you see, that you would have caught on, we are looking at different fields and how people, what kind of skills and how do they actually think about things. Okay, we talked about engineers, we talked about managers. So here also, if you have to handle many, then what do we do? You have to look at what are the tricks available to us. So while you would have used all those tricks, but you have to identify them as a tool. And maybe whenever you are faced with many or infinity, let's say, tending to infinity, then what are the tricks? And this is not an exhaustive list, but these are typical ways. Okay. So one of the thing is you have a continuum. So I say I'm not looking at discrete. This. I'll say it's a continuum. Okay. So I have access to all the calculus that is there, and also way to look at fields, functions. All that is available to us. Okay. And how do I work with functions? You see, one of the reasons why computer science is actually difficult. Not using a computer, but computer science, core is difficult is because a lot of discrete maths is there. And you would also have this idea, some memory of working with sequences, series, real arithmetic, you see all those induction and everything, inequalities, all that, and differentiating, integrating. It is like a breeze. Give a function, I differentiate. Give a series. Can I find out the limit? Can I find out the sum? Can I find out the nth term? Not easy. You see, so we are not tuned to looking at these things. So one of the reasons why computer science is actually difficult, actual is because of discrete maths. It's not easy to get that. So we look at continuum, and when can you apply continuum, the kind of mistakes you can make, and one of the job of the teacher is to tell you that this is where you will make a mistake. So if you are doing this, be careful. So see, that is one of my jobs. And continuum would necessarily mean that there are two length scales. If two length scales are not there and that are very different from each other, okay, and now you can qualify what is different. So you can look at order of magnitude, and then you can say, okay, order of magnitude can also be defined in two ways. So a lot of maths around it. When you say that these two length scales are different, they're different, by in the 10th decimal place, 6th decimal place, or what is the way and how do we compare? You see the difference or magnitudes. See that they're different in magnitude, and how do we compare magnitudes in maths? The technique is order of magnitude. Okay, and we do that analysis, and order of magnitude also can be defined in at least two ways. Okay, but one of them is, of course, you would have seen, when you looked at those truncation of series, and you say, okay, these are the terms that are left, and I'm not using them, and these are of this order. The error is of this order. The numerical scheme, when you say, okay, this is a derivative, first derivative, this is the expression for first derivative in a discrete form, and the error is of this order. You do that, no? But then it's a very interesting mathematical construct. But very, very interesting for chemical engineers. So we use two different length scales, and suddenly we are not looking at individual molecules, but we are looking at a field, okay, a continuous field. So one length scale would be, see, why in fluid mechanics you would say that it is one length scale is at which the properties actually change. And change means in an appreciable way. Okay, so once again, what is appreciable? So the properties change over this length scale in an appreciable way, and you probe those properties, okay, and the size of that probe or the region where you are probing those properties, that is another length scale. So what is your, you say, okay, the pressure at this point is this, but it should not happen that within that point itself, You see, the pressure is changing a lot. You see, so the pressure is changing at this length scale. The point is this, so I can very easily say that at this point at least the pressure is not changing that much. So this is fine. You see, in essence it is all discrete. So I do this. So and just imagine, I'm using the continuum approximation. I've chosen a point here that this is what my point is, and I'm measuring my pressure here, but within the probe itself the pressure is changing a lot. You see, in an appreciable, it would change from one end of the probe to the another end, but not in an appreciable way. Okay. So that is the idea of a continuum. Okay. And it is one way to handle many. Okay. So if you are faced with lots of things, so you say, okay, how can I impose a continuum approximation on this? Do this exercise. See, we are not doing it a lot in this because it's a small course, 42 lectures, and people coming from different backgrounds and maybe not really going to become a scientist or not really tuned in for this kind of learning also. Otherwise, there can be lots of examples can be given, drills can be given where you impose this continuum on a collection. And you say, okay, to handle this, I'll impose this. Okay, and there are many examples of this. You have to be creative and you can impose it. You see, so some of you who are interested can find out things. You see, look at any direction. You see, and say, okay, this is what. So if I look at this lawn and I say, okay, color green. Okay, and I say the color green, here is the sun, here is more water, here is more sun, more green. See, but then how do I define it? Do I pick up every twig and every, whatever you say, little part, stop, and say, okay, this is green, this is green, this is this green, this is this green, this is this green, and I can say, okay, pH green. So, okay, this green is this pH, so this is this pH, this pH, this pH. Okay. It can work in some cases, but not a good situation to be in. On the other hand, you say, okay, there is a variation of green like this. This greenness can be related to the supply of sun and the supply of water, and maybe the soil itself. All kind of things can be there. Or maybe people are walking on it, so it falls on some way to something, some eatery or something, or coffee shop, and a lot of people are taking it. So it is green. Okay, or maybe people are putting things there. So underneath there is no sun. Whatever you see, but then you have to decide that patches. If you want to evaluate that, you take an image and say, okay, this is my part, you see, and then I look at all of that. Okay, or this is my grid. So many ways. The second is quasi-steady. Quasi-steady is two length scales. So if you look at two fundamental things, space and time. You see, so one is with respect to space when we look at continuum, and the other is with respect to time, we say quasi-steady. So things are happening for a very long time, or a lot of things are happening, and we say, okay, when a lot of things are happening and I'm not bothered about all the things happening at all the times, I say quasi-steady. So while this is happening, this is not changing. A very, very powerful, way of simplifying. So you need to bother only about few things, not all the things at the same time. So in the 100 variables, you say, okay, while I concentrate on this variable, 99 are not changing that much. Okay, and then I say I move to another time and I say, okay, this has changed, now I look at all other things. And variants of this are there, you see. And actually we can do exercise. Very interesting exercise which we can do now, we couldn't have done last year. One of them is this Gears algorithm for solving stiff equations. So you have these ordinary differential equations that are stiff. Stiff means that some equations are changing very fast, some equations are not changing that fast, which basically means some variables are changing very fast, some variables are not changing that fast. And how do you basically solve that set of equations, simultaneous equations? You have to solve them together. And if your step size, it's a differential equation, so things are changing, so you have to integrate them. And for a step size would depend on the fastest changing, if you have to solve it. Otherwise you will lose out the variation in that. Okay? The fastest changing variable. So we say, okay, while we concentrate on this fastest changing variable, we do not bother about the rest. You see, there are 100 equations to be solved, and one of the equation is very fast. You see, which means that you'll be solving 99 equations unnecessary. The step size will be very small. So the problem can become so acute at times that normal methods of integration or solving doesn't work. You see all these Crank-Nicolson, Adams, Rashford, all those they do not work. So you need to have special kind of algorithms to solve stiff equations. So if there are ways to this, you look at eigenvalues of all of them and you look at the ratio of the highest eigenvalue and the smallest eigenvalue, which is related to the rate of change for first order equations at least. Okay, so it is related to that. Okay, so quasi-steady idea is related to Beer's algorithm. That is probably the only way to solve stiff equations. Okay, and it's related to some other things also. Okay, not just this, and this is in a way you are able to handle a very long stretch by quasi-steady. So you have to understand this is a tool, a very valuable tool, and variants of this. You see, why bother about this issue? This issue is going to come later in life. At this, being present, philosophically, live in present. Why worry about that is changing very slowly? The same idea. You see, it's quasi-steady. I'm only worried about this. What is going to change at a very small scale? कौन करेगा? The kind of things that we did with climate change for a very long time. अब नहीं कर रहे. Because it's staring at us. Now you cannot avoid it, but we did it for a very long time and made a lot of money and played with nature a lot. The other is the statistics, of course, something that is very popular nowadays. You see, so much so that this mathematics and computing is preferred over electrical engineering now. People from electrical engineering are changing to a branch change to mathematics and computing. Nobody would have thought. You see, MSc statistics, 5-year MSc statistics, even the seats would not be fit. When I joined IIT Nagpur in '85, there was a 5-year MSc statistics course, and my friends took it. Not my friend, they took it. So we became friends. The seats were not. They did not even take us for those seats. That was the idea. And statistics was a good department at IIT. And one of the boy, he got 10. But he could not get a branch change because when he goes out, there is nobody in the branch. So this fellow with a 10, he thought I'll get a branch change, but he could not. And his father happened to be, some chairman of HAL or NEL. I think HAL. It's again in news now. Or NEL. NEL is also similar to National and his father. So his father was a big shot, very big scientist. He was the chairman of NAL or something. Okay, and this fellow got 10. Just to say, you can change. So you can Google, okay, Valluri. Look at, the NAL chairman, Valluri, and you look at, his family, and you find his son there. Look at you. I mean, he used to when he worked with us. Now he is, of course, कुछ करोगे Google? Valluri is VELLURY. This fellow got a 10 but couldn't get a branch. So statistics, I don't have to say anything about statistics. Everybody understands it. Okay. But still, the best book about statistics is some 100-year-old book, 80-year-old book. Which is the best book in statistics. Very old. And of course, many Indians have been very good statisticians. Very, very good. Then of course, recursion, induction, all that coding is based on recursion and all the proofs are based on induction. If recursion is what you look when you program, take around that. You do a good program, look at recursion, okay, which you do this again and again. And if you can do this again and again, you build up. So you are never looking at the whole thing, you're just kind of making use of whatever you have done and you take it. Okay, induction, of course, you have seen. So prove it for n equal to 1. Prove it for n equal to 1, and then assume it is okay for n, and then prove it for n plus 1, and you have proved it for all integers. Induction करते हैं. तो मैं नीचे चला गया. So ये हो गया. So you have to understand this, that if continuum is not working, the quasi study is not working, statistics, it means that it's okay numbers, but distribution, and the distribution I say okay, first moment, second moment, mean, mode, median, other moments also, but as many as required, but considerably less than the total number of elements. So we look at this, then in space, if you can define a unit cell. You say, okay, I'm not looking at the whole thing, I'm looking at a unit cell, and this unit cell is kind of representative of the whole space. So a lot of research and analysis happens in a unit cell. Okay, a lot of physical phenomena happens in a unit cell. And the unit cell has to be defined in a very interesting way. If you remember, you have that differential element when you have to integrate for, let's say, intensity from an extended light source. So many times has been done, moment of inertia for a very irregular shaped body, or circular this, that, and you have those differential elements, and then you integrate. It's the same thing. You see, if you have a representative thing, and then you keep on bringing. And unit cells doesn't have to be the same. You see, it is like a cell, differential cell, and it's taught a lot, in which course, transport phenomena. You come across that shell balance. So it's a very similar kind of thought. So if you're looking at a unit cell, this is actually you will use a lot, you see, in analysis. And you have domain and boundary, the shape, that unit cell should be able to fit completely. Then the boundary, what the boundary is, what is happening at the boundary, what is happening inside the domain, and whether at the boundary it is the governing equation of the domain that is applicable, or the boundary conditions are applicable. You see, a major decision. You see, when you analyze something, and you say, okay, what is happening at the boundary? Whether it is a part of the domain, that is, you say, okay, my governing equation is applicable at the boundary also, or you say, the governing equation is fine, but at the boundary conditions. It's not so straightforward that all the time boundary conditions. Critical update. Blast हो जाएगा. ये फेडोरा की कहानी है. फेडोरा जानते हो तुमको ना? नहीं जानते. ये फेडोरा की कहानी. ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है लाइनेक्स का. ये बहुत कम लोग यूज करते हैं हमारे देश. लोग नहीं यूज करते. But now that tribe is growing because it has now become slightly better, easier to use. पहले it was difficult to use. तो वो भी अपनी एक चॉल में फेडोरा यूज करते हैं. कमांड लाइन से लिखना पड़ता है इसको. Shape and size of the unit cell, of course you all know that. Then periodic, symmetric, reflexive boundary conditions. So whether the boundary conditions are periodic or they are symmetric or they are reflexive, typically, and then there are other ways also to look at boundary conditions and initial conditions. When you look at, let's say, and there is a whole lot of maths that is there for chemical engineers. So you look at second order in space and first order in time, and you're looking at those partial differential equations. You see, most of the equations that chemical engineers solve are first order in time. You see, so something changing with time, like dou C dou T, concentration changes with time, and a double derivative for concentration in X, Y, Z. Can you recognize this? Okay. So a lot of work has been done on those. Okay, kind of equations. It becomes second order because we are looking at diffusion typically. So diffusion would mean that you look at the gradient, and the gradient then decides the flux, and this second order comes in. You see? So those are the kind of equations that you normally solve. Okay. and lot of work has been done on them, and then for those we have hyperbolic equations, parabolic equations, elliptic equations. You may remember some of this that have they been taught to you? Parabolic, elliptic, all of this, and then they will have the corresponding boundary conditions, because you will perform an integration, and when you integrate you'll have to have a boundary condition. How do you get the constant of integration? You get it by boundary condition. So those boundary conditions are also very interesting ones. See? So they will be a combination of variable and its derivative. See? So whether the variable is defined at the boundary, or whether the derivative is defined at the boundary, or whether it's a combination of both that are derived at the boundary. So Newman's conditions, Dirichlet conditions, Cauchy conditions. You see, then Euler condition where both are defined separately. So the variable is also defined and the derivative is also defined. You see? So 4 typical cases for a second order equation. So for a second order equation to be solved, for the time part you need an initial condition. For the space derivative you need a first derivative and the variable, 2 conditions. So those 2 conditions can be in terms of individually for variable, or for the first derivative, or a combination of both, or just one of them, depends. So very, very interesting aspect of mathematical analysis. Okay, and that is slightly different from this classification of boundary conditions. Okay, this is a different kind of. This is in terms of variable only, whether it is periodic, reflexive, or symmetric. Different things. Okay. Then another way is that we look at infinite series, we look at convergence, and we look at approximations. These are methods. You see, so you write down like a series and you say, okay, this is from 0 to infinity, infinite number of terms, but it converges, so I'm not bothered. I'm only looking at some of the terms. And if it converges very fast, then it's good. So lot of proofs are there for finding out what is where it converges, how many terms. If you want to be, let's say, so much, not more than so much away from the answer, from the sum of the series, then how many terms you should take, those kind of things. Okay, so very, very interesting. But all of them, they actually help you with handling many. Okay, and then you have a circular motion. Very powerful technique. Wheel was invented. You see, fire was discovered. Wheel was invented. और ये हम बन गए. You add up after that, all the things, the civilization began. So wheel is so important. So circular motion is so important. अब घूम भी रहे हैं पर वही है. नहीं, एक सबऑर्डिनेट है, बहुत एनर्जी है, तो किसी काम में लगा दो, ऐसे घूमता रहेगा. अदरवाइज तो प्रॉब्लम होगी, टेंजेंशियली चला गया कहीं, फ्लाई अवे, किसी और कंपनी को ज्वाइन कर लेगा, मैनेजर क्या कहेगा, इस पर काम दे देते हैं, ऐसे घूमता रहेगा. ओके, तो घूम भी रहा है, एनर्जी भी डिसिपेट हो रही है, टाइम भी जा रहा है, और है वहीं. तो वेरी पावरफुल सर्कुलर मोशन, इसीलिए पढ़ाया जाता है सर्कुलर मोशन, इतना ज़्यादा पढ़ाया जाता है. दैट्स व्हाई. देन ऑफ कोर्स सिमिलर थिंग इज लाइक अ सर्कुलर आर्गुमेंट. घुमाते रहो, घुमा दिया. चेलाराम भी बहुत घुमाता है. But I am so surprised nobody actually googled CeLeLe. This is not done. वल्लूरी मिला तुम्हें? क्या मिला बताओ? Share it with us. अरे यार कैसे बोलो? अरे वो तो मेरा दोस्त है, उसका पिताजी को पता. अरे वो नो वंडर 10 पॉइंटर था, कुछ ग्लोबल सीटीओ ही बनेगा और क्या बनेगा. उसकी फोटो ही दिखा दो यार. लेट्स मेक दिस पर्सन हैप्पी. आई मीन यू आर गुड लुकिंग इन योर राइट, बट वल्लूरी भी सीटीओ है. इसमें भी कर सकते हैं, बट जस्ट गो एंड फाइंड आउट. एनीवे, सो ये सर्कुलर आर्गुमेंट्स नेक्स्ट वीक कोई नहीं घूमता रहेगा, पता नहीं होगा कुछ. फिर इधर आ गए, ये टेक्नोलॉजीज को थोड़ा सा टैंजिबल बना देते हैं. So this slide is more easily understood. We cut it here. So we took up all of this: physics, chemistry, math, bio, philosophy. We look at all these laws of mechanics, laws of thermo, laws of chemical, database models. Database models. ये सब अब आ गया. They are rightful place. पहले नहीं होते थे. होते थे, but इतना ज़्यादा नहीं. Laws, regulations, ये सब आ गए हमारे पास. Okay. मतलब natural laws, but human made. ट्रांसपोर्ट में हमारा थर्मोडायनामिक्स ये पहले भी पढ़ा था, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, एंड देन वी ये एक लेवल पे है. दिस इज व्हाट वी डू इन कोर्सेज. इधर सिंथेसिस हो जाती है, सो देन वी हैव यूनिट ऑपरेशंस, यूनिट प्रोसेस, प्लांट डिजाइन, इकोनॉमिक्स, और प्लांट बन जाता है. दिस इज व्हाट वी डू. और एट अनदर लेवल all of this can be seen as a combination of either a physical change or a chemical change. So this idea is very strong, very powerful idea. That if you want to make something change something, then you have to see what is the chemical way of changing it and what is the physical way of changing it. Okay, and what kind of changes can happen. So this is physical change, is phase separation, transformation. Typically, now you're quite senior, so you know what a phase separation is, what phase transformation is. Phase change, that's a physical change, and then there is a chemical change, which necessarily involves a reaction. Okay, and see, chemical engineers look at both, and now you can say some evolution also, but that also we are trying to explain through a combination of physical and chemical changes. So otherwise it's a mystery by chance. Then this is an overview of the states of matter. So because we are looking at complex fluids technology, so you need to see how technologies are dependent on this and what different states are. So we have classical states, solid, liquid, gas, and then of course plasma. We understand those, okay? And then advanced complex states, that is for your generation, is supercritical fluids, SCF. You would have some experience of that, supercritical fluids. So they have lot of material, so the densities are high, but the transport properties are also very good. So you can transport a lot of material and very quickly. Okay. Otherwise, if there's a lot of material, then everything becomes slow. Complex fluids, ionic liquids, granular materials, Bose and string condensates, these are new kind of things. These new kinds of materials. So if you think that material is what is going to give me a hold over how I handle nature and what kind of technologies I make, these are the new kind of materials that are in place. And you can develop technologies based on it, or how to use them, how to make those, or how to use them, all those kind of things. Okay. So rather than just working with gas, liquid, and solid, if you look at Tribal, mass transfer operations. First part is what gas, liquid, and then there may be some liquid, solid. So you're not going beyond solid, liquid, gas. But in your generation, the exotic and the value is coming from these new age materials. You see, so rather than looking at smart materials, active materials, those kind of things, I say okay. From a physics point of view and from an engineering point of view also, the common thing is that if you have this kind of classification, okay, then you have a handle. See, this classification will actually put you at a good state with respect to any material scientist. So you don't have to worry about all kind of things. Crystalline, amorphous, of course they were there. That's another way of looking at material. But this is very, very good. So if you look at this kind of division or way to look at different types of materials. And then classical states, of course, this is easy, not very difficult to see. But all of this will actually go into what kind of technology. You can see that relation. So others I'll not say much, but I'll say complex fluids, emulsions, colloids, polymers, non-Newtonian. This is kind of complex fluid. So rather than defining them at this point, I'm saying you typically have this idea, all emulsions, gels, all those kind of things. One more minute. This is a slide that you need to remember. That this is the characteristic of the material. Okay. And if I want a technology where this kind of material is required, I'll have to use this scale. Okay. So if you need tightly packed, fixed shape, low compressibility, solid, you need a solid. If you need flowing incompressible, take shape of a container, malleable, liquid like, liquid हो गया. Then gas, highly compressible, fills up the whole volume. कम में भी पूरा भर जाता है. You see, all gas and nothing else. Then plasma is very interesting because सब भर भी जाता है and it has charge also. Okay. Then supercritical fluid, we have discussed. Complex fluid, it has a microstructure. So if you want very special properties at a local level, very special properties at a local level, then it would come from a complex fluid. Okay. Then ionic liquid below this, low vapor pressure, and if there are ionic forces, then why are the liquid? This is a very good, very interesting thing. You see, so they are liquids, but they have a shape, their own shape. So while at a macroscopic level, they'll fill the container, but at a smaller level, they have a structure, and that structure is not kind of coming then, doesn't allow them to bind like a solid, like compact like a solid. So very interesting. Ionic forces are very high forces, and they should be bound. I think lots of examples, lot of research is happening with ionic liquids. So lot of no, not like a structure. The molecule itself is like this. You see, and I've worked with them. See, I've written some papers. If you look at the Google Scholar, there would be some ionic liquid papers. So what happens here is, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you may not have heard about them, because I thought by this time, in 10 years time, people would start using them. So most of the new age catalysis, new age solvents, new age reactions that are green with less material, they're coming from ionic liquids. Lot of things. They're coming from this is very interesting. How to make those ionic liquids, and what uses are they? So anybody who's interested in new kind of processes. So almost all processes that we are using conventional ways of using ionic liquid would make a difference. Because what we are having is a liquid but a structure. A liquid with a structure. Very, very interesting. And because they have polarities, different parts. And very interesting. So they kind of control how the reaction happens. So I can, because of the shape, you see how will this electron transfer take place or electron sharing takes place. It will look at the electric field. It will look at the local polarity. It will look at the ionization potential. You look at all of those things. And if you can control that. Yes, okay. So just a minute, because this thought, you see, so ionic liquids, I think you should read about them if you have not. You see, and I'm surprised, really surprised. I thought this is what most of you would be doing. But one thing is that they're very costly. So if you want to work with them, a lot of money has to be spent. And maybe there's an opportunity to make them. So we'll stop at this point because and we'll wait for a few more days before we start giving assignments and other things. And please, all the CHE1, CHE7, you register for 777. Don't register for 7506 and then you say it's not for me. And PG also 7506. But it's the same course because of the transition period. I'm calling it by different name. But everything is the same. So all the PG students and this grading will be the same. एक और होगा sheet. Where is the other sheet? किसके पास है? Who has the other sheet? बोल सकते हो? जगह बची हुई पीजी का पीजी बोला था यही रुकोगे हमारी क्लास है Okay. What date is today? For you? See? Fourth class. So should we wait for some more people to come? We should have a quiz. Yeah, come in quickly. Hey, quick. दो लोग तो रहे. CeLeLe, run. Just tell him to run. Just shout at him. अरे इतना प्यार से नहीं करते the way I shout it. I teach you by example. Just shout. क्या करेंगे? Get a job, you know, nobody will listen to you. Either you take the route of spoiling the ACR's signature, you know, that kind of route, or you know. Yeah, quick. So we are looking at complex fluid technology, and I said you'll have to look at the material first and have a good understanding of what different materials mean and what kind of technology can be developed based on them. Okay, and you have had examples of this. If you look at Trebol, if you must have read about it. I mean, from it. The first part is mostly gas, liquid. You see. And the second part is different, and the technologies are different. And the title itself, complex fluid technology, means that the technology is based on complex fluid. So the speciality of complex fluid would require a different kind of technology, or different kind of things would be possible because we use the complex fluids. So we look at solids. So solids, what kind of things? Solid. If we need a thick shape, volume, rigid lattice, this is what a solid is. See, and it does its job. Lot of molecules, high density, lot of molecules, they stay together. And if you want that kind of rigidity, some things are not written here, but that is for you to just give you a direction, and you can add more to this. So that is where you need solid. Typically, in terms of material, lots of it, but that material may or may not have. Unless you're looking at things that you construct out of them, as in mechanical engineering, you're making machines, big things, nut, bolts, addition. Other than that, if you're just looking at the material, heterogeneity is not easy. While some heterogeneity around a pure substance will be there because of some errors of randomness. Otherwise, to impose heterogeneity is not easy, even in a solid. You see, if you think of alloys, that is possible, but typically, lots of material and stays the way it is. That is where you need a solid. See, and if material is costly, then lots of molecules. So, and high density, so low volume. Liquids are, the volume is definite. It's not just going away, and then the vapor pressure is too low. Things may you say, it will just get vaporized very quickly. So in some cases, if the vapor pressure is very low, it will go away. You'll lose it to the atmosphere. But typically, liquid, most of it will stay. It can flow. There is a surface tension, container, the shape of the container, flatness at the surface, all those kind of things you can get by liquids. And you need to push. Then, quickly. ये कहते हुए आ रहे हो? Come in, quickly. So that is what a liquid is, but there is a cooperative movement and there is a cooperative restriction also. So you have all kind of viscous effects, okay? And of course the technology, we understand if you have to transport so much liquid from one place to another, okay? And liquid, it will follow its own gradient, around to flow together. Typically, that's how what the liquid is. Gas, whether we just kind of fill up everything, okay, with very few molecules. And that's what we can do with a gas, okay? So very high mobility, but kind of, it's not as fast as it can be. So if you look at diffusion coefficient, if you look at speed of sound, or you look at, root mean square speeds, okay, there is a huge difference. So they can keep on hitting each other. So एक direction में जाएंगे, there is a mean free path, only then you move like this, then you move in some other direction, because you are hitting each other, you are not letting the other person go. So gases have, so there is, if you can move these molecules in one direction without, just hitting, you can achieve, the speed of sound as a diffusion speed. If you look at meters per second for the diffusion speed, you can achieve very high speed. Otherwise, diffusion speeds are low. See? So, even in a pore, you see, in a pore also it kind of hits the pore. So there is Knudsen diffusion, it's hitting the pore. So you have to see that it will. And that's a technological challenge. There is a molecule here and it's move away, and it should not happen. All kind of forces have been put in so that that molecule basically goes like this, and you achieve that very fast speed. What is the concept of a gas? You need to have some molecule unless otherwise it's just a single molecule. You have to have some number of molecules before you even think of that aggregate state of matter. Otherwise it's just a lone molecule which is not different. So anyway, plasma is slightly better, not slightly, infinite times better, because you can move but you are charged also. So you can move like a gas but you are charged. If you are charged, you can do a lot of things. And things can be done by what? Most of the things can be done only by charge and by virtue of your mass. So either you are there, so gravitational forces, or because the charge is there, and all kind of Coulombic interaction, inverse interactions, and if you are moving, maybe the magnetic field also, or you are rotating, or you are moving. Okay, so electromagnetic forces, gravitational forces, and what more can you do? I mean, you are there just because of virtue of your mass, your position, you can do certain things. Okay, or you can have an electric field around you. So plasma allows that because it has an additional capacity to do things, or make changes, because it has charge, and charge can make a lot of things. And there is another thing that's very mysteriously come in, and that is not there directly as you see. So all the things that we directly relate to are mostly enthalpic in origin. You see, that there is a force, it does this, it does this, it does this, and this is enthalpy. You see, we are not looking at just because of the number, just because you are crammed in some place, what kind of certainty is going to come. So we are not looking at entropic effects. So in most of the calculations that we do, we are mostly worried about enthalpy, and enthalpy is what we directly see here. And just because of the number that you are there, and in many ways, how many ways you can arrange yourself, those kind of things, that also plays a role. This is, come to think of it, it's an outside idea. If you want to look at, origin of intelligence, the moment you start looking at entropic things, you start looking at, a molecule deciding. The forces ask me to do this, and enthalpy says, do this, but then I decide I'll not do this. Why should I do this? I'm losing the freedom. I'm going to get placed. I'll not have that freedom. So I'll not do this. So there is a decision that a molecule is taking. Actually, not to be part of a group that it should have been otherwise, enthalpically. You see? So, as an outside chance which is just, emerged. As I was discussing this, it came to my mind. Yes, quickly. Yes, B भी नहीं मिलेगा. I mean, quickly. Okay. ऐसे देर से हो गए फिर 10 मिनट के बाद एंट्री भी नहीं होगी. Zero attendance. Understand? So that is one thought. You see, enthalpically, this decision has to be made. This action should have been taken, but the molecule doesn't do it. एक जगह पे molecules, there is a very high force field, so lot of molecules come together. Attractive force field, lot of molecules come together. They form a condensed material. ऐसे हवा में घूम रहे हैं, दूर घूम रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं है. There is no condensation, nothing. They are not close together. You bring them together because there is an attractive force field. They come together. But when lot of them come together, the next one decides I will not go there. Because if I go there, I will be fixed in a place. That's what one understanding of entropy is. So this is called an entropic repulsion. See? An entropic repulsion is a decision that this material has made. See? So in some sense, if you are looking at one individual molecule making a decision which is irrespective of what the forces are, as we know, you see, because that decision cannot be explained by gravitational forces, that cannot be explained by electromagnetic forces, that cannot be explained by any force. So maybe we missed a trick there. When we started looking at Carnot's definition for all of this, or we started looking at Shannon and entropy, we started looking at statistical mechanical Gibbs, all different definitions and the way of looking at entropy. Maybe we missed a trick there. I don't know. It just came to the mind. A single molecule makes it. So it's not that, of course, quantum mechanically it always makes a decision. It can do that, but in a very Newtonian way, in a very simple way, it's making a decision. How can it make a decision? How does it know? How does it sense? So there is something that if that molecule is not. So, Parvez, very interesting. This thing, I'm so saying, only when a collection of molecules is there, something will happen. So, plasma में ये बात है. But then to create that kind of tool and material, you need, heavenly powers to create that. Otherwise, lab में बनाएंगे. और lab में बनाएंगे तो क्या करते हैं? Cleaning कर देते हैं, etching कर देते हैं, surface पर attach कर देते हैं. कुछ भी करते हैं. Plasma is such a powerful technique. And not a lot of it has happened in normal engineering. Okay, cleaning में होता है, material में होता है, all kind of deposition happens. ये molecules हैं, because these molecules are kept there, you see, and solid में है, and because you can direct them because they carry charge. You see, so you direct them and you have all these kind of structures that you create. So lot of devices can be created because of that. This is the function. Otherwise, कैसे करेंगे? वो भी नहीं करते. Liquid लोगे तो दिल्ली में जाएगा. You see, air drop कैसे करेंगे? So all these kind of deposition techniques they necessarily need that kind of thing. Otherwise, you just है ही क्या क्या? Mass है बस. There's nothing else. Mass है और something important. You see, it is like वो relative. पहुंच जाते हैं सब जगह. टिकट कटाया, पहुंच गए. जहाँ भी पहुंचना है, एक invitation भेजने की जरूरत है. You understand? Value इसमें नंबर भी कम है, इसकी जगह एक हेल्दी रिलेटिव है, उसको बुलाएंगे, आएगा, गिफ्ट दिलाएगा, जो भी करेगा, हर बार आएगा भी नहीं, what use it is? What's your name?
Walid.
Huh?
Walid Abdullah.
Walid. Walid or Walid?
Walid.
Walid. So why are you, not so confident in saying Walid? How can I be myself be a father? Can this happen? Huh? You understand this? Hmm? That's what a Walid means, you see. No, I understand. Walid. Walid. He called Parvez. What does Walid mean? Quickly.
There is no meaning, just it's for.
It means you.
No.
Then it means you.
There is a previous history of our Islamic history. Someone was there.
Khalid bin Walid.
Yeah.
I also know. But I thought Walid. Walid is easier. Walid. Say, oh, baap, kuch to karo. But the thing is, Walid, you are robbing us of this, little interjunctions, when I speak in Hindi, but you will not catch all of this. And Arabic is difficult for me. I may speak something, but then it's extremely difficult for the people. So, all those little things, interjunction in Hindi, which I am so fond of. जुबान मिली है मगर ये क्या करने हैं, इतनी मुश्किल से तो सब सेट किया है, क्या करोगे? ये चलिए ले जाओ यार, जवानी ले जाओ हमारी। नहीं चाहिए। They'll take away your voice. This is what the world does. And they'll come and smile at you. And they'll say, please do this. But anyway, so we will not do that. I'll have to be careful, otherwise, Walid will not understand. Not that everybody still understands, those who know English or Hindi will still understand and get the joke. That's also not there. Okay, but at least there is a fair chance of them getting the joke. Okay, and this is gone. Is it? Dog me out. What should we do? Oh, I should keep coming here. Okay. So anyway, a brief description of this, but you have to understand that the capacity to be able to move charge, that is the idea. If you are just able to move things, then it is still good because you are able to move material, but if you are able to move material which has charge, very, very powerful method. You can achieve a lot of things. And all technologies or all techniques based on plasma have not been fully exploited. So a lot of material science can be done with plasma. Okay. And think of it. And then also we thought of that single molecule having some intelligence. Somebody can build upon that thought and see whether others have also written about it. You see, the problem is that the search engines and everything in your feed, knows you too well. So you're not going to get new kind of information. You see, that is the problem. So unless you search for it. So if you're not searching for it, maybe this thing is happening elsewhere, but it's not coming to you. Okay. So one of the benefits of rambling is this. If the phone is on and everything is on or surfing, and then if you ramble, then at least you are inviting all kinds of inputs. Otherwise, the input that is naturally going to come to you, which is a very important part of your knowledge and input, and you'll be very restricted. You'll be biased in a way, kind of positive feedback. It will show you things that you already know. So many times if you ramble and you do crazy things, you are opening up new sources of knowledge. You see? Now the beauty is that, if one of you is adventurous enough, can write a paper on this. How does this happen? You see, so a lot of things can be done. of human behavior and how humans interact with technology. It's a very interesting thing, you see. Why it is a good idea to be drifting away here, there, and changing course and have a scatterbrain. It helps. Otherwise, you know, we say, you know, सोच ही नहीं पाता ऐसा मैं घूमता रहता माइंड साइड doesn't stay still, doesn't focus, is not focused. Let's find any question on this. But we then come to new kind of materials which, as a group, are the ones that you are going to use and are going to be useful for you. And supercritical fluid, of course, you know, for the last 30, 40 years, people have been working on them. Amazing things. Amazing things with SCF. Then with complex fluid, of course, if you know what these are, emulsions, colloids, polymers, non-Newtonian material, all those kind of things come in complex fluid. Ionic liquid is low melting salts, thermally stable, non-volatile. You see, low vapor pressure. Non-volatile is low vapor pressure. It's a liquid, but low vapor pressure. Thermally stable because it is liquid. If you give it some energy, it will go away, but it doesn't go away. Okay, and one of the things is it is not going away because it's not going away outside. It's not breaking also. So it's those that cohesion is there. You see? And the ionic forces are there. So if you look at this, if the ionic forces are there, so many electron volts, you know, 100 EV, you know, that's the kind of bond strength. And if the ionic forces are dominant, you would expect a crystal. You would expect something that is kind of rigid. But because of the structure, you see, it is not allowing it to come together and fit. You see, so that's why they are magical. You see, so you get that fluidity of a liquid, okay, and it is still not rigid, but you get very well defined center of charges, much more than what you would expect in a polar liquid. You see, if you have apolar like alkanes and all that, you see, it's apolar, they do their job, a lot of things that they can do, but if you're looking at polar liquids, then they do a lot more. You see? And only because now you understand, because we just discussed, charge is available at one point, and the charge is available at one point, so if you're very close to it, you see this charge more than the other charge. So overall may be neutral, but the center of positive charge and the center of negative charge are at different places, you know, significantly different places. So there is a dipole moment, there is a dipole arm, and the charges neutral but polar. If you are very close to it, which would happen in a reaction, you have to come close, and you come close from this direction, that direction, and then you see a lot of things can happen in a polar system. See, a lot of selectivity, whatever you want to do, attach in a different way, all that can happen. Now, but it's neutral, and it's mostly, you know, one center here, one center there. You see, and still, because it is free to move, you cannot localize that. It is almost, you know, mixing is very good. You see, so there is no directionality as a whole. You see, or even at a local level, there is no directionality. Because if the molecule is there, it is just moving around like this. You see, so maybe there is a permanent dipole moment, but kind of moves around, rotates, and everything. So the even the localization at a local level is not. But in ionic liquid, you can have that. It can flow, it can do everything, it can reach places where solids cannot, and you can control the charges, local charges. Okay, and local charges, this robustness of that area, of that local, you know, it is much more than what you would see with a polar liquid. So apolar liquids do certain things with respect to chemistry. Okay. Polar does a little more. Ionic liquids are magical. And then you can create some more. So just, you know, maybe you will get a chance to study about them. But this is the major idea. The story is this. It is electric charge where we can control locally. So maybe it is electrically neutral as a whole, but imagine, you know, multipolar there, and also, you see, it's very interesting, and not just because of distribution of charge. There is a steric selectivity also in those. So because of the structure, there is a spatial path that can be there or may not be there. So there are two controlling mechanisms. One is that the charge is there, so the charge decides. You see that you will come, and if you come, you will be oriented like this. You see, lot of organic chemistry. You can say that you have to come, but then you have to come only in this form, or maybe only this part of you will come, or only these will come, others will not come. So this reaction will happen. So this is there because of the force field, because of the electromagnetic forces. On top of that, there is a diffusional resistance also. There is a steric influence also because of the shape, is not aligned. You see, the shape itself is not aligned. You see, and one may argue, sir, what is the shape? Shape is nothing but just electrical force field. You see, a repulsion that is there. So everything is mostly vacuum. There is no space. Everything is free space. There is a nucleus. There is a lot of space. And if you only have nuclei, then it becomes like a black hole. It's so very, very dense. Okay. So what we think as material, is a lot of empty space. Okay. So ionic liquid in that sense, very, very interesting. And unfortunately, the way it's written as this low melting point, nobody looks at the story why it is written. So that we can create some more. Or you may look at some other methods also. You see? So there is a steric influence and there is a force field charge influence also, both in ionic liquid. So just imagine the kind of things you can do. If gas, liquid, solid do this, plasma does something more. Supercritical fluid does a lot more. You see, polar liquids do a lot more. Then ionic liquids, even more than that. You see? And of course, in some measure, you see, every system would have some steric impact, but not so much. Ionic liquid is real magic. And lot of research is being done where you have been able to figure out, which electron is participating, which electron is not participating in mechanisms and everything because of ionic liquid. You could do that. And also all kind of, techniques to see how fast can you see things, how, so all those things. So resolution, high resolution and systems, both. So you have techniques for high resolution and you have systems where you can control. So very, very interesting thing to see. Anybody who is looking at ionic liquids, and I did some work. If you search, you will find. I have done some work on ionic liquids also, some measurements, not real work but some measurements. And then of course this granular material is of course chemical engineering, which is very, very important. Discrete particles, behaves as solid, fluid, depends on what you want to do. So all fluidized bed, which is a uniquely chemical engineering system. So solid particles, you say, okay, it doesn't matter, solid doesn't allow you to have so much contact. I'll break it into small parts and blow it and fluidize it. So solid is there, lots of molecules are there, but I fluidize it. So it's still not the density of a gas. So it's not that if you fluidize it, you are going to get densities that are liquid-like or gas-like. So you still have a lot of material, but you get the benefit of this. So very similar to what a supercritical fluid would do. You see, so you have those kind of things, and a lot of interesting things. You see, because we consume things as particles also. Kitna खाओगे? Your mouth is only this much. You are not a snake. Maybe in character you can be a snake, but your mouth will not be that of a snake. Not detachable jaws. Yeah, you can't let off liquid करेंगे, sip करेंगे. क्या करेंगे? Consume roti, kapla, makan. Eat a lot, that's going to be a major problem. What do we eat? So both Einstein condensates, is very, very interesting. This is happening now because a lot of quantum techniques that are going to are there, and one of your seniors, you know, is an investor. He invests in these kind of technologies. Not super senior. I don't know. His age may, you know, the 10 years look like, you know, yesterday. So we don't know. But he was there and they invest in all of this and all kind of quantum computing, all that is there, and like quantum sensing, all these things. It's new technologies, and that's why these all also become very, very important. So you kind of freeze them at densities that are very low. So typically for those high densities you will not have any kind of interaction. But even if you can interact at large distances, very interesting. So they are different places, but so condensates, quantum behavior at macro scale, lot of work will be done here. Sure. Okay. But so this is of interest to us. Complex fluid is of interest to us, but then this class can also look at some more kind of technologies, or maybe the technologies that we are looking at, you can figure out why it is working like this. Why can't we have a liquid? Why can't we have a gas doing this? Okay. So you figure out what is the pain point, why this is not happening, and then you say, okay, maybe a gas will do, maybe a liquid will do, maybe this will do. It's your imagination. So technologies, you know, some examples here, which we just discussed. Yeah, like this plasma, like this ionic liquid. Some examples. No, I didn't write this. You know, I asked that, but I can explain. But I checked. Okay. So semiconductors, nanostructures, building materials, all of this. But if you look at this, very, very interesting. Food, cosmetics, और क्या चाहिए? You know, चेहरा, if my face looks well, cosmetics, and if the core is good, food. You know, what else do you need in life? The core is good and substance is good. Is there anything else? Food and cosmetics is a huge requirement, human, and then soft robotics, all of that. Okay, see this green solvents, batteries, catalysis, all that is there. Low vapor pressure, and you can achieve things very little in time. You don't have to have huge. So think of food, think of cosmetics. The life is set. Summary. All these slides will be available to you. Okay. I'm kind of making up my website now, homepage. On homepage, I'll start putting up all of this. Ultimately, you know, not on any social media or Google or anything, and then just promote my web page. So you visit, you know. Otherwise, this is what we just discussed. So this is important that you kind of understand that material has a role to play. Why without even discussing any kind of technology that you have, but if you think of technology as I'll modify material. I'll say, okay, this exists like this in space and time. This is what a chemical engineer will do. Okay, so all that is there. Good thing to understand. Okay. A job in food, job in cosmetics, that will stay. Those are not going to go away. Now this is our understanding. Some of you may have you been exposed to complex fluid earlier in any course? Not to ionic liquids, not to complex fluid. Like, yeah. Have you heard of soft materials, complex fluid before coming here? No. हमसे वो count नहीं करते. Anybody else? What is happening in the way? Your observation on this? Why are people not heard of this? Are they just lying? Hmm? Or there will be a follow-up question. Hmm? And if you say yes, I'll ask a question. Is that the reason? You don't tell me because I should know. You know what I
Can
should tell
blood
you.
be complex?
Huh?
Can blood be considered as a complex?
Yes, it is. Everything is complex to start with by default. Okay. See, we have been exposed to polymers, we have been exposed to non-Newtonian, but they actually do not represent a complex fluid completely. Okay, complex fluid is much more than that. And I'm surprised that you have not heard about it. Really surprising. We have been around for yes.
In the initial classes that told about reading biology of 9th to 12th.
Yes.
So in that I studied a few chapters and got to know something about these things like the cell, the fundamental unit of life, the first chapter of biology in class 9. That is about the cell, the structure and the contents of it, like this organisms a lot. And then there was a line that cytoplasm itself is a complex, kind of a complex unit, where all the organisms exist and this system, how everything works individually and as a system.
So he read, but I kind of expected. But did you enjoy that?
Yes, it was very interesting.
This is class 9. See, that's how it started. I mean, not only ancient India, you know, contemporary India is also very good. I mean, forget about, you know, the ancient India that may have a, you know, colorful tone to it. Don't if you don't want to you go there. At least read what the current India is doing. I mean, all that goes, so much effort goes into making those books, writing those books. And you kind of, especially this generation has not read them because they are not, in fact, you know, they are part of JEE exams. That's where the syllabus is. But bio is not a part of it. But that's why I said you read that. It would be a very, very interesting thing to read. You know, and there are not many. You see, class 9, 10, 11, 12, you can finish. You don't have to write an exam. You just want to read as a storybook, you can do it in 10 days. If you are weak, I don't know. Read very quickly. Not much. So, which side of Atlantic Ocean? So earlier, you know, Europeans, it was salt matter, and then very early. And then for US people, it was complex fluid. It was like that for a while. Okay. Then polymers, colloids, surfactants, gels, liquid crystals, all these are kind of complex fluids. Okay. How do we define that? Because even if you read 10 books, you'll find very different way of treating them. Like ionic liquid, you see, or even plasma, but or polar molecules. The way we look at polar molecules, this is what a polar molecule is. This is what strength is. So similarly, for complex fluid also, the way to look at them is through this. The structural units are much larger than atoms and connected by physical bonds. These are not ionic bonds; these are physical bonds. Okay, which means you know, low energy bonds. You know, 1 electron volt, 2 electron volt, 100 times less than ionic. So it's kind of just associated to it. And so, what kind of forces would be there? If they are not ionic forces, then what other forces can be there? Yeah, better or forces. Yeah, all those forces you have studied. Where did you study them? Physics. Not in bio. See, so it's not a different kind of force. See, it still has Coulombic origin. First of all, see, it is not that it has some other origin. See, it is just that this single charge, isolated charge, you know, is not the reason for that. See, a dipole extends. So you're not So it is electrically neutral, but different places. You see. So and this is how the thought process goes. If you look at a phenomena and you say, okay, does mass explain this? Does charge explain this? Does number explain this? Entropic. Does confinement explain this? That's how you keep asking the question. What is that? That is going to explain this. Okay. And then you say, if charge is not going to explain this, then I need to look at dipoles. If isolated charge is not going to explain this, then you will have to look at dipoles. Okay. I mean, a simple question like, why are higher LPs liquid? No charge, nothing, whole of the series. Suddenly they condense. And why would they condense? Where is that for? No, happens like this. Gases, real gases, that's where the whole idea of reservoir comes in. But the idea is simple. Charge doesn't explain to you, okay, charge in not looking isolated charge, but the center of the charge can be at different places. So dipoles. If dipoles cannot explain it, then you say, okay, I look at multipoles. So there are many things that even the dipole will not be able to explain. So you say, let me now look at multipole, higher poles. But fortunately, most of the things we can explain by dipoles. Now dipole is a very interesting thing. So you can have a permanent dipole as a polar molecule. Okay. And the dipole moment in nature is kind of not dipole moment, but the relation between size of the molecule and the dipole moment. You see, that's kind of contained. You see, because if the dipole moment is higher, you see, then the arm is higher. You see, so there are many. There is a natural thing. There is something called Hamaka constant. Kind of explains the dispersion forces for macroscopic bodies, not just molecules, but macroscopic bodies like a plate, like a surface, like a sphere, like these complex fluid, bigger systems. Okay, group of molecules. So Hamaka constant is one type, and it's not really a constant. It's called a constant. It's not a universal constant. It is bounded because of that. Okay. So we look at dipoles, coming back to this, then we look at multipoles and dipoles. It's very interesting because you can have permanent dipoles. So permanent dipoles are real polar molecules, see that? Then you say, okay, polar molecule, polar dipoles would induce dipoles in non-polar molecules. So there will be a dipole moment that would be because of the induced dipole moment. Because you are in the company in an electric field, so there will be an already something that you carry, and then you'll get something more. You see, and then even if that is not there, you will have an instantaneous dipole. You see, so there is a center of positive charge, that's the nucleus, and there are electrons around it. So naturally, you will be the center. Even if this center of all the electrons that is moving is in the nucleus, and no polarity is there, no permanent dipole is there, you would still have an instantaneous dipole. Okay, and dipole moment is not linear to this. So while the instantaneous dipole, when you average over time, the permanent dipole moment comes out to be zero because you average it over time, and permanent dipole comes out to be zero. But the effect of this instantaneous dipole as an electric field or maybe inducing other dipoles will be there. You see, like theta average over 0 to 2 pi is not 0. See, cos theta is 0 to 2 pi average over 0, but cos square theta is not 0. So any function of theta may be 0, may not be 0. So any function of this instantaneous dipole, that would be its impact on other dipoles and the force field, may not be 0. So this instantaneous dipole also can create an electric field. Okay. So you even in hydrogen, you just need one electron. So unless you are looking at one H plus, you see, proton or hydrogen, it's not. This instantaneous dipole would be there. You just need one electron, which means it is ubiquitous. It is everywhere. So everywhere, every molecule has an instantaneous dipole, which is will give rise to London dispersion force. So that is a dispersion component of the van der Waals force. So there are Debye, there are Poisson, and there are permanent dipole interaction, permanent dipole induced dipole interactions, and all kind of interactions. So which means that it is safe to assume that every material would have at least this kind of force. So like every material would have some temperature, this world would have some temperature, some movement. So some movement is there for everyone. Similarly, some force field is also there for everyone. So any technology based on London dispersion forces is fairly general because every molecule would have that. So this is their physical bonds. Physical bonds, the origin of the physical bonds lie in the van der Waals forces, okay, and they came because we are looking at real gases, we are looking at density, they have charge, void, everything, they are looking at all these laws, and they said the laws are not matching, so, PV is equal to nRT is not good enough, so there is something else, and they said, okay, van der Waals, right, this is what is happening, P plus A by E square, B minus B, and he said this is attraction, this is, exclusion, okay, so a lot of work was understood because of van der Waals, and we were looking at condensed material, but the answer came from real gases. And then there were other potentials also, mild potentials, which are, let's say, Leonard-Jones potentials. So one attractive component, one repulsive component. Okay. So physical bonds are because of that. Doesn't mean that chemical bonds will not be there. It means chemical bonds can also be there, but physical bonds are the ones that are definitely there, and most of the properties are because of this. Now, if this bond energy is less, which means you can disturb it. You can disturb it to various degrees. You can disturb it so much that you can cleave it, you can take it away, or you can rearrange it. Because it's loosely. So, like a heap of granular material, loosely bound, but still bound. There is an angle of repose, there is an avalanche, there is material that is kind of put together as a heap. You see? Human body, look at how you can get it. See, so all of that. Stop. We just finish this. Missing intervention from the AC plant. So we have large and non-linear response. Why we have large and non-linear response? Because if I push this, either I'll be able to push this or not, but it will maintain its structural integrity. It is rigid. I push, all of it moves. Mostly it will move. Okay. But the system rearranges. You keep on pushing, you keep on having that external stimuli or whatever, shear, all kind of things. But I'll not move, I'll just rearrange. And rearrange to various degrees. So I'll move also, I'll rearrange also, and sometimes, I'll rearrange to a point and then I'll start moving. Okay, so very non-linear response to external forces. Very non-linear. And it cannot be generalized so easily. You see, and even this viscous component, this elastic component, this non-Newtonian geology, even that is not enough to explain the full spectrum of complex fluids that are there. See, you can say there is a short time response. So if the force is like this, maybe there is a response. If the force is like this, there is a response. Okay, it is a very common thing. See, right. How do you paint on the roof? Like Sistine Chapel, how do you paint? Paint like everything will fall down. How do you paint? How do you paint the ceiling? So you paint the ceiling because it flows only the paint flows only if you do it at a very high frequency. Don't do it at a random, it just stays there. Because it has to stay when it is not acted upon by something that has a very high frequency. Otherwise, it just same thing. But you apply it, the high frequency moves like liquid. So while for practical examples, the way we relate to them comes from non-Newtonian fluids. Okay, but that's not the complete story. Okay. Just give me a minute, कि मेरे को फिर ये फिर लंबी story हो जाएगी. Let me just finish this. Slow and large and non-linear response, a lot of things can happen because suddenly you are in a different zone. You see, because if you are rearranged, you are not the same thing anymore. Then slow and non-equilibrium response, that is also okay. Typical unit size is 10 to the minus 6 meters, so micron. Okay, there's a reason for this size because of the diffusion that is there. Because these forces that are there, they always compete with kT. Kb as in a Boltzmann constant and T as in absolute temperature, because that is already available to you. So everything that is there has to compete with this KBT. This KBT says that you move around, diffuse, and you will be homogeneous. You have no will. No, KBT says this. Ghumo, nacho, something. That's your independence. And this force being your to react. So everything has to be seen with respect to KBT. If the external forces become too weak, compared to KBT, then they will have no impact. And even if they are comparable to KBT, the distribution of all the equilibrium states, that will depend on the relative energy of different states. So multiple configurations, multiple free energy minima, because there are lots of things that are contributing to the force field. The structure and this, that, and everything without ionic bonds. You see, but that doesn't mean that ionic bonds do not be there. Ionic bonds are on top of this. So we have this, because this Brownian motion has to become interesting. That's why this whole interplay. So this size is typically a good size, a micron size. Okay, a microscope, optical microscope can see this. Okay, and then these are connected structures, entropic contribution to free energy becomes important. All those things are there. See, because when the structure is there, then you can pack something, and when you can pack something, then which means that there is a repulsion, or you can pack only to a limit. Okay, so that also plays a big role. So entropy becomes important. The size is a good size, not a very small size. Okay, lot of interconnections. So you have to think of a complex fluid in many people think in terms of geometry, figures. Lot of us think like that. Lot of people think in terms of numbers. Lot of people think in terms of equations. Okay, but most of us intuitively think in terms of, at least in this class, engineers typically think in terms of images, geometry. So think of an interconnected structure. This 10 to the power minus 6 is okay, but only when you're dealing with complex fluid as in material. But if you're looking at a complex system, and if you want to make this learning to be useful in some other system, then you look at the essential part, and that is connection. Those connections that are not very strong, but strong enough to keep you, to give you an identity. So all those systems can be treated in the same way. So external influence, you kind of just adjust yourself, assume something else, and that external influence will not have that influence, that result, because you have rearranged yourself. You have a different structure. Just think of this. The kind of things can happen. Unfortunately, for complex fluid as a material in technology, 10 to the minus 6 is important, because random KBT has to work with KBT, and as it kind of balances, and the entropic forces, if the sizes are big enough, then maybe they're not going to work. The Brownian motion will not be that important. But think of this as an interconnected structure and not rigid structures. And depending on the influence, you see, it should rearrange. Connected structures could be, pipelines also. This wall is also a connected structure. But it should rearrange. So that flexibility has to be there. A new structure has to form. You see, then suddenly, you see, oh, very interesting, I can make whatever I want. So it is not like liquid that it will flow. It will have a different structure, and that structure can happen at kilometer scale, that structure can happen with humans, that structure can happen with institutions, that structure can happen with molecules, that structure can happen with anything. So the whole idea of complexity that comes in from here. So complex fluid, good idea to look at non-Newtonian polymers, rails, that, emulsion, gels, liquid crystals, all that is there, you see. But in essence, the real power is actually to look at a complex system, which is a connected system. See, and that connected system would have a very interesting response to any input. See, and that is not a straightforward response, because it rearranges. And when it rearranges, it gives us, philosophically, it's a very, very, it's a very powerful structure. See, how do you break this kind of structure? It's, or this structure can be very different. You may think that I'll do this, this will happen. So we'll stop now. Where is that evidence sheet? Has anybody signed with this? Thank you. No proxies. If you put a proxy, and you can't because you write the name, I have enough evidence for validation. Thank you. And read that biology. CeLeLe 777 and 753. चलो मार्च करते हैं
मुझे पता है ना चल नहीं होगा हमारे ब्लड क्लास थोड़ी स्टार्ट कर देंगे हैं? सही बात मुझे बढ़िया लगता है लीटर से थोड़ा ज़्यादा भी ज़्यादा ये तो ज़्यादा
थोड़े गिरा सकते हैं। अच्छा थोड़े गिरा सकते हैं।
बस क्लास के लिए क्लास किया क्लास के लिए लिखता
Quiet please. थोड़ा दूर बैठो. Okay. So, did you get a mail about this change in the timetable? Did anyone? 7777506. Did nobody got that? Okay. Good. So, because I also didn't get. चले तो we'll get used to that pattern. What? Yeah, because if you go to the canteen, see, because of course it is there. That's why we came here. If it was not there, we would have stayed here. But we went there first. See, if it was not here, we would have been studying there. I wouldn't have come here. Because it's there. I checked. Okay. See, you are a major prime membership. All these. Which is actually very strange. Because that's not correct. traffic didn't do anything. So 12:15 it's on hold, 12:16 it's done. There's so much money. And you can stop the 12:15 by mistake they set something and 12:16 they realized. But say it keeps flashing the messages that are not read. So it doesn't flash as per the schedule or arrival time. That is very user experience is not a very good thing. Because these are all the respective time. So if you keep flashing something which is meant to flash, something that has already been superseded. See, so that main client has to see whether that delay has been superseded, and if it has been superseded, it will flash back. The algorithm is that if it's not been read, flash. Randomly, maybe randomly, of the 10, of the last one that has not been read. But if it has been superseded, then it should not flash. That coding has not gone into it. And who will code for it? Because Thunderbird, nobody is really Thunderbird. And you know what Thunderbird is? Thunderbird was a car also, but that Thunderbird was the original F-16 was the car. And then Thunderbird was a car. Thunderbird. But Thunderbird is an email client. This last now. अभी तक क्या है? Okay, so you see, this is something that somebody would code. If I report, then somebody would code. There's a lot of users who code. Okay. General public. So coming back to this, उसको जगह दो यार, वो ढूंढ के पूरा करके there are etiquettes of sitting in this class. You may not have, if you come in, then you kind of just decide as far as it's comfortable. You just stay on the edge. So we look at complex weight, and in the last class we have looked at the kind of material, okay, and the kind of material and the state of matter basically, and how do technologies depend on them, because the state of material kind of brings with it some speciality. Okay, and those specialities we looked at in terms of number of molecules that are there, or the kind of force field that we can control, and also so the number. Let's see, amount of material is important because we need the material for everything. Okay. The throughput. The number density is important because of the entropy. Okay. And the charge distribution is important because that allows us to move things. So that's the origin of the force. So three things basically are important when you look at the state of matter and the technology. And technology would be physical change, chemical change, redistribution of material, whatever you want to see it. And that can happen because you need a force field, and that force field is going to come on its own. I'm not saying that you forcibly pick up, there is a convection, pick up something and put somewhere, then you're not looking at force field, then you're looking at convection. And most of the time, because it is the convection. That is a major engineering. So most of the engineering is what is given to us because of diffusion and what can we create because of convection. Or how do we even control the diffusion because of the gradients? So you control the gradient, you control the amount of material, you control the driving force, you control the amount of material, you control the resistance, okay, or you create a convective pathway. there is a and that is what typically technology development engineering is. Okay, and most of the time humans are very well with convective effects. So that is where lot of those are your rules. So maybe it was not intended to be written here, but it was just to summarize, why state of material is important, because all the diffusive technologies would, or technologies based on diffusion would depend on how much material you can push, what are the gradients, okay, and the number density. The number density is because of the entropic effects. So if there is too much crowding, then entropy is also being affected. Okay, otherwise you don't feel that. So complex fluid or soft matter, now there is no confusion. 25 years ago, take 25 years ago, there was a confusion. People in Europe would say soft matter, others would say complex. Basically talking about the same thing. Complex is probably more general, okay, because then you have this granular material also. Okay, not just polymer, gels, liquid crystals, but granular material also become a part of complex, and then it also allows you to look at complex systems and also allows you to look at complexity. The one way of looking at would be that structural units are much larger than atoms and connected by physical bonds. So if you listen to this only and then you are only looking at material, you see it is not just one atom, one molecule, but lots of them. Maybe 10, maybe 100, maybe 1,000, maybe millions also. Maybe more also. Depends on what kind of material you are looking at. So colloids, there will be many molecules in those. Fluidized bed is also kind of complex. So, but you can say a large enough unit. Okay, so this large enough unit comes only because you are looking at molecules. Okay. Because we are looking at molecules, and our idea about nature has been developed based on molecular theory. You see, and we say, okay, this is what we understand. Kinetic theory, there is that reactions, molecules, everything. And if things are different from this, then we need to recalibrate. Okay. Other than that, it's not very important for a complex system. It is a peculiarity that has come in the definition of a complex system, because we are used to a certain unit when we talk about nature. We are not used to a collection of molecules when we talk about nature. And this has a structural unit. So a complex system, the requirement is not that the size has to be of the structural unit has to be bigger than what you than the molecule, or there is a limitation on the structural unit. For a complex system, if you want to use this learning to understand a complex system, then this size restriction is not there. Or this size restriction can come in whatever system you have chosen or you're looking at through the prism of a complex system, if the structural unit is different from what the usual structural unit for that system is. So if the structural unit for, let's say, the general elections is 1 volt, you see, but then if you start looking at a system of this caste, this religion, this social structure, then it becomes a complex. There, one individual will be too many. Then we have to go back to how do we handle too many. So maybe if it is a decision in a boardroom, then individual. If it is an AGM, it's a different story. If it's a corporate election, it's a different story. It's a very complex system. If it's a national election, it's even more. So more complex. So it depends, what you can choose as your unit. That is up to you. And this is typically, we go back to that earlier slide where we say how do we handle many, and it's up to you to decide, what is that. What is your unit cell? What is your unit? What is your basis? What is the structural unit that you have decided to look at? It's up to you. You have that freedom. Okay. But these physical bonds are like this, that when you look at them with respect to the energy, the thermal energy that every molecule has, by virtue of being in a thermal field, which is KBT. Maybe I write down and you can also chop. Maybe a chop. So the energy has to be compared with this because kVt is always there. Okay. So physical bonds mean that the energy is, let's say, 2 kV, 3 kVt, 4 kVt. It's 10 kVt. It's not 100 kVt. It's not 1000 kVt. Because if you look at Boltzmann distribution and look at different energy levels, you have population in one energy level divided by population in another energy level is exponential minus delta E by kVt. So exponential minus 1 has a value exponential minus 2. So it will decay very fast. Exponential minus 10 is already very strong. See, the ratio, so there will be predominantly, one state would be populated.
Write it down on one. Write it down on one.
Yeah, there's some activity in this class. Energy state. Kinetically stable चीजें हैं. There is a problem, but I am not so much bothered about it, because I hope that it will last this class. फिर देखेंगे. So many problems, just if during that time, you can handle it. So you understand how to relate this idea of complex fluids, which only some of you are going to handle, but because it is related to food and cosmetics and drugs and all that, you will have a very intimate relation with complex fluid all your life. You see? But if you look at, let's say, complex systems will look at that. And this whole engineering complexity, engineering will also be very, very important in your life. So it's good to understand this. So physical bond means that this thermal energy by itself, can break them. So you have something like this. It is, let's say, free energy, and this is, let's say, configuration, the separation distance, some configuration of the system or states, and you say this is very weak, and this is the primary minima, and this is, let's say, 100. This is, let's say, 5 kVt of 10. This is, let's say, 1 kVt. Okay. So what will happen is that will mostly be, if you are here, then you are typically here mostly. By some reason, if you are here, you will be here. If you are here, then some of you would go here and there. You will be able to cross this. And if it is kVt, a lot of this would be coming out from here. Okay. So if the bond which says that you have to stay like this, if the bond is not, many times kVt, this bond is actually not there. It's a very weak bond. And some other configuration would also happen. So that is why, and kVt is available to everyone. So you don't have to do anything. As long as temperature is there, this kVt is available to that system, and that system would move into some other state. If it moves into some other state, something will happen. So it's not in the same state. So it's like this. That's why physical bond. So if you have lots of things bound by some bonds, okay, and those bonds, first of all, because of the nature of the components itself, and the components have that much energy that those bonds can be rearranged on their own, or by only little bit of input of energy which may come as a fluctuation or anything. Because let's think of this, there's a policy of laser intervention, and then different units will see that intervention differently. You see, and even that band of error or the variation that would be there in any communication, any policy, any message, any intervention See, even if I say this is 10 meter on this, doesn't mean it will be 10 meter everywhere. Someday it will be 9.9, 9.8. So within the band also things can happen. So some part may respond to 9.8, some parts may respond to 10 meters, some parts may respond to 10.1 meters. That may happen. Okay. So the system can behave a little different. So that is the problem of system, not problem, that's the richness or a characteristic of a system that is bound by weak points. So it is not so weak that everything is fine away, but it will still be together but in a different form. Okay? But it's not a weakness. It means that there is a large and non-linear response. It has to be understood in a way that sometimes the response can be huge, because what can happen is that if you do a little it is there, the lead is there, the lead is there, but it compares. See, that is a large response. Okay, and a non-linear, because for a while nothing is happening, but suddenly something happens. You see, and suddenly something else also happens. Okay, so lot of rich behavior can happen. So one is that a lot of equilibrium behavior in terms of molecules, or if you can already see it in terms of some other systems also, the configuration and fluidity of that system, not just only kind of molecules. You can see that lot of different configurations are possible. Okay, and beyond, suddenly it will happen. And sometimes it would happen without warning. So it is not that it is a linear. It will happen without a warning function, something will suddenly change. So that is a quality of a complex system. Okay. And that's why it's called a large response. It's not that it's amplifying the response. No. In many cases, there will be no response at all, but suddenly there will be a large response. It means that. And slow and non-equilibrium response, this is not the same as the first one. See? And we need to be a little bit careful when I say this, and listen to this carefully. A non-equilibrium response is, what do you understand by a non-equilibrium response?
Fast response. Fast. It is changing very rapidly fast.
What did I say when I talked to him? No. Reversibility and equilibrium is different things. But if I am having difficulty in listening to you, are you also going to listen to me properly? Or you have to be louder. I am short of getting better.
Unsteady state.
Yeah, like time like shut itself off, and then maybe there's too much wax also. There's a psychological reason also, because it's just shut itself off. Otherwise, पहले यहाँ नहीं आते, पहले जाते लेक्चर और कॉम्प्लेक्स में जेरी को पकड़ते हैं, बातें जेरी तू क्या कर रहा है? यही सिखाया तुझे? पूरा सिस्टम समझाया कि ये होगा, this mail will go there, this mail will go there, all stakeholders will be notified about the change. तुमने किया क्या? And Waleed is not listening. Because it's in Hindi and Waleed is Arabic and English are okay. What else is okay? French? No. Non-linear.
Clip's energy non-zero बोल रहा है. I बोल रहा है Clip's energy non-zero. Sir, unsteady state response.
And here I said something to Tyagi here. That is a non-equilibrium response. Means that it goes into a situation which is kinetically stable. So it's not a thermodynamic equilibrium, but kinetically it stays like that, which is good enough. You see? So you have an emulsion, and the emulsion is not thermodynamically stable emulsion. Very difficult to have a thermodynamically stable emulsion. See? It's very difficult to have those divided droplets or domains of something distributed in a particular way. It's very difficult because they all coalesce together and give a big droplet to reduce the surface energy. Okay, but it remains stable for 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 30 days. It's enough. See, so and it's very useful. So something that is not thermodynamically possible, which means it's not an equilibrium structure, is not good, but it is kinetically stable because it's changing very slowly. And that is what life is. This is non-equilibrium. This whole thing is non-equilibrium, you see. And we have to eat, we have to have energy to survive. Otherwise, it's all is non-equilibrium. And still, this is what we have. You see, and very rich, we do everything for this. But this kinetically structure, you see, stable structure, kinetically stable structure. You'll say, okay, now I'm in the best of my health, I'll try to keep this structure. Which is कैसे होगा? Healthcare, lot of healthcare, aging, all those kind of things, cosmetics, all that goes into this. Okay. So we have access to, for complex systems, lot of kinetically stable states. Okay. Other than that, most of the systems are being used only when they are stable. Think of systems which are not stable, thermodynamically not stable, and are only kinetically stable, but they remain stable or they remain in that configuration till they are useful, till the time window while they are being used. See, and then this is a very, very powerful quality of a complex system, which means that the complex system need not be at equilibrium. It can just be slowly moving. And you can work with that. Philosophically, huge, which means philosophically you have access to all states. See? If it is a slow moving thing, you have access to all states. Jo chaho bata. No, it's not reversible. Reversible is a different. Reversible means that you go there, you come here and repeat things. That doesn't happen. That's what he said.
Sir,
State. Stability and equilibrium are two different things. It is demonstrated any kind of you disturb it and then it goes to like there is a CSTR which is equilibrium reaction. You can fly out to another steady state. So we are not confusing it. What we are saying is that all states are possible because they are changing very slowly. So if things are changing very slowly in a complex system, you can control this. See, I mean, all this, so many nanostructures have been made because they're just there and you have access to them. And the trick is that in the journey towards equilibrium, you should pass through that trend. So the path becomes very important, and theoretically you can choose any path, which means that you have access to anything. So thermodynamically stable that you have access to only this configuration, and maybe this also. A very shallow minimum, but still. In a complex system, you can have access to this also. In an extreme case. Extremely thermodynamically unstable at a very high energy, but slow. So it is kinetically not changing. It's useful. It's not changing. You just think of the possibility. It's a complex system. There will be complex systems around this. Because this interplay of the network, means that, if this has to change, other things also have to change. And maybe that combined effect of the network is such that nothing is changing. Makal jar.
Sir, here response is basically energy of the that particular state. And we are seeing non-equilibrium response.
Non-equilibrium response is that you can stay like that. Slow and non-equilibrium response is a kinetically stable response, that's why it is established. And this is the configuration of the system, and this is the energy. You have access to this in a complex system. In a simple system, you don't have access to this. This will go away. This will either drop to this or drop to this. This will not stay. Your reactor doesn't stay here. Gas, liquid, solid, heterogeneous catalysis, whatever you know, it doesn't stay here. It comes back. It comes to this. It takes a little time, but it comes just very quickly. But a complex system can stay like that for, I mean, you are an example. You're working with this. This is a complex system. If you're working with this, 100 years. Becoming very smart. कहाँ जाना होगा?
power second side. Top.
अच्छा और है
Sir, ऊपर.
General के right.
ठीक है
Sir, उसका delay का time change कर दो.
These are risky things fast. The right action. Take it up an hour. Okay. So this is a slow and non-equilibrium response. It's just a little bit, but means that kinetically stable states are accessible, and kinetically stable states, they are very slow changing states because within the time frame of interest they are not changing. And that's why, and this is very, very powerful because you can, in a complex system, can be arranged in any form. You see? And it can be arranged in any form provided you have control over the initial condition, the starting condition, and you say, okay, this is the path that it will take to go to equilibrium, and I can freeze it. A complex system, at least in terms of molecules, it can be frozen also. Because what we'll do is that we'll reduce the temperature. So the bond energy would then become suddenly from 10, if you reduce the temperature by half, let's say, then the bond energy becomes 20. You see, because you divide it by kBT. So reduce the temperature by half, the bond energy becomes 20, and then also that becomes interesting for the system. So for complex, if you're looking at material, you start with something, and as you move and you move, you can decide where to stop. And you can create any structure. It's like molding. It's like molding, you know. This is, or let's say glass transition for polymers. So you have some experience of polymers. So there's a glass transition temperature before it, after it. You know, it's like a glass. After that, it's like a melt. It's moving. And then you say, okay, and reduce the temperature, it will stay like that. You know, it's a very powerful way of working with polymers. So this is important. You understand, just one little line, but practically, you know, it can allow you to create any kind of structure, any kind of configuration in a complex system. because you create that structure and you freeze it. Energy really, okay? Free pole alliance कर दिया, वादे दिखाते सब कुछ दे दिया, and then again या 5 साल बाद मिलेंगे. We meet after 5 years. This is an example. See? We created a system. We created a system because we said, okay, pre-pole alliance, this, that, dreams, all that, you know, we sold all that. You see? And we created that structure. And now we say, no more voting for 5 years. Frozen. So this is the way your mind should function. You know, see the similarities. Then you see, okay, I have created this structure, how do I freeze it? If I have to make this use of this structure. So with politics, you know, it has been well solved because, you know, too much power, too many things depend on it. So many brains have worked in, since, you know, thousands of years, people are working on it. You know, one person okay, 2 person okay, 3 people, politics, you know, versus, okay. So lot of great minds have worked on it. You see, a lot of experimentation has also been done. So we pretty much know what. But look at another complex system where, you know, the prior knowledge is not there, experimentation is not there, and we want to create a configuration. So we need to understand how do I get the system in this place, and then how do I take away how do I freeze the system? And somebody may say, how do I take away the freedom? Very, very interesting. How to handle a complex system. So you create that complex system, configuration that you want, and you take away the freedom. It stays like that. You see? And you just have to see that it remains a complex system, so that if you want to rearrange that system into something else, you can do that. Otherwise, it's very easy. You see, you take away complete freedom, and then it's like a slavery. You cannot do anything else. So in an organization, if you start thinking like how a complex system can be used to create an organization that will have a very different characteristic depending on the situation. See, it is like restructuring. You know, this is what is happening. You know, middle management in IT in all companies actually. They are very costly people, not bringing in too much. See, and also, you know, elsewhere they are occupied, too much going on in their lives. You know, you need to restructure. So you have to see how this restructuring has to be done. You know, if great Tatas can't solve it, you know, it is a difficult problem. It's not an easy problem. But somebody who understands complex systems and is in HR, is a CEO maybe or something, understands, you know, how to do this, you can actually solve it. Or at least be able to look at many alternatives and think of many ideas, and maybe some of them will work, maybe none of them will work. That can also happen. But at least this is a very new way of looking at systems. And why I took this example, because with polymers we can really understand. It's very easy to understand what is the glass transition temperature it or you create something in the beginning and kind of like you create a drop and the droplet is spreading because its temperature is high, the droplet is spreading and it doesn't go to the equilibrium contact angle, you just reduce the temperature and you have a non-equilibrium system. Dipanshu, not everything happens by reaction. Many things can happen just by taking away the freedom. Guide karo, and then you take away the freedom. Now that I have you here, I'll keep you here. That kind of thing. ये जल्दी समझ में आ गया यही करते रहते हैं क्या अरे सोचो I am already a misfit in this generation. This is the example, you know, that brings this mind to be good. Time हो गया पहले because we are closer, we can get 5 minutes. We're closer to LHC. इसलिए I was kind of really happy कि the only worry was कि whether, you know, this works and whether this comfortable or not. Which is, you know, quite comfortable. This is a better one. I thought that. So typical size is this, but this is only for materials. And molecules, you know, like typical solid densities would be this, liquid densities would be this, gas would be like this. So we have a kind of landscape which is very well defined for materials and molecules. So that's why these numbers are coming from here. But for a complex system, these numbers will be very different. Then connected structures and topic contribution of energy come here. Now this is really something that you have little understanding of. And lot of people, very few people will really understand this. So configurations, but one way to understand this is only if the number density is high. If the number density is not high, at least in physical world, we should not worry about it. Entropic effect. So if you are looking at free energy, G is what? H minus Ts. So we are looking at H most of the time, not looking at S. Okay. And if the number density is not very high, which means very high. So I'm not looking at, let's say, 1 kg per liter or 1000 kg per liter. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at even higher densities than those. Okay. So I'm not looking at densities where things are, let's say, 10 molecular diameter away. I'm looking at densities where it is 1 molecular diameter away. Be one molecule, another molecule, it is only 1 molecular diameter away. Like water and ice. If ever you liquid water and ice, that's why ice floats.
Chasing the continuity. Chasing the continuity.
It's a different point of view. You see, but number density, if you look at only the number density. So in molecules, it's very well defined, understood. That if it is closer to another molecule and the distance is 1 molecule, then you need to worry about entropic effects. For other systems, you need to understand what the entropy is. Let's say signal processing, you want to look at entropy, information technology, you want to look at entropy. Then you have to look at it in a different way. For a steam engine, if you want to look at entropy, it has to be seen in a different way. But statistical thermodynamics, statistical mechanics, and in systems, if you want to really understand in an operational way, rather than getting disturbed by or confused by whatever entropy brings in, you say, okay, if the number density is not higher than this, then I will not worry about it. See, and it is typically if the individual units, and remember, if the individual units are almost, are ready to express themselves in whatever way they want, as long as that is possible, you see, the behavior will not be affected by entropy. Which means that the behavior would be a continuum of how the density is increasing. So low density, the behavior is this, and you keep on increasing the density, and typically you'll know what the behavior is. But as soon as the entropic effects kick in, the behavior of the system will change. Like this class, as long as you have enough elbow room, closeness is not an issue. But the moment that you're closer than that elbow room, all kind of problems will come. You see, and what kind of problems? You see, if you are forced to be in a classroom that is, people are closer, then you may need to worry about, the size of your bag, let's say. Where will you keep your bag? The kind of deos you will use, the kind of, grooming you will use because you are closer, and then maybe use a mask because communicable diseases. So lot of changes would start coming in. See, and depending on what is that distance. Okay. So an example would be, and we can do this example. See, you can say that the way the class behaves, you can put on a camera, we can look at, monitor your behavior, your everything, maybe pulse rate also, maybe brain signals also, and you have this much space. But the moment you have only this much space, the behavior changes. So this is an entropic effect. So the number density, the crowding is this. So the more is always different from this. Little space, then it's very different. More is very, very different. There is a book by this. Okay, any questions on this? So I hope we meet here only, we will not push to that place because this is a better place. Closer to the coffee shop, closer to NLC. And when I walk through this, at least I get to see some people. Otherwise, that walk to 6 LT2 is not a very inspiring walk. So it kind of works. Okay. So attendance sheet. Yes. See the. We sent you your LMI.
बस ईयरफोन है सर एक काम करें उसके बाद
हमारे साथ होकर इसमें क्लास करिए
I didn't tell you about the
बोल रहा है भाई खाने की दिक्कत तो नहीं हो रही है ये लोग बिल्कुल ब्लंट खाते हैं तो खाया है ना मजबूस वगैरह तो वो वही की डिश है उसको दिखाया वो कोई दिखा हाथ में नीचे होगा इसकी एंटी गैलिन वाइट डिश तो बिरयानी भूल जाएगा बिरयानी नहीं सर को बोल सर बोले सर बिरयानी की हड़ताल चल रही है तो लौंडा बिरयानी नहीं खिला रहा है
Do you have the course policy of the course policy of this course? Because I want to know the book of the name of the book.
Yeah, you can see on academic PRP. The registration column and the course you can click on view and you will get the course policy. Academic PRP.
Okay, quiet please. We did all of that. Yeah, come in quickly. So, whosoever comes first has to set up all of this. Okay? If I come in and I find some people there and all this not set up, it's a combined responsibility. Whosoever is here. Okay. So, because it does take time, even if I think I'm an expert in all these matters. Okay. So, are you able to hear me? This side. Okay. So, yeah, come in quickly. कहाँ जा रहे हैं? I asked you a question. कहाँ जा रहे हैं? Where are you going? You said in this class. Okay, let's find a seat. Okay. So we were looking at what is a complex fluid, and as far as complex fluid as material is concerned, it's quite easy. There are some examples, and you know that there are physical bonds, and those bonds would have some few kVt as the bond energy, so that the temperature itself, kVt can be at normal temperature, standard temperature. So it is possible for them to be in many different forms. See, so the operating word here is physical bonds, and if they are physical, then they are typically not that strong. Okay, and temperature by itself can make them jump from one state to another state. So there is a distribution of different kinds of states. The same here, everything being the same, and it is a collection of atoms. So it is not just one atom; it is a collection. But a collection is there, but it's not a simple liquid. It's not a gas, not a solid, and it has some very special characteristics. And because it became scientifically important, and also the technology for it, you see, that also became important. The main driver was the technology. That the technology to handle them and the business around them, that became important. So people said, now we'll have them as a separate class. Okay, and that we have discussed how different technologies push, or how the state of matter kind of decides the kind of technologies to be. So think of something that can be in many different forms. Okay, and also parallelly, if you want to look at something beyond the material, which most of you would in your lives do those kind of jobs, that kind of career, that kind of life, it is structural units, and those structural units can be big, but those structural units should have that much freedom that if nothing is done, those units by themselves can be arranged, and the way they are together, those structural units, there should be multiple connections. So think of systems where there are structural units. Those structural units can be very big. They need not be 10⁻⁶ or micron sized. They can be very big. They need to be loosely connected to each other. Okay, so that one affects the other. And those units would have some inherent behavior. Okay, that is available to them, like humans, like materials, like animals, whatever. Those structural units would have some behavior. Okay, and that behavior by itself, you should be that the whole thing system should get reconfigured. See, so if you come across this kind of thing, then you would say, okay, this is a complex system. Okay, because this system would rearrange, and it can rearrange on its own with a little bit of here and there. It can rearrange, and if it rearranges, it will have a different behavior. Okay, so this is how we look at a complex system. We graduate from just looking at complex fluid to a complex system. Okay, for example, you see, if this class by itself, if I have these kind of seats, people can move around a little bit, they can push. You see, so in this case, and that's a normal tendency to stretch your arms, this, that, and everything. Okay, put your bag here, disturb the other person, look into other person's answer script while the exam is going on, or something else is going on, or just out of curiosity, or somebody is doing something that you're seeing. Okay, then it becomes a complex system. Because the inherent behavior is to look at the neighbor, and the neighbor is too close and is loosely bounded. So you can move around a little bit. Okay, so let's say if the fan is here, then people will slowly. Okay, then it becomes a complex system. Then how do we take care of it? Or let's say if I want this system to be in a particular state, or if I want this particular system to do something, then I need to understand this behavior. And left to itself, they will arrange themselves in this way. Okay, so this is an example from this class, which is like all of you can see and feel it. Okay, we see a part of it here. The function will get pushed, and the function can get moved a little bit more, so that person with the headphones is not disturbed. Okay. But this is a simple example from a class. And you would say, you know, what is there in a class? You know, it happens and it just starts, down, any part of it. But this can be, and listen to this carefully, this can be a part of, let's say, a business empire. You have so many units, okay, and these units would have different CEOs and profit centers, and then there will be something like Tata Sons controlling all of that, okay. And now, if it is a complex system, which means that they are loosely bound because, you know, Tata Sons decide, okay, but it's not interfering on the ground. So they are part of the ecosystem, they are loosely bound, they have their own policies and everything. And there is, you know, some overlap, some cannibalism, you see, some synergy, you see. So if Tata Sons is not vigilant, the board is not vigilant, the family is not vigilant, new kind of structures would emerge in that empire. See? And as so, is the class able to understand this, whatever I am saying? Yes or no? You see? A very, very straightforward example. You see, like Adani, like Reliance, you see, like Tata, you see, like Birlas, you see. So there will be these loose connections because they are all guided by some kind of, you know, values, some kind of ideas, but then they emerge, okay. So this is one. Go back 100 years, 500 years, okay. There is a big king, then there are vassals, and then there are, you know, tributes, all kind of things, and they naturally come together. And suddenly there is a rebellion. There is something that is being created somewhere else. You see, because the natural tendency is to be independent, not for everyone, for the person who is leading that. So there is an ambitious person leading that little vassal. And he says, no, I am not happy with him. Like somebody like Sher Shah Suri, you see, I am not happy with this, I will make my own. Okay? They do that. Somebody like, you know, you can think of so many people, you know, like the whole history, you see, is like this, you see. That is how, you know, dynasties would change and everything, and that's a complex system, you see, because that loose bound everything, and then that structure emerged. Okay. So, and there the units was, let's say, Jagirs and cities and kingdoms, those small kingdoms, those were the structured units, you see. And the energy was, and whatever KBT was there, you see. Whatever is KBT is that, you know, they have it, you see. And you are able to say, okay, this is the activation energy that I pushed in. And the activation energy would be Lagan, would be tributes, would be, let's say, some kind of report. Every year you call everybody and ask them, you take a report, or you just go and visit, okay, or once in a while you kill somebody and make a huge noise about it so that everybody knows that if you do this, this will happen. So exemplary, you know, all kind of strategies would come, Machiavellian, you know, methods. The whole history is like that, but it's a complex system. It's not different from let's say, a colloidal system or an emulsion or a gel. It's very similar. And why do we spend time on this? We spend time on this because you may not be working in this, you see, or even if you're working in this, the kind of problems that will come in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years will be very different. And then unless you are able to use whatever you see here in some other situation, what is the purpose of learning? There is no purpose of learning. You see? I mean, it's no useful purpose. There is other purposes, but no useful purpose. Because it doesn't help you prepare for the future. So at least that very important part is gone. It may have other uses, but it's not preparing you for future and for future problems, solving future problems. Okay. So please try to exercise your mind, your brain to see these analogies, to transfer some of the concepts that you learn here to some other things. Okay. So is it understood? Now you understand this 10 power minus 6 is And this is the side, of course, because this is what liquids, gases, solids typically. How heavy are most of it? Specific gravity 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Gases are very light, 1,000 times lighter. And then you have very light. And then there's the kinetics. So this is one. Okay. The second important thing that comes in and that we don't see everywhere. So remember this one is about the enthalpy part, which is the bond energy, and the loose part, and then you have that energy to move around because in the thermal world, KPT. Okay. The second part is the entropy contribution, and entropy could be so many ways to describe entropy, and one can get confused. But at this point, we just need to see that the number density. You see, so number density would decide for most of the systems. A very interesting way to look at entropy. Number density becomes critical, and if it goes more than something, you see, then you can't, ignore those effects. You have to include entropy. So you have G, like gives free energy. It has H, it has T, it has S, H minus Ts. So H is the enthalpy part, S is the entropic part. And entropy also decides, like liquid water, you see, ice is less dense than liquid water. Okay, that's why it's floating, you see, and that's why a lot of it is inside. And that's why they're tightened, and so many other things also, okay, because of that. Okay, ice is lighter, one of the reasons, one of the ways it plays out in the world, in nature is because it's lighter, it comes up, and if it freezes, the lake, the top part freezes first, and if the top part freezes first, it's lighter, it's there, and there is an insulation for the lower part, which means that the whole life can be sustained. It's not completely frozen. See, so a simple thing like this, when we say water, we go for a mission and we look for water. Why do we look for water? Just because it's a good solvent? Of course, the reasons why it is a good solvent has to do with this also. The same kind of thing. Okay? After all, how many starting principles can be there? You see? How many? When you'll say, I go to Jerusalem, I'll see many starting principles. But then you say, okay, go further back, you'll see only one. But then you come to India and say, oh, there is another one. Okay, but this another one is, millions actually. So how many guiding principles can be there? So one can actually go back and look at simple things. And what is the guiding principle? The guiding principle is electronic charge and how it is distributed in space. This is the guiding principle. Electronic charge and how it is distributed in space. See, that kind of decides 99.99% of the things that we will do. Okay? A little bit is, what is the gravitational pull? Okay? These two will pretty much decide what will happen to you. Okay, or what is happening around you. See, nothing more, nothing less. Okay, so that is the guiding principle. And then you add something that kind of kicks in when you say a mysterious thing. When you say number density, it becomes cramped, and suddenly that cramping is not allowed. And there are so many ways to explain it. Okay, the arrow of time, how time moves, this entropy increases, so many ways. But for practical purposes, you understand that if you are cramping, there is a price to pay. And Kunal, तुम बहुत बातें करोगे, इसलिए तुम थोड़ा आगे आ जाओ. By the time we are done with the course, Waleed here will understand. आगे आ जाओ, बातें करोगे, चुप हो जाओ, क्या कर रहे हो? He'll understand all these phrases. Okay. Yeah, the machine is able to understand English. We only thought that we understand, on, off, and nothing more. You see, plus 1, 0 is what it will understand, but now it understands English also. So pattern, you will see this pattern already. And of course, you'll learn a lot in the hostel also. But that you learn pretty quickly actually. Okay. But depends. How many times you call your family, how many times you talk to them, what kind of food are you eating. Sort all these. Get some good friends. Lend people some money and see who returns. Okay, so in your wing, you say, okay, I'll give everybody 100 rupees. And the people who return those 100, you make them friends. Okay, and then make that gang and recover the other 100. Some people give you 110 also. Okay. Because we have somebody, from Yemen. The first time, I've been a girl from Yemen earlier. But, real memory, first person. Nice place. Say, yo man, yeah man. See, yeah, no, yeah, is what Yemen is. क्या करते हैं? All kind of things, some terrorists also, some pirates also, some Houthis and Hafiz. Don't worry, India is good. This place is actually very good. And if it is not good, I am here. I can make it good. Okay. Take care of it. Okay.
Have you ever visited Yemen?
No, I have not. I have not gone to it. Just the airport. Inside. I've been to Africa. I've been to Australia. I've been to Europe. No, this is not very. There's some setting here. We can correct that. Who will correct that? You करोगे? So somebody knows about this. Okay, so entropy, are you comfortable with this entropic thing? There's no reason why it originates. See, there are many theories, but really nobody understands why it is there. But ample proof of it. See? And just a small idea that, water goes to ice, lighter, you can think of so many things, you can think of some numericals in your school exams, all those kind of things. But to see that this is why the marine life is, aquatic life is sustained, that link is not easy to see. Again, quickly, if you come so late, it's not work. Okay. Shift a little. Rearrange, that's what complex system does. So this is okay, understand this well. Then multiple free energy minimum, okay, and then multiple configurations. Okay. So very, very rich, and also technologically very interesting, very, very interesting thing. And then another thing is that slow and non-equilibrium response. So this non-equilibrium response is the defining feature. So it is like molding from plastic. So it flows, it takes a shape, and you say, okay, freeze. See, non-equilibrium response is this. It is this. You see, so this is not equilibrium. But this is the non-equilibrium, but it works so well, it stays for 100 years. It grows, it has a mind, it can do so many things. This is a non-linear for complexity. Part of inorganic, this, that, all kinds of systems, skeletal system, this, that, circulatory system, nervous system, all those kind of things. But then it has what? It can be as complex as a human being. It's a non-linear system. And it kind of works. Yeah, come in quickly. Oh shit. Oh shit. They can design it. This was designed 60 years ago. One of the earlier things. There, everybody was supposed to be on time. So that this is already arranged. And people who were athletic, they could jump like this. They could just fill up the vacuum spaces. Or the instructors were bullies and they'll just pick up somebody and throw them there. Go there. No? Can this happen? They're based here, they're based here, they're based here. Perfect. Done. All the ladders for you. So this is a design which kind of means that you come in time. So any question about this? We move on to the next one. So we will do this very quickly. We have time. We have molecular interaction, so we are looking at material, and similar things would be there for other complex systems. You'll have to identify what the bond, you need to understand the system, the domain knowledge, which means that the domain knowledge has to be there, Chila. The domain knowledge is not there, the complex system will not be able to handle a complex system. So you have forces. Forces is straightforward. It's either attraction or repulsion. One of my jobs is to simplify things, make you comfortable with a lot of things, even very complex, complicated things, and simple ways of looking at them so that you can go about doing things that you want to do, and not get bothered by this. So attraction, repulsion, straightforward. This is a kind of DC framework. I'm very fond of that framework. So mutually, क्या कहते हैं मचंद उसे? Yes. Good. ऐसे ही कह देता हूँ. So that everybody understands कि यार ये सर को पता है. ऐसा नहीं है, sir has done lot of work in that also, but this is a very good way. You see, forces का एक attractive and repulsive है, and this is how your thought process should go. You want to start things from the very beginning and have a fresh look at things. Forces can, sir, either attractive or repulsive. It doesn't matter. You see, whether I know all the other mechanics or not, but attractive or repulsive. This is one simple way to characterize. And then they vary with distance. So there is some decay. And we have been taught a lot about coulombs, newtons, all kind of bios, so many laws are there, Lambert law, 1 by r square. 1 by r square. Q1, Q2, 4 pi epsilon naught k r square. Okay, Gm1, M2 by r square. You see, a square, square, square. What is this square? Why should it always be there? Anyway. So we said, okay, there has to be an attractive part which decays, there is a repulsive part that decays, and then we had lots of potentials like this. R is the separation distance, and then these are indices, A and B are kind of factors, coefficients, positive and negative. So one signifies the attraction, the other signifies the repulsion. Typically, for most of the system, it's like a Leonard-Jones potential, which has to be fairly, used by most of you. And there's nothing special about it. The most special thing about it is that it has enough complexity. You see, 612 could have been, let's say, 3060 also. It doesn't change a thing, doesn't change things much. You see, of course, that 30 would change. But this M and N are the smallest values that can explain most of the phenomena. That is why it is 6 and 12. Otherwise, it could have been 9 and 15 also. But you don't gain much by 9, 15. You actually, end up doing a lot more calculations. You see, compare R1 by R6 and 1 by R9. They're different. You see, 9 would mean more complexity. All kind of things. So 6, 12 kind of explains a lot of things. Okay. In fact, it explains this R square also. So it's okay. So nothing sacred about 612, only that this is the minimum non-linearity that can explain the phenomena around us. Okay. So if you have, let's say, 5 and 12, let's say, then it doesn't. 5 and 11 will not explain. Let's say if you want to keep the difference the same, so 5 and 11 will not explain. 6, 12 explains. Okay. So that is how it is. And then of course all of these you can see because there is a condensed matter. Condensed matter is because there is an attraction. That's why the things are together. It's condensed. If there was no attraction, long range attraction because they are gases. Gases molecules are very far away and they condense into liquid and it's so close, which means that some attraction has to be there. That's why they are together. Otherwise they'll fly away. So they come together. So long range attraction. But if they come together, they are not. You see, there is a finite. They become incompressible after a while. So you cannot compress them any further, which means that something is opposing it. So that is the repulsion. So you come together, that's attraction. Somebody is opposing this, there is a repulsion. So short, very short range repulsion, long range attraction. So kindness matter tells you this. Then capillarity experiments were done. You had these capillary and you have a capillary rise, and you put capillary in a liquid bath and then the water rises. That's the phenomenon of capillarity, and that's how you have light. You see, you burn the wick. So wicking is because of capillarity. Otherwise, how do you keep fueling the fire? You see, you can't. See, how will this oil reach there? It can't. And then it has to reach there in small amounts because of the fire triangle. Otherwise, it will not burn. Too much oil, it will not burn. You see. Or you need too much. You need a bomb. Like Ukraine and do that. Simple matchstick will not. Okay. So wicking, it's so important. That's how you have light. That's how you have candles and all those things. Okay. So many things. So capillarity, what we have seen is in earlier experiments that while the inner diameter would have a big role to play in homogeneous difference. You know that liquid rising in capillary depends on this and the contact angle. But thickness, the outer diameter or thickness of glass does not impact. You see, so capillary rise, the inner diameter plays a role and the liquid rises, means that these forces are operative. Something is operative because if the capillary is not there, it is level. Listen to this carefully because this will, in times of confusion, this will give you a very good idea about so many things. You see? So it is flat, but there is a capillary, and the fact that it rises means that there is something that is happening, and that something is attraction repulsion, surface tension, whatever you want to call it, attraction repulsion, and all of that is there, and it is operative. But and the inner diameter plays a big role, almost linear. You see, you half it, you go twice high. But the thickness of the glass doesn't play a role, which means that it rises because of the glass. The liquid rises because of the glass, because if you have different glass, different material, the rise is different. So it has a role to play. If the liquid is different, then also it has a different role, height. So it depends on the liquid, it depends on the glass, interaction between the liquid and the glass, and it rises. Okay, so there is something happening. But the same glass on the other side, just a millimeter away or just half a millimeter away. You see, whether it is 1 millimeter of glass or whether it is 2 millimeter of glass or whether it is 3 millimeter of glass or whether it is a big thing like this and a small hole inside it, the capillary rise is the same. See, so there is a decay and a very fast decay. A fast decay, which means that even at a micron level, you see, you are not able to sense that. So you sense that when there is a direct contact, but as soon as there is a barrier of, let's say, even a micron thick glass, 1 micron thick glass, 2 micron, suppose you are able to make it, you can actually, it is possible, but too fragile, you see, very easy. But let's say 1 mm, 2 mm, doesn't make a difference, which means that whatever is there kind of is not appreciable at those distances. You see, so by simple ideas of that some things are liquid, some things are solid, some things are gases, Same thing is the liquid, solid and gas. You see, this observation and simple capillary rise can tell you all about these. A very, very simple way. You know, if you read some old text written by old people much earlier, they discuss thoughts like these simple thoughts, not through ChatGPT or LLM or some kind of synthetic or synthesized thing. You know, original thoughts. You know, how you would relate to something. Which means that if you have any other observation, you can think about what can you infer from this. So one little game that you can play to sharpen your this kind of skill is, you know, have as little information as possible and see what you can generate. Can you generate a lot of things by having just very simple little information, as little information as possible? You see, then all kind of creativity in the mind will come. Just with, you know, some sounds, you know, so much music can be created. It's just little sounds. Then we have all these sources. This inside the nucleus. This is gravity. We are still fighting, but it is there. What does it now? What else do I need? You know, 1,000 years ago, somebody comes and says, gravity is just, you know, some time law and everything and all of this, and you know, and Galileo would, you know, lift him like this and drop him. You know, and he'll say, you know, you drop me, I'll get hurt. You know, why? There is no threat. It's not real. Why will you get hurt? You should do this kind of thing. If your argument does not match with mine, and they say it's sacrilege, it is okay, I'll kind of kill you, or I'll get you killed. That's how, you know, arguments are settled. They say, okay, why are you saying this? This is not correct, and then you are just kind of damaging the society. See? Either damaging the society or damaging the God. Both are. The end result is the same. You can't do anything. All this is simulated environment. Don't go outside and tell that, you know, I talk about like this about society and God. You know, I have my God. Air, everything. This is God has given me. I'm indebted to God. And society gives me everything. Shoes, this, that. I'm eternally grateful, but it is a simulated thing. I'm just trying to give you an idea. So electromagnetic interactions are relevant because of the scales that we have. Everything, all of this. This is the electromagnetic interaction point. तो नहीं लगता? It was molded. How was it molded? किसी ने मेल्ट किया, साइज दिया, बन गया. लेंस कार्ट इतनी बड़ी कंपनी बन गई मोल्डिंग टेक्नोलॉजी से. एंड आई थॉट अबाउट बिजनेस. Operations head was, for a while, operations head was my batchmate. Okay, and my batchmate and my schoolmate, and lived very close to my house. So we studied together for God knows how many years, sitting like this. He is a top operations man. There's a lot of interesting thing about operations. So Coulomb's law is the position is enough. You don't need anything much. See, forget about all this buzz about let's say quantum. Most other things, even you see many things that you would resort to quantum ethics to explain them, can actually be explained by Coulomb's law. Okay, this is the big message. That's why I said my job is to simplify things. So have faith in Coulomb's law and the superposition. So if you believe in superposition principle and if you believe in Coulomb's law and you are good with algebra, math, integration, differentiation, you know, like this, you don't need much. You don't really need to look at what Schrodinger said or whatever, all those wave functions. Not really necessary. You see? So all these very tricky calculations that you do when you look at all those, which molecule is good. When you do all those calculations, whether this moiety will fit here, will absorb here, will set there, and this is the molecule that you should make. The kind of research that you should be doing. Not really, that difficult. It is Coulomb's law and superposition. So the beauty is that superposition, most of us know and mustn't. You see, you're preparing for some exam, some assignment. You have to listen to me. You can't be writing faster than what I'm speaking. That cannot happen. When you wear glasses, and I can look at them and I can see maybe, with some AI thing here, I can figure out, or with let's say human behavior and knowing you and when you smile, when you don't smile, and when these brows are here, I can, pretty much figure out, like your mother would, आज क्या हुआ class में. One look at the child and the mother knows, what has happened. So, teacher also most of the time, knows क्या हुआ. So listen to this. This is careful. I'm giving you a tool and I'm giving you saying that this will work, and you can check. All your and people who are especially looking at all those Schrodingers and everything and all those fancy things, you can check. And most of the time, Coulomb's law and superposition principle will work. You see, it is more than good enough. And the key is, why does superposition work? And I bring up another topic. I say three-body problem is an unsolved problem. People say, not only in science, three people, it is politics. Nobody knows, who has lied, who has, spread the rumor. Three people, very, very tricky in all cases. Just two is okay. You see, India, US, and we could have lived easily. एक communism आ गया, ये आ गया, all kind of things are coming in. इतना बड़ा Europe came in between, then all the Orient came in. हमें क्या करना? So we are peace-loving people. We are so peace-living that we are not militarily doing anything. We are not, economically doing anything, and spiritually also, religiously also, we are not missionaries. You see, you have to understand this. So Indian society has been content in itself. It is not, expanding, neither militarily, not economically, not spiritually, not religiously. See, it's doing nothing. If you become big, you go and become something else. Jainism, Buddhism, Sikhism, it is okay. You understand this? So, I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm saying that you can be content, you can be peaceful. You can be peaceful anywhere. But you have to see what features are bringing in this kind of clash. And many times, the change from 2 to 3 is the major change. And I can prove it. You see, I can prove it in so many ways. And in one of the classes, I had a major discussion on this. Why a jump from 2 to 3 is a huge. We had this in statistics, you see. Why do you take 3 readings and not 2? You see, there is an incremental benefit that you get from 2 to 3, which you don't get from 3 to 4. You see? So if your school teacher had said, repeat this 3 times, there's a lot of merit in it. Okay, similarly, 2 dimension to 3 dimension. Suddenly, all the sheets, papers, board is gone. You see? So many things, you see. So if from 2 to 3 is such a big problem, how can superposition work so easily? That is the point that I wanted to make. You see, superposition is 1 and 2 is okay. But then you say 1, 2, this, and I have the result. You see? So the combined result, what I see, is not impacted by these two separately. You see, it is this and this. This is enough, I look at this, and I add. Vectorally, scalarly, depends on, the way the interaction is, the result is. But it works. You see, it doesn't work otherwise. So there is a big, what should I say? It doesn't work. It doesn't fit. You see, it's not natural for the superposition to work. Its working is a miracle. You see, if superposition was not working in nature, science would have been very cheap for us. ये सब कुछ नहीं होता if superposition had not worked in nature. Superposition is very important. Why does it work? You see, whereas we have always been taught, and there is all the evidence of superposition not working. 2 to 3 is an example, and also the superposition. So many people say 3-body problem, 9-body problem. How does it work? So think about this. Why the superposition works in nature? You can ask Chat GPT, LLM, and everything. See what they say. Okay. But then most of the time it's the question. You have to ask the right question and then relate it to so many things. Of course, all these LLMs will help you. AI will help you in doing these things quickly. Okay. So it is all, and then you need to factor this. So unless they're not packing things too closely, you don't have to worry about it. You see, the issue is that the behavior completely changes. You see, so always a little bit of exploitation is okay. A little bit of pressure is okay. You know what the response would be. If you go beyond, then nobody knows how things will be. See, so you have to give people some freedom. If the body doesn't have freedom, then at least the mind can have freedom. If the body doesn't have a freedom, the mind doesn't have freedom, at least the soul can be free. Something has to be free. If that is not there, all hell will take loose. You see, so you have to see this in a very intimate way as a human existence to systems. You see, थोड़ा shift कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, people will shift. अभी और shift है, अभी 5 more people come and that other person is getting pushed off. क्या होगा? इनसे सर मैं तो गिर जाऊंगा, अब मैं I will not move now. Okay? So some freedom has to be there. You see, like Maslow's hierarchy, freedom भी चाहिए होती है. अगर नहीं है तो you behave differently. You see, the molecules also behave differently. And that is the link. Most scientists at this cutting edge looking at how living systems will be doing, how people think, how systems decide. I'm looking at this link. You see, and entropy is probably one of the ways. It's a mysterious thing. Doesn't matter, what Boltzmann says or what Shannon entropy is or what Gibbs and Carnot engine and everything. Still, we really understand this. Still, things related to time. You don't understand time, you don't understand. The moment you understand entropy, you understand time. You understand this? So I'm not actually giving you the answer, but I'm telling you this is straightforward, simple. Believe in this. Make your test, check it, it will work. And my other job is telling you that this is not understood. You see, this is fairly well understood. This is a simple way. Use this, test it, check it, and whatever complicated things you're doing, and it will work. Then believe in it. Then there is a part that is not understood. Doesn't matter what anybody says. It's not understood, and definitely not understood by people. Maybe somebody understands, I don't know. If I don't understand it and a lot of other people don't understand it, it doesn't match with whatever my rules are. You don't understand. It's not consistent. I'm not able to figure that out. And then I give you some examples that if this was the case, then time would have been understood. So you say, I understand entropy, but do you really understand time then? If you don't understand time, that is known. You see, which means that you don't. So if somebody said, and it's a simple quiz, if something like this, if the conclusions are wrong, you see, or don't make sense, then you have to check the premises. Have you read this somewhere? The clue is that this comes from a very famous book which most of you would have read. So go and check your premises. Okay, one chocolate to the person who finds out where it is coming from. And you can use whatever is at your disposal. Phone, tablet, mind, friend, whatever. And you know यार chocolate से ज़्यादा मैं नहीं देने वाला. ये tax लग गया. Tax से RBI sort of. कुछ नहीं पढ़ना है. अरे तुम दिमागी को परेशान करते हो, तो इसको आगे परेशान करते हो, तो इधर भी देख के बातें कर रहे हो, तो मुंह से बात कर रहे हो, तो आंखों से बात कर रहे हो. I mean, my God, you know, the skills that you have, and all with a smiling face, as if you know, certain discount. यार मैं smile करता doesn't mean that I will give you any discount because you are smiling. नंबर तो वही नहीं है कि तुम लिख के आओ पहली चीज, और गलत काम करोगे तो काटे ही जाओगे. But what can happen is because of the smile, if it is not a smirk, थोड़ा सा moderate हो जाएगी. इतना डांटना वाला होगा तो थोड़ा कम डांटेंगे. कौन डांटे इसको अच्छा कर रहा है, स्माइल कर रहा है, कुछ है. और अगर एक दो लाइन इधर उधर हो गई and that smile look like smirk to me, then there is hell to pay. Reading rule is a very strong input. Most of the time, यार you go about find that chocolate में नहीं है. Should I let it to chocolate? हाँ?
Maybe Aristotle's. Aristotle's.
Harry?
Aristotle's.
No. You use the computer to solve it. For phone to find it, no? You use the net to find it. Aristotle didn't say it. Of course, Aristotle would have said it. I don't know all the things that he said, but it is in contemporary literature. You see, in a novel.
It's art of reasoning. Art of reasoning.
A book that a novel that it is expected that this generation would have read. Considering the kind of politically what should I say, evolved people that we have in this campus, on this campus, the kind of open houses that we see, पढ़ी होगी. Guess मत करो यार, पढ़ो यार. I just want to, ये नहीं पता करना है. I don't want to check whether you know this or not. I want to show you whether you can find random things through search. Not going to be a good guess, but that's not correct. अरे यार मैं कहीं LLM जाना चाहिए, otherwise you will stop now. आप अभी हो रहा है. क्या हुआ? You can't find it. ये देखो पॉलिटिकल फीचर है. एड्रेस हो जाएगा. पढ़ते पढ़िए. आप पढ़ोगे next time whoever is here has to set up all of this. So we were looking at where the charge is, and that's a question that you need to ask in any reaction, any work. So in molecules, you can make ions, and distribution of charge in space, it can be like a solid, so that it stays where it is. At least it's not moving so easily within the lattice. But you have to understand when you are dealing with charge can be created out of almost nothing. There's something that is neutral, but then you have a plus or minus. And then liquid, so charge in liquid, ions in liquid is a very difficult problem to solve. You see, because they are moving. So all that field is moving, the induced charges are moving, the potential on surfaces, that are there in solid, that also changes. So electrolytes is something that should, so if you're dealing with electrolytes, it should make you more you see, it should be a kind of flag. It should tell you that be careful. Electrolyte, you should be careful what is this charge doing and what is happening to the surface, because the surface would also respond to the charge. You see, you have done all those isoelectric points. So given the pH of the solution, a surface can be positively charged, the same surface can be negatively charged. You see, the whole electrochemistry is based on this. So what does it tell us? Doing research in electrochemistry, that is something that you can very easily see. If handling charge in solution in liquid where it can move, it can have an impact, the electric field also moves, the induction effects are different. And also the surfaces would then respond. Okay. If this is a difficult problem to solve, then all the simulations about an electrode, you see, in all electrochemical fuel cells, batteries, and all that, where the technology is moving, see all those very critical areas, there is a gap. Without even going into that, without even doing research into that, because I know the fundamentals that this is a difficult problem to solve, which means that the problem of how the charges are migrating, what is happening to the electrode from at least liquid and the surface side. You see this interaction. So one can very easily see that there is a surface and there is a liquid. This is a difficult problem with charge. See, because you will have things like crystal layer, you will have double layer, you will have all kind of surface charge. So you have zeta potential, which itself will be a huge problem. Okay. Then you have things like isoelectric point. Then you have electrophoresis. This is what was relevant, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. These are the kind of problems people are looking at. Okay. Now this is electrode and electrolyte. So even without doing research on this, just by the simple idea that charge, liquid and a solid surface fundamentally is a difficult problem. Because it's all changing. You see, this here changes this in turn affects this, the force field is affected. So if it is fundamentally a difficult problem to solve, how do you expect people who are doing applied research, making electrodes, doing all kind of voltage VI calculations, measurement and everything, do you expect those to be solved? So there is likely to be somebody who is very good in fundamentals or not so much about an avenue or an option for the students here who would like to do some research, good research, and maybe difficult research, not good, but at least difficult research. This is how you find out things very quickly. See, in the last class also I gave you an example about shapes that kind of fill up the open space, then put together, and how it leads to entropic effects and how it leads to crystal technologies. See, it's very difficult to make the connection, but it is like that. How do you expect people doing PhDs, people doing masters, PhDs, research, and then contributing to innovation and contributing to growth? You see, how does it happen? This should bother you. See, why are professors not driving such large cars? Why? You see, or why dropouts are successful? Okay, or why, you know, and if I'm interested in maths, physics, science, and this is how I'm in life, how can I convert all of this? Yeah, quickly. How can I convert it to a technology? How can I convert it to an innovation? And why do, you know, everybody insist on more number of PhDs? And people who are doing PhDs, they see, you know, no light at the end of the tunnel. See, not even that of an incoming train. They say, okay, oh, miserable long life ahead of us. At least if the train is coming, the life is short. You know, there is an end to the misery. There is a humor which you resort to when there is a lot of sadness, you see. So you kind of be happy about the situation. Okay. But it's not like this, you see. If you are able to see, you know, what is driving what kind of innovation, then you'll be successful. Then you'll be very quickly, you know, you can far ahead, you see. You can find meaning in what you are doing and you can do meaningful things. You can find things that are meaningful. Okay. So simple things like these, you know, all kind of theories are there, Void Chapman theory, double layer theory, stern theory, all these are there, difficult things. So charge in liquid, you see, because liquid itself can create charge, okay, and liquid can move. See, that is the problem. See, so how do you handle, if in solid at least it is there, see, it is not moving. This is the most of the charge distribution in solids, you know, with simple superposition, it kind of works. In crystals, let's say, ionic crystals, you know, it kind of works easily. It's not very difficult. Okay. In liquids, it's very difficult. In gases, of course, plasma, you would say there can be a problem because there's charge and it's moving. See the simulations of plasma, but they're still easy because the number is less. Here, liquid is a very exciting state, you see. Lot of material moves also, can create charge also. While, you know, fluid mechanics is issue in itself. You see, turbulence, how does it happen? What does it do? What kind of mixings are there? What kind of boundary layer is there? Micro mixing, macro mixing, large eddy, all those kind of things are there. Fluid mechanics by itself is a difficult problem. You know, imagine with all that fluid mechanics, you include electromagnetism also. Is this a strong enough argument, convincing argument, that charges in liquid and a solid surface is a difficult problem? Really, so there is a Poisson Boltzmann equation, there is a Void Chapman theory, there is a double layer theory, there is all kind of work has gone through this. Okay, and ultimately, yeah, quickly. Refreshing, see? Still that time, still not refreshing. It's not showing the right. Look at the time. Change this time. It's not changing. I got this because the time. क्या करना चाहिए? Who is the expert? See, something else happened. See, I was just trying to look at the time. I was looking at the time there at the clock, and the time didn't change. So I said, okay, time has not changed, the slide has not changed, slide has not changed, it's not refreshing, so I refreshed, maybe it has gone to sleep. Be smart. अभी भी नहीं, just
Zeta pole लिखा था ना
कौन सा पोल
डबल लेयर नेक्स्ट
डबल कौन सी लाइन की बात कर रहे हो
हाँ ये लाइन सेकंड थर्ड लाइन नहीं ब्लैक बोर्ड ब्लैक बोर्ड
अच्छा फ्लैग बोर्ड अच्छा मैंने अच्छा जेटा पोलो हाँ वो दिन से मैंने पढ़ा ही नहीं था जब इतना लिखा है हाँ ये पोलो है ना जेटा पोलो ये पूछ रहे हो हाँ सर सर हाँ तब तक लिख लेते हैं
ओल है ओल से
हाँ हाँ सर
Zeta potential
एसीएम लेयर लिखा है
Hey, Ishwar. Today I didn't say hey, Ishwar.
as in layer
On. Yeah.
this is the solid nucleus इनके में वो चेक करना पड़ता ना इनके में पॉइंट्स चाहिए ना सर में पॉइंट्स चाहिए नहीं कहते हैं क्या ढूंढना है जाके
क्या ढूंढना
मतलब पता बहुत सारी चीज़ें मुझे पता नहीं है तो घर पे जाकर चेक करनी पड़ती है भाई इसका मतलब क्या है इसका फेस का क्यों क्या है
हाँ सर ने बुक बताई यहीं से पढ़ा
अरे वो कौन सी तुम कौन सी पढ़
वो नहीं अभी मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरे 28 ग्रेड है तो ये इतना जान नहीं जाता इस तरह बाकी कोर्स कर रहा हूँ
मेरे को इसका कुछ पता चला था घर की अरे 11 दाने लिखे इसमें कौन सी बुक है
रिकमेंडेड बुक्स को बता दीजिए जो अभी पढ़ा रहे हैं वहाँ से पढ़ा रहे हैं
थोड़ा एक आइडिया मिल जाएगा तो आराम से हो जाएगा ना एक आइडिया मिल जाएगा तो थोड़ा आराम से हो जाएगा
सर बताता था कुछ
स्लाइड से समझ में नहीं आ रहा पूरा बहुत सी ऐसी चीज़ें बोल जाते समझ में नहीं आती अभी तक
एक साल से जानता हूँ वो हमको बहुत दोस्ता जबकि हमको जीने
quiet again. So the idea was that quiet. The idea was that even with a very small integration, you can figure out big things, especially the problems that face you. You know what kind of work to do for you to spot issues. Two examples. You see, the last class also, and I don't know if any one of you was curious enough to go and search for those things. Okay. But maybe not, but you should do. Now over here also, just a simple idea that this is a different problem, which means that this problem, wherever it is there in any application. Because what I need to look at is if I'm doing some fundamental work, then where is it applied? So I'll have to look at those situations. And this situation comes straight away. You see, even this word electrolyte, electrode, if I keep repeating them, suddenly all these fuel cells, batteries, and very, very critical technology sector, whatever you want to call it, some space. So fundamental work in finding out what is happening with these electrodes and the solution. Not so easy to find out. So this was an example. Now so all of this computation, all of this with them. Now inverse power, exponential, hyperbolic, these are the kind of things when you do experiments and you try to fit. And you say, okay, I'll first try for inverse square, so this is what we are very comfortable with. And our inverse powers, okay, or then we look at two powers as in electrons. But then we look at exponential. Exponential is like a summation of powers. So this is 1 by x, 1 by x square, 1 by x cubed, or that kind of x. Depends on where you want to see it. Then there can be an hyperbolic. So this can be very useful whenever you want to model any decay characteristic. Then whether the decay characteristic is inverse, can be modeled as an inverse, or can be modeled as a combination of powers or as an exponential. Now exponential with a decay length, characteristic length and a p-factor is a very powerful function to fit. And a very interesting function to work with also. It doesn't change. See, integrate, differentiate, what else will you do? Hammer will you not going to do it? Integrate, differentiate, summation is a big issue. See, but you can live with that. Otherwise, usual things of summation and differentiating, you in the middle of in the end, उसको काफी पनिश कर सकते हैं. So you can find some other things. This cannot happen that people are just chatting. Technology is here, I cannot blame people for that, but at least तुम कहाँ जा रहे हो, तुम वहीं बैठो. There will be some problem. और ये सब जो पीछे बैठे हैं ना, ये सब इधर आगे आ रहे हैं. ये चारों लोग बच्चों इधर आओ सामने. I should see what is there on this. जैसे जल्दी आओ. इधर इधर आओ. So this was about the charge, and then how do we deal with all of this? Okay, we deal with all of this. We look at the tools at hand. The tools are, let's say, free energy. It's a major variable, and it is very experience. But there are many different kinds of free energy. Okay, so not just one kind. So it is basically what situation, what has to be managed, what is happening there. I have to come and change it and discuss. Again, you will move it through. All four should be sitting separately. Okay. और इसको जगह ये सो रहा है तो इसको बाहर भेज दो. Teacher will get a phone. You don't even have to understand the words. And back will be will understand Hindi also. So we look at free energy, lots of kinds of free energy. It gives you some idea. You see, there is one in information science also. So anybody who thinks the money is there, the career is there, and don't have decent things to do because they are doing that. There is a lot of additional free energy statistics also. It's basically you minimize it, you reach an equilibrium, disturb it a little, you come back to this. That's what the thing is. Then we look at all the system properties, all the material properties. See, density, this, that, charge, reliability, activity, all those. And then we have second application to universe. So free energy is I can share this very quickly. If you could done on the language, so you understand this. Free energy, why do we have so many different kinds of free energy? So that whenever you look at possibility of something happening or not happening, okay, you look at the second law, you look at the first law, you look at all the laws, and you see that everything is great. Second law is applied to universe, but whether a process happens or not, you have to write it in terms of the system. You see the bigger issue here. Things have to be seen in terms of the system. The laws are in terms of the universe and the surroundings also. And where there is no clear-cut distinction between, or definite distinction between what a system is and what is surrounding. It's a flow where you want to put the division. Okay. So how can we work? See, so it's like something that if I do not have these kind of things, how can I get this kind of result? Okay. How can I talk about the system when there is no law explicitly for the system? So what would this even free energy would mean? So there are lots of messages here, but the major message is that you try to find a relation between the system and the surrounding. And you say, okay, if this is what the relation is between the system and the surrounding, I can take away the effect of the surroundings and replace it by something that goes inside the system. Okay? And talk only in terms of the system. So think of this, the philosophical issue is, this is the whole, this is the part. Rules are for the whole. How can we talk only about the part? If we can talk only about the part, then you need to figure out what is the relation between the whole and the part. And some assumptions, which allow you to talk in terms of the part. See, a very, very deep philosophy. Very deep. And for natural world, that is very easy. You see, if you are talking about some other thing, some other system, you have to find out that relation. Okay? But for natural world, that assumption is easy. Our world. See, surroundings are much bigger than the system, and this approximation will always work. Why it will always work? Because you take out infinity from infinity, yet infinity remains. Have you heard about this? You see, so this is infinite. Doesn't matter what system you choose, we'll always have surroundings big enough as compared to the system. It doesn't matter what you choose this earth, there is still surroundings can be used in the universe. Okay, you choose this galaxy, still the surroundings can be used in respect to it. Okay. And we are not so important. We are talking about this. They still running in there, class, everything. They are not bothered about much at all. So this works. The second is that there is a thermal equilibrium. This is important. And there is some kind of equilibrium between the system and the surrounding. Otherwise, you cannot just take away the surroundings and talk only about the system, whereas the rules and conditions are about. That is the magic which is probably not explained to you. So this is a very powerful thing. You know about the whole, but you want to talk about the system, but then you need to figure out what the whole is and what the system is, how they are related, and how I can really just hide everything in terms of system. Okay. So if you have this much data, and you say, okay, I don't want to work with this much data, this is the only little laptop that I have, and I want to have access to all the machines like this you have, how do they work? They say, okay, I'm going to look at this all data, and then I need to get the rules how this data is related to the rest. If you can figure that out, which means that all these AIs and events and everything can be democratized. Those models can be democratized. Those foundational models that apply all the data and everything and everything, that can be simple. Then you will all be modern difficult. Okay. And not very difficult, because if you're solving the kind of problems where a lot of physics is already known, then those can be used. Okay. So anybody who wants to create big things from small things, you need to work on the models between the big and small. So in this class, we have already discussed two frontiers, two options. And not in a completely abstract way. It is possible. So you say, okay, I'm going to solve, I cannot handle this big problem, so I need to isolate a small part which I can work with, but then I should know how these are related. Okay, and invest on this. Okay. How is this part related to the whole? Okay. So if you look at natural philosophers and people who talk about why we are here, natural philosophers, not many of them are here now. Last 50 years, many. See, in the Western world, absolutely none. Yes. So this is, nobody is even discussing those things. Okay. So those are the issues. How can you talk about things when the only thing that is at your disposal is your own perception? How can you talk about the universal reality? In a scientific way. I'm not talking about some ashram or some yogi or somebody saying all that. I'm not saying that. In a purely logical way, rational way, if this is my perception, how can I talk about what the truth is? You enjoy all this. Good. You go back and question people in the ashram. Okay, when you are there. They should also learn from you. So we do all that, very, very interesting tricks. We write down all that, and for a natural world, the kind of assumption between the R and the whole are that the whole is too big, which works. Okay? It works because the side of the universe. Sometimes it may not work in some cases, but we are not going there, otherwise this will then become another course or a technology course. But the second thing is thermal equilibrium. So thermal equilibrium allows you to make use of energies. Okay, that's how you get all these. So you write down the condition and you get all these. And that kind of lets you that what are the conditions of equilibrium for the part, for the system. In terms of the system properties, not in terms of all the properties. See this magic. And you do complain that I do not have enough information, or how can I do this because I'm not putting anything. See, if I'm not putting this, how do I expect it in the result? That's not the correct. See, you can generate things. You have to be innovative, you have to be clever, you have to not get bogged down by the resources of the market. No, it's not the same as superposition is something else. Superposition is that I look at this impact, I look at this impact, and then I kind of not bother about those two things. No, Manoj. Then shape of the free energy curve, because you are looking at the free energy and then you are looking at, if you don't know the total free energy, okay, so you are not looking at all the data, you need to look at the phase diagram, which means you understand what a phase diagram is, so you have to do all the calculations. There is a chart here and you say, okay, if you are here, this will happen to you, if you are here, this will happen to you, these are your properties, this is what will happen. So phase diagram is a very powerful tool. In complex field technology, phase diagram is very, very important, and there are not many people who even understand what a phase diagram is. And very little work that can be So this is something very important. And you don't know, you need to know the whole thing. Just the many times just the shape of the free energy curve kind of tells you. What will be the shape of the free? Means it has a primary minimum, something like this. Whether it is like this or whether it is like this, these two the shapes are the same. Or whether it is like this. Okay, whether it is a secondary minima, whether it is a primary minima, what is the depth of the minima, what is the difference between one and two secondary primary minima, which means this would mean where the system will exist. Whether there will be a distribution of configuration or whether it will be just one simple configuration, the system will be found only. A very weak primary minimum would mean that if you are there in that primary minima, that will correspond to some state, and you will be in that state. Because you can't come out of that. So this is what kind of helps, and there is a very interesting theory, catastrophic theory, kind of helps in finding those shapes. Okay. And very interesting, and I work with that. Very nice something here. Catastrophic theory, and you can basically create a phase diagram. Okay, and differentiate from the phase curve, and they are very important because the shape itself can tell you so many things. Or sometimes, even if there is a minimum or not. You see, how does it help in technology? I can give you an example. So, let's say you want to separate something out. Okay? From somewhere, you just do that. You separate. How do you separate something out? You say, okay, if I aggregate this solute, and if I bring it together, maybe increase the size and the aggregate is here, maybe it is easier to separate. It will settle, you can separate. You know, there are many ways, second tools, whatever, you can separate it. Now this aggregation would depend on the conditions, because this aggregation would mean that this state would correspond to some minima in the free energy curve. And for that minima, you need to have those conditions of pressure and temperature and everything. You see, so unless you have that pressure, temperature, pH and everything, this will not happen. See, sometimes you change the pH and something settles. You see that? This paneer and dahi, not dahi so much, but paneer especially, put some change the pH of milk. So basically, and certainly we will separate. Okay, so we say, okay, this is one way to separate. Okay, that would require lowering the pH. Am I correct? Okay. Similarly, in some cases, it may require very high temperature and pressure for that minimum to be there. But what you can do in the phase diagram is you can look at a minima which does the job. A minima means a configuration. A minima that does the job but does not require such difficult conditions. Okay. It doesn't have to be the pH lowering, you see. Because you would say, I don't want to contaminate the milk, so the paneer should not have any impact on all the things. You can put vinegar, you can put lemon, you can put second dish, you can put a lot of things. You can do that. But you don't want that in your dish, maybe. So what is the other way to do it? You see? So it's okay, I churn it, I'll centrifuge it, I'll take it out. Maybe that is one way of separating the fats. And protein and whatever. Similarly, in many cases, you can work with a secondary minimum, or you can work with some other thing which may not be so difficult to achieve. Okay. So in the beginning, maybe we were just separating by force, you see. But then somebody realized changing pH is easier. You see. And changing pH while heating maybe is even better. So you get some situation where it becomes easier. See, everybody can do it. So, but in terms of technology, there are examples where people in the beginning were looking at some kind of separation or some kind of process, which would be some kind of configuration of the material that they have, and that was only possible when the conditions were very high temperature and pressure. But then they used catastrophic theory, they put in everything, the system properties and this and that, and do the phase diagram, and with catastrophic theory, we say, okay, what are conditions that are closer to this kind of pressure, and I still have a window. Maybe not such a deep, but a workable depth. Okay, maybe 10 kg, maybe 15 kg, not maybe 100 kg, but 15 kg is also good enough. You see, to do some better. So it can save millions, or you can work with conditions that are not so difficult if you know what the phase diagram is. See? So you can take an example from a movie. See? And there is a father there, Indian spy, and getting tortured and this and that, or not Indian spy, some other spy. Okay, getting tortured and this and that, and not divulging any secret or whatever, because the threshold of the pain at which this fellow will open up is very high. Probably infinite, probably never open. So the conditions are very different. Okay, but then they bring the daughter. And they say, okay, we'll just break a pin to this daughter, and this fellow will speak up. You see, because the phase diagram is very different. So things can be achieved, similar things can be achieved by very simple methods. You don't have to use very difficult methods if you know the phase diagram. Okay, and for materials, the phase diagram, the split is okay. And what are the other things that we have at hand? Pressure, temperature, of course. We can do some reaction, we can change the pH, we can change the electric field. Separation, electrophoresis, what happens, in artificial kidneys, let's say. How does dialysis work? You see, then membrane separation, there is membrane that you push, okay, and then electrophoresis. See, you can separate things. All kind of, let's say, particulate matter in chimneys. See, how does it happen? How do you paint? And how do you make sure that the paint is not going away and creating trouble elsewhere? So you have to take a little negative charge here, a positive charge here, a little charge. So you do all that as we do. Okay, and then we work with complex fluid, we work with a lot of radiation also, radiation, how things are moving, what is available at what time. See, so all those kind of enzymatic reactions, let's say lock and key, shape, factors that we come into play, the steric interactions, the steric resistances that would be there. So these are the kind of things that are available to us when we work with complex fluid. Okay, we can change the pressure, we can change the temperature, we can have some reaction, we can have some. This is very powerful. Why is it powerful? Because of this. Things that cannot be achieved by some other methods. Simple change in pH would do that. But then you need to have a liquid and a solid and material around it in the liquid. And basically you need solutions. Then of course electric field. This is not common, but in complex fluid this is very, very interesting. Electric field also plays a huge role in what kind of processing of complex fluids. Okay. And why? Because charges are there and you can align them and you can control the polarizability and the dipole movement, and you can control the movement and the similar things as electrophoresis. Have you heard of this word? Electrophoresis? Have you heard of this word? Okay, so you can go back and read where electrophoresis is used. Okay, so just Google. It will tell you that this is electrophoresis, the principles behind the electrophoresis, and where it is applied. Only this much of homework is required. But I was the one who said, even here you can ask your ChatGPT to tell you, list 5 industrial or technologically important situations where a solid surface is in contact with a liquid and charge and electrolyte. And it will list you some very interesting. And of course, the first density you can define. Okay. So typically, in terms of coating, हम अभी भी बात करें ना अभी आलू में पता है तो ना क्या तू क्या और ना है कोई पंजाबी है anybody? You are a Punjabi? Tell me what Naal means. You don't know what naal means? You don't know. अरे यार घोड़े की नाल नहीं, नाल is नाल. मेरे साथ अभी समझ में आया? अरे यार मैं इंडिपेंडेंट और मेरा बस चले तो बैक मेरे इस लाइन में बैठूं, इसलिए आई कम फर्स्ट, बट देन other people also coming on करें ना, and then what is true? True means many things. True is a sound. Search करो तो typically is a sound.
What is that?
Sound के साथ ही रहता है, बोलते रहते हैं. तो नाम You know that naal is not just sap, as in Punjabi. Naal is like घोड़े के नाल. You know that घोड़े का नाल पीछे क्या है? उसको ठोकते हैं ऐसे. Okay. There is another naal. Anybody? Naal is your umbilical cord. You know that? This is how you survive in this world. Okay? And if you are too much attached to a place, then people say, you know this. Okay? There is a phrase. I don't want to say this because you will kind of add a lot of things. Sir, किस तरह के क्या बातें करते हैं? If I hear a word, I cannot stop myself from looking at what that word means and what that other person actually means. So naal, when you say naal is so many things in my word, when it comes to me, the response is not just saal. So many things. Bode ki naal, bande ki naal. This naal came from there. The origin is the same. Bode ki naal. Ke saath, otherwise Goda is useless. Goda is not useless. See, it's in a forest. Goda is useless if the Goda is on a road without a naal. Okay, with the road, not with the Goda. Anyway, so Sudhal, apni baatein mat karo. When I school naal, and when I find lot of K is anyway a bad sounding word. Terrible word. We will popularize it in this community. Okay, ask questions in the minor about that. Say तुम्हारे साथ हो जाएगा कुछ शायद 50 years later you will repeat it also. जो कहता नहीं है you can I can paint a picture is very lightly. You don't look disturbed. And then these are two things that are kind of very. All of these should be there for any material. You said temperature, pressure, reaction, pH, electric field, radiation, number density. All of these are there for all of it. Number density, I tell you why it is so important, because of a lot of coatings. So a lot of coatings, when you think of number density, many things come in. And number density, one of the places where it becomes very important is confinement. So you look at confinement. So confinement means that the space available becomes less and less, and there are many situations where this happens. All this micro, nano engineering, where you have these capillaries inside the human body, it's all confined. That is confined to small things. And that blood has to then transfer. You see, all oxygen and then take something. So activity transport has to happen. You see, and then all kind of ATP, ADP, all those energy transfer also has to take place. So confinement, number density, we move to some very tangible thing, that is confinement. Now confinement can be 1D confinement, 2D confinement, 3D confinement, all those kind of things. Now what confinement does is, about the number density kicks in, That is one. Because of one, at least one dimension being very small, or three dimensions can be very small, it will make a point, or two dimensions can be very small, it will be like a straight, okay. What it does is that the impact of interfacial tension increases. Okay. So the first thing is that entropy becomes important, interfacial tension becomes important. Okay, and also because if the confinement is there, then at least there are boundaries that are very close to each other. Okay? So when the boundaries are very close to each other, then that is the real confinement effect, because that is not seen anywhere else. You would say entropy is a universal concept. It's there, understood. Interfacial tension is also a universal concept. Even the sea would have an interfacial tension. All those things are there. But if you look at all these astronomical bodies also, they are all spherical because of interfacial tension. Now we say this two boundaries that are interacting with each other, that is because the thing is confined. See, that is something that is very unique to confinement. It would not happen otherwise. So we handle it in a way. There are ways to handle it, and maybe disjoining pressure is one of the ways to handle it. So number density by itself is a general concept. Technologically, you look at confinement because this is a practical situation that you will face, and one of the practical situations that is very relevant today is microcapillaries inside the human body. In our system, that's very important. Okay. And then you have, in this confinement, you need to know what the forces are. Okay. So the forces would be interfacial tension, inhibitor, and important. These look like TS. S component becomes important. Okay. And then also the disjoining pressure. And the disjoining pressure is unique to. So some of you should actually go back and read what disjoining pressure is. And or conjoining pressure. Something other else that is unique to complex fluid, and the tool that we have is the shear, and at what time we apply that shear and at what rate we apply that shear. You see? So high frequency shear, low frequency shear, you see high amplitude shear, low amplitude shear, this shear for this much time, this shear for only this much time. All of this has a role. So one of the tools that we have at hand, which is not available for other systems, okay, is how do we use shear, and the frequency of shear, and what is the amplitude, the magnitude of shear, and how much is and till what time. So this is unique. So if you are looking at complex systems, then disjoining pressure is unique, not taught anywhere else, not used anywhere else. The other thing that is unique is maybe polymers, you have done that, rheology, you have done that, all kinds of directed, idiopathic, all kinds of new fluids. But that's not enough. Just viscoelastic treatment of the whole thing is not enough. You see, because it's more rich than that. Okay. So we have charge distribution, we have material, we have all kind of confinement. So these are the kind of things we have to deal with and develop a technology based on it. And process our material with these kind of things. Okay. So this is what we have at this point. Next time we look at actual materials. Let's say emulsion. So this would kind of bring you back to this world. Okay, where you have theories. CBD. CBD is what? Anybody?
Carbonated. Carbonated.
No. What is CBD? And my name will be what is CBD? This class does not know about CBD. You know about CBD? हाँ, तुम्हें पता है? Your plant, cannabis plant. तुम कहाँ से आए? Right. देखो इसको, पूछा करो इसको. This is cannabis, which is it's an extract from a cannabis plant, but it is legal. See, so it is not a marketing. Such many colors. CBD. Yay! Dipanshu? ये क्या हो रहा है ये? CBD ट्रेड कितना बिजनेस है? कि और बिजनेस को उसको पता है? वो तो मेरा टीए है लैब में तो मीटिंग बनी है. Here's the sheet. तो प्रॉक्सी वैसी है. और लाइन आगे भी लाइन. Next time we'll come back.
लंबी डंडी सी है इसमें वो फूल भी लगा हुआ है.
CeLeLe 10 सीखना है क्या आपने? अपना आपके ब्रांड में लिया था बट उसने ड्रॉप कर दिया। ड्रॉप करने टाइम कॉस्ट है, प्रॉब्लम है कि वो बस ऑफ करने की वजह से उसकी थोड़ा स्लो नहीं आ रहा है। तो वो
उतना ये नहीं एकदम अच्छा बन रहा है। थोड़ा बहुत भी काम कर दोगे तो 7 अच्छे से
एक्चुअली बहुत कम है
और इधर से
बट सेफ्टी अच्छा उसमें लोड करने के लिए
some kind of mismatch between this that happens. The rule is, maybe you have not been taught this, but when I was growing up, the rule was that all peripherals have to be connected when the machine is switched on. And all peripherals have to be disconnected before the machine is switched on. Okay, so now because we have keys, hotkeys, and connections, we have got. So that is what it has to sense this while it is kind of looking at something. I can get it actually. So, just remember to tell me 4 minutes. You check this, nobody will make it out on the side. And this is the quiz. So, looking at updates are also that happen.
CSE में लिखा होगा CSE में लिखा होगा
Tell me what I have is what I'm allowed is not okay. Anyway, that's not this and one of this. But tools at hand are we look at how to manipulate it. Because whenever we have a technology, we should be able to manipulate our material. And with complex fluid, the tools are very different. And we have to understand that there are lots of links. And the complex fluid utility is because of the configuration. Okay. So because of the configuration, and that configuration is susceptible to many small changes because the bonds that are there and the configuration is defined by those loose bonds, and bonds are only few kbps at times. Okay, that is a bond density, which means that there is a good chance that the system's configuration will change, material's configuration will change. You have to understand it. Which means that we have a free energy because we are looking at equilibrium. 2 reasons why free energy is a tool, and listen to this carefully because see, otherwise I will be just teaching you recipes. But if I teach you why it is a tool and how it can be used, then you can use it for very different scenarios. Okay? So the teaching also has to change because of the availability of the content and synthesized content, summarized content. It's not just availability of the content, but summarized content. So the teaching also has to change. Learning has to change. So free energy, because free energy decides what the equilibrium is. Okay. So the equilibrium structure is useful because you get at least you go to equilibrium, maybe not exactly to equilibrium, but very close to it, and we can have a whole lecture on what is actually equilibrium and so many things around it, and does it ever reach equilibrium, all those kind of things. But we will not do that. Just understand that the equilibrium is important because the equilibrium is given by minima in free energy. Okay, and minima in free energy depends on what kind of free energy. And as we have seen, there gates, elbows, now, and then all kind of dilutional free energy. Okay. So we need to figure out what is the available free energy for our process or for our system, and for our conditions, and then look at the minimum. Okay, and look at the depth of the minimum, the location of the minimum. This minimum corresponds to which configuration. Okay, and how deep is this? If it is, let's say, 100 kV, then it's a very stable thing. Things will not fall. When it's only a few kV, then that is a problem. So we make use of the equilibrium. So we have configuration, then we have depth of minimum, then we have number of minimum. But before that, we have the free energy, the relevant free energy. And the way you get free energy is that you apply the laws of nature, the laws of thermodynamics, the laws on the universe, and then convert them in a way so that they can be applied to the system. Okay? So that's why you have these different kinds of free energy, not just one free energy. Okay? So the things that are important is the expression of free energy that has been found, then the configuration which corresponds to that equilibrium, and then the depth of the minimum that is there in the free energy, and also the how many number of minimum. So the shape of the free energy curve then becomes very important. Okay. So this will then give rise to shape of free energy curve, and then it will also give rise to phase diagram. So a phase diagram operating things, remember, talk about the tools. So pressure, temperature, configuration, okay, all kind of things, concentration, okay, pH, all different kind of things, okay, amount of material, mole fraction, composition, and then you have phase diagram, and then in that phase diagram you will have what types of, let's say this is P1, this is P2, and you have these regions, and within these regions the shape of the free energy curve will be very similar. Okay, so how the shape changes. Okay, and as we discussed, the shape could be something like this, or it could be something like this. Okay, or it could be something like this. See, so they're different in terms of the number of minima and also in terms of depth of minima. And also you can define what the shape is, how your shape is characterized. Is the shape characterized by a very deep minima? So all the shapes where the primary minima is, let's say, deeper than 50 kV. Okay. So those regions you can find out in the phase diagram. It is possible to have a region where you say that there will be a primary minima, and the primary minima will be deeper than 50 kV. Very stable, very deep. Okay. This is one, and it is possible. There is an exercise to do it, and you should learn it how to characterize and create a phase diagram. Shape, as I said, shape of the free energy. It's not just simple shape. It is what you characterize the shape. Or you can look at where there are two minima, or where there are three minima, or you can look at one minima deeper than 50 kV, another minima which is, let's say, 5 kV. Okay, so you can put those conditions, and then it is possible to draw these diagrams. So if I change pH and if I change composition, the free energy of the system will change like this, and within this pH and composition, if these are the values, then the free energy diagram is like this. And depending on the free energy diagram, you can see what the equilibrium is, how stable the equilibrium is, and with respect to many different steady states. Hey, are you? So I'm sure that there is a reason for this, because he just got enrolled in the course. छोड़ दे The door is so damn easy. You are also in the base approach it. Hey, Chilaram, no. You look for Chilaram. Quickly. So easy to close the door. Anyway, so let's be very quick. Now that we have defined the class, no more addition to addition kids to be there, additions to be there. So we were looking at these pH and then all of this equilibrium, and when you say, okay, this is the equilibrium, and I can work with that equilibrium, and many different equations are also possible. So you can say that not just one B primary minima is important in many applications, in many materials, in many utilities. You see, having a system which has many different minima, which means that it is a mix of many different configurations in varying proportions. You see, if one is, let's say, 100 kBT, the second is 10 kBT, 10 kBT will also have some 50 kBT. So you have a mix of things. Okay? And that is the forefront of research at this point. How to get a system which is, let's say, the same material, the same phase, but locally have a microphase. That is critical. Not just very well defined phases completely different, so that they always will be programmed. You can work with secondary minima also, you can have multiple minima, and you can have many different parts of the system that have slightly different configurations. Okay, and lot of graded, okay, because it's a graded system. You see, it is not just one system. Okay, and I can show you. See? Not just this, but maybe this. So, any question about this phase and equilibrium and how the tools help and how the shape of the phase is and basically the computation. See, what is missing from all of this is that I will tell you how to draw these curves. Okay? Let's say it all is fine, that you have this, you have this, you have this is the shape I'm looking for, but how do we find that? Okay? So, a bit of self-study has to be done. A lot of self-study has to be done because that is being promised to the Senate. When we had the new president, we said there is a lot of self-study component. Okay? And the self-study component is catastrophic theory. Yes, maths. Hey, Hasan, you lost. What are you doing? You're looking at the phone, reading the phone. And I said that I'll be able to look at the reflection in the glasses. Now there are no glasses. My gosh. It's so slippery. Now there's no glasses. I have to look at his eyes, deep into his eyes, that I don't want to do. So it's trying into people's thoughts. Because if you look deep into somebody's eyes, you know what is going on inside. You don't want to do that. So it's better to look at people who give these classes. Just look at the classes and you see what is in front of you. What are they doing? That's enough. I don't want to go inside your mind and so in the scenario, when you're banking on your friends and especially and also banking on, I don't know what the name is, but listen to me. Nobody else can teach you this. And nobody else, but many people will have this, as exam questions or as problem. Not only in this major, minor, and nature, 10 years from now also this kind of problem. Okay. So, catastrophic theory, read about it, very interesting theory, very high degree of maths, interesting, and maybe if you want a degree of maths, then you can teach you sharp. I can teach you that also, but let this be a self-study. This was a part of my master's thesis. So, as a chemical engineer, I did a master's thesis in catastrophic theory. And so many years ago, imagine, yeah, it's not very long ago. It was decided we would do that. So this is one. The second thing, but this is then true for all the systems. Not very necessary for complex fluids. Okay. But for complex fluids, it's very important because the variety of the fluids. The different features there. So most of the systems will not have such an elaborate diversity in theory. And so easily moving from one shape to another shape. That's not possible for simple systems. Complex systems allow for that. And because of the interconnected nature, because one bond here and here, it's a different. So we make use of the equilibrium. We make use of the path to equilibrium also. So we also make use of the non-equilibrium. Or let's say we are looking at thermodynamic stability. We are looking at kinetic stability also. I am using these words because these are kind of chemical engineering terms and you understand. So thermodynamic equilibrium, it is just there is no tendency to change, it will stay there and nothing will happen, there is no tendency, there is no force. Kinetically stable is that there is a tendency to change and everything is there, but it's changing very slowly. So while it doesn't change or remain with at certain characteristics, and if it remains like that for a long time, it is good. You see? And so this is all compression. The major strength is this, which means that typically any configuration is possible in that sense. Because non-equilibrium is not governed by any free energy, is not governed by anything. It is just that you kind of force the system to be that. There is no balance. If you don't have balance, you are looking at non-equilibrium. So any structure can be used. So any lots of structures of complex fluids, the configurations can be kinetically stable, which means that they change very slowly, and for them to be used. Okay. And why they change so slowly and why it is possible? Because lots of network structures are there, and while so one of the ways is to just lower the temperature. This is what we do for most of the systems. That if you want to slow down the kinetics, we lower the temperature, and if the temperature keeps on going down, the rate goes down, and things will stay for nothing less. Even viscosity will very low viscosity, or rather very high viscosity, and the system will become kinetically stable. So that freedom and that tool is available to every material. Okay. What is extra with complex systems is that not only just the temperature, but there are many other things also that can be used to lock the system. See, first of all, temperature can always be used, but because of the interconnected nature, okay, it can be locked in a way that, with pH change, with composition change, with many things. See, it can be locked. So that it's not in equilibrium, but the system is locked. So it's changing very slowly, so kinetically stable, and then that is also useful because many times we use things for only a little bit. See? Like this battery should run for 2 hours, and then this laptop is slow, I will need to have an extra battery. So it can work. So the battery is not a perpetual battery, but it works for 2 hours, that's enough. If you have this time, it works for 100 years, that's enough. 50 years also, that's enough. But whatever time it works for, but there is a window. See, and lot of things, if they are there like that, during that window, so because of the connected nature, it is possible to stop the system, to block the system in variety of ways, not just okay. And if you remember, some of you who are actually into physical fitness, okay, and you will remember there are set of exercises where you use your own resistance. What are those called? Calisthenics. There is not like this. Anybody? Where you use your own body as a resistance. What is it called? Huh? There is a term for it. Very nice sounding. Anybody find that? It's not calisthenics. It's a PT. That is calisthenics. Use your own body's resistance to do exercise, or use your own weight. Interesting word. find a way to find things. So use Google, use whatever gradual assistant, secretary. Then find an answer. बिल्कुल बोला उनको स्टार्ट कर रहे हो. Where you use your own body resistance to this. Imagine if I can use myself to provide that resistance and get fitness out of just myself. I don't need any external.
Push up. Push up.
अरे ये बताया CBD वाला. Resistance is like this. Doing this and then you say okay, I keep on doing this.
Cricket.
So find synonyms for this. एक जगह पहुंच गए. Maybe calisthenics is now seen as this. When I was growing up, calisthenics was like freehand exercise. So freehand exercise is also because there is no other resistance. So whatever exercise is done is with you only. See, so calisthenics will not be wrong. See, because it's a freehand exercise. Okay, like a PT. See, but it's not the right term where you're using your own weight. You can't do calisthenics without using your own weight. You see, this is calisthenics. This is calisthenics. Do it slowly. You'll find out if you do it slowly. Let's not waste time on that. Just goes on to tell you that there is a very nice word. There is something that is used in gym. It is in the gym parlance. It is there. People who are in fitness know that. And this class equipped with all the gadgets and data. It's not able to find the right answer. Many times the right answer is what the CEO wants to hear. If my asking me to get the right answer is such a big issue, and you say, hey, kya karna hai calisthenics? Calisthenics is not right because you can do calisthenics because without the resistance.
The Wikipedia defines calisthenics as a form of strength training that utilizes an individual's body weight as a resistance to perform multi-joint compounds. But I guess this best fits the
But this is not the CEO wants. And the CEO is very clear about what the truth is. Okay? So let's say, even if it is the truth, but you need to find another word. Okay? I mean, I'm just negotiating. मुझे लगा कि 8 o'clock I follow your path and goes negotiating. ठीक है, you're okay to find another word.
gymnastics.
कुछ नहीं. Job getting yoga. Anyway, let's not waste time. One minute. मुझे तो पता ही है. That is not right. तुम लोग पढ़ा. I, as everybody else, not everybody else. I, that is very silent. उसमें ISO.
Breathing exercise.
Isometrics.
Along.
Before you think that I take now, but let's say, so because of all of that, the very interesting concept is that because of the network, it is possible to lock the system in more ways than one, and not just the usual way of reducing the temperature. Because if you reduce the temperature, then it's very difficult. See, you are fighting against something that is the whole basis of this civilization and the life that we have, this temperature. So you are fighting against that temperature. Remember, you know the cold chain. It is such a huge problem with all the vaccine and everything. So fighting against this temperature is not effective. You have to find a way to work with that temperature. Not fight for that. So if the things will be kinetically stable, but then the temperature at some point is not a solution. Not a good solution. If things have to be refrigerated and then used or maybe frozen and then used. too much energy to go just loading. But in this case, freezing, is a huge cost. You see, this lack of refrigeration costs so much to GDP. You see, so much to health. The cold chain, we have not been able to solve. Is there a way to make a device which can get to ice in let's say 1,000 degree device? Is it possible? Just get to ice. Very less energy. We are taking out energy from the batteries. Ask for anyway, so that helps. So that is why this term free energy is there. In case you don't understand why this free energy is there, so I have habit of putting the terms there. Free energy. Now you try to think why free energy is there, why it is a tool, and now I have explained to you in slightly more detail why is it a tool and why is it a special tool for complex fluid, not just for any fluid or any material. Okay. So and there we look at a very interesting concept of the system by itself. You see, docking. You see, a very powerful concept. Okay, and that is possible because it has many arms. And so many issues over here, there, viscosity, so many things. All that is a tool, and not just at an industrial level, but at a cutting edge of material research. That it is there. And I'll show you one of the research that I just did. The second thing is, of course, why it works, thermal equilibrium, and then to discuss this thing. And then shape of the frequency catastrophic theory is here. Then these are the things: pressure, temperature, reaction, pH, electric field, radiation, number, density, configuration, transport. All those things are important tools. See, and you make use of these tools to handle complex fluid, get them in the configuration that you want, and that's the transformation of material. That's what we do. You transform that material in an economical, sustainable way so that it is useful and is kind of a society. See, so that is what we do. And it's just that the material is slightly different. A lot of connection in that material. Okay, and it can be arranged in many ways, and it can be arranged in many ways with very little force energy. Okay, that is right. Otherwise, you have a very big molecule, very big system, but very strongly. And then there is not really a complex because it's not allowing that kind of complexity. It can all be treated as a rigid body. No points. But complex fluid cannot be treated as a point because it will change. It's a little complex system. Okay, so whatever we do with this material is true for our system. For the system also you have to see all these. What are the different equilibriums that are possible? In a complex system. Okay, when does when what are the rules? Okay, and between the kinds of systems. So you can have a part of the system. In a complex system, it's very easy to see. You see, there is a Kua and there is a lot of mirror inside the Kua. And one when it goes up, tries to go out, and the others kind of so kind of shell contain. No need to go out or escape. That is one of the methods. It works because there are lots of events in that. They will kind of play with the psychology to understand the domain. Okay, you create a system where the system by itself, is not allowing several states. Several different configurations are not possible because the system is not by itself is not possible. You see, so if one part goes like this, the other part lots of system elements. Okay. So then you play one part of the system. Then you play. This is the game that is being played for the world. That is what politics is. This group, that group, this group, and the players against each other. If there is unity, if there is whole thing is a rigid body moves like one body, then there is no politics. And there is no poly there. Just one. So it's the same. In a complex system also it's the same. Okay. So there is The creativity is to sit this front of and deliberately demonetization to the front. Yes. Thermodynamic stability is no difference. It is not just temperature control. It's not changing. It's no driving force. That is equilibrium. Not it gets energy. Whatever is the given energy, there will be something that will be at a point. When there are many different contributions, when there are many different configurations, then each of them contribute. So it is not a simple, energy. Okay, there is not just one single part. That is the interesting one. At an operation. So all these are very interesting and very useful. And pH especially because why you use pH? pH is charges, solution, electrolyte, surface. Lot of magic happening. Lot of magic that you may not understand why it is happening. You cannot approve the things, but it happens. Okay. So it is charge, liquid charge can use in a surface, it can absorb, dissolve, depending on the charge here. Okay, so very powerful tool. pH, especially for complex food. Okay, and others also. And number density that we have not bothered so much about, but the number density becomes very important because the entropy of expansion, there will be acceleration, transport, shear time at an operational level, which is very close to what you already do. Okay. Something that we have done for a very long time in polymers. Okay. And you look at shear rate, okay. You look at the amount of shear, you look at the shear rate, you look at how much time the shear was there. Okay. And if you control all that, then it is possible to have a different kind of configuration. Okay. And very good examples can always be found in this. So if you just are interested in a lot of different packages, how they are prepared, how working happens, this is a very good example. You study fast, if you study for a very long time, overnight, for a day, then something else happens. Okay? You stir it very fast, something else happens. Stir it slowly, something else happens. It's very interesting. And we can always find examples. And of course, you can find examples in polymers. Lots of polymers where and viscoelastic materials. Paints. You understand, if somebody has to paint the ceiling, the paint will keep going down. But then this fellow has to apply the paint also. You just imagine. If the paint is not mobile, that fellow will not be able to apply it. And if the paint is mobile, it will fall down. So, are you going to change temperature every time you paint a little bit the fan? Or you have a retinue of people there, and it just happens. Sometimes you have to do the same in the schooling. Lots of processes where this happens. But the material itself, it is very interesting. So very fast strokes, it moves by itself. It just stays. So if you look at the ceilings that have been painted, the most famous ceiling that has been painted, everybody. Church. All these Western historians, only these are churches. Of course, the church is very famous. Okay? So somebody painted. How does this kind of thing? Forget about the muscle and everything in the fitness and the art itself. The material. Let's think about the material. So all of this is okay. You understand all this? Okay? Any questions on this? Can these look at our weights and the word? Show me something, give me some good news. Conflict of interest. Say, I found this today. Just read this abstract. High entropy has become a key concept in material science over the past 2 decades. And this has been published yesterday. 2 decades is last 2 decades. High entropy materials. What are those high entropy materials? As I said, materials that can fill up the whole space. This is one cube. If you can have shapes of the materials that can fill up the whole space, they can potentially be very high entropy. Okay. Characterized by inclusion of 5 or more principal elements in nearly equal percent leverage entropy to promote the formation of compositionally complex single phase material rather than phase segregated objects. This is the calculation. So this is actually there. It's not just that you know that kind of doing something that's not good. So you can read this. I'm just going to tell you that this is important thing. Okay, now let's go here. We'll look at emulsions. Some idea about what these things are. So emulsions are one kind of complex paint, we will expand them to paint, emulsion paints, and then dyeing, salad dressings, oil and water emulsions, stabilizers, surfactants. Okay. You know, just think of so many nice things, salad dressings. You know, and I've made some in my life. Unfortunate of instruction, but I can make some. And very interesting. Try to get oil, try to get vinegar, try to get salt. You know, very nice dressing for salad. Try to make them. And you'll see how you can mix it. What is the look? Very, very difficult. You know, it's separate. So the biggest problem is at it's like an actor, you see, who goes to the stage and every time they have a performance, there is some anxiety. Doesn't matter you know how great the actor you are, the weak, the better you are. But you want to lose. Every chef, you know, dreads this. Make this, everything will set. And it is distinct possible because somebody that you can make lessons. The days must be made in a way so that everything is there. Simple things like oil, vinegar, salt, simple things for salad recipe. See, you need to keep control over what is being put. So you cannot just keep adding no artificial or part of that is possible. So many interesting things. If let's say the industry or the technology doesn't interest you, the science doesn't interest you, then food is likely to interest you. Depending on the dedicated even I proud something that very nice to do. So this is really difficult. A lot of complex things go into that. was doing my postdoc. There's a hall with 500 people. If I make a auditorium, it has 500 people and a chef came to present, science behind all this. Food, almost full. Everybody will go to the same way. How this work. We had one egg and we had so much such a whole now these pharmaceutical creams, lotions, ingredients, control release of active ingredients, all of this is complex. And the science behind this, the technology behind this, the materials, the products, everything is very interesting. As I mentioned, CBD, क्या होता है CBD? Anybody? No. Who supplies all of this? No. Why is it legal? But this is something I thought CBD is not because this was there in the road. I thought CBD would be something I didn't know. This is okay. Then firefighting foams, this is something that you will see in department is considering all the firefighting foams. So all this is emulsions. And the stability of the emulsions and by the time, characteristics also. And also they are stored, but you prepare them when you want to. That can also happen. You mix it is ready. It has more life after that, but then it life has just begun. So by the time this is part of this. Okay. So you create them in situ or just a little before you want to use them. So the gels is very interesting because the gel, what is a gel? And all many different kinds of gels. Okay, what is a polymer? What is a gel? Also. So hair styling gels. I need this, but kind of like this also. Okay. One waits for that stage in one's life where one doesn't have to care about the rest. One can be not one's life. You don't have to worry. Okay. I never call my hair anyway. I never did when I was a student. But they kind of fly everywhere. And they were not curly to begin with. Okay. But they became curly. Can you understand why? It's a huge business. How did they stay in their skin? Anybody? Yeah, of course, protein structure, but mostly it is because there is less support for these layers. They are not there. Because they would have any current. But because they are supported by it's a complex system. Because there are too many and they are all the same. So I remove part of them, I need to bring them back on. So the others will take them. Because in this case, yes. Yes, but these are not really solo. These are not this. Even within a liquid they have started. This happened not just because of the protein structure, that has not changed therapy, that has not changed. But mostly because of the support. Now, when you understand this, how can this be converted into a business? How can this be used? How can there be something like this help the hairstylist? The hairstylist knows this. Also, is the person who is aware. He knows it, he or she knows it, but can the app do that? Or do you know which part needs to go for this kind of styling? So that you don't have to worry about a gel to fix it. Of course, you can have any style, you can have a gel to fix it and it can work, but can just rearrange the hair so that they are They're like that by themselves. So you can have an organic, air setting. CeLeLe. So we'll not put anything in there. We just kind of arrange them in a way that they'll stay like that. I mean these braids. The braids are nothing. You can do like it. See those girls. It kind of works. Each one, holding the other. So all those, and then the knot, sorry, it's a very, so a lot of actually very complex maths goes into it. Knot theory is something that is not understood by people. It's a very difficult concept. There was a paper which said that give me the composition of the hair and I will tell you whether a ponytail can come out of the knot. So for a perfect ponytail, the composition of the hair. I think it is scientific because all the strands and they were like treated as a collection of pipes and strings, and how can it all stay? Because if it is small, it has to go up and so the stick the trigger is very different. 278 the resolution. Okay, Aryan is there. The party. Okay, Chelaram is there. Sudha. There is Sudha. Yes, Pragya Sudha. Not Sudha. I watched a TV series last night. There was a Sudha there. Can you find out that series? No? That is very funny. Nakul Gupta. There is Nakul Gupta. Nikhil. Good. Vaibhav Jain. Good. Vaibhav. Manish Patel. Patel कहाँ गया है यार इवेंट में? Kaushik Bharat. Very good. Aksh Kejriwal. Yes sir. Okay. Akshit Tayal. Yes. Good. Akshit Anurag Kumar. Aditya Deshmukh. Yeah, Deshmukh. Shakshi Vijay. Good. And then Kapoor, Sagita Kapoor. Good. Sagita. My niece's name is Sagita. She got a Kapoor. She got Madam. Sisters. Ishan Saini. Ethan Kumar. Goody. Yes, Sarthak. Rahul Mansar. Yes, Shresh Kumar. Good. Bhavan. Good. Bhavan. Anush. Yes. Samriddhi Sharma. Good. Dipanshu Pandey. Lucky Bhaskate. Lucky is there. Abhishek Kumar is there. Spandan Christie.
Yes, sir.
Spandan is there. Manjuna. Yes. Nikhil Kumar Singh. Nikhil Kumar Singh here again. Mahendra Kumar Kanya. Vishal Patak. Patak. Yes, good. Patak. Vijay Kumar Kanya. Essential Prakash Tiwari. Abhilasha. Ritesh Burman. Karthik Rathore. Neil Boy. Vijay Kumar Mishra. Vijay Kumar. Gulpati Neelam. And read the printed name. Alok Pratap Singh. Then Tarun Kumar. Ankit. Jana. Rajnish Kumar. Gyan Chandru. Harsh Maurya. Rishabh Chandra. Good. You should go to Madam CeLeLe and ask her, if you remind her of something. You got to do that. I never joke. Do that, you will surprise you. Are you giving PhD?
श्रीदेवी मैम के पास जाओ और कुछ बोलो, ऐसा बोलो। मौर्य श्रीदेवी मैम के पास जाओ और कुछ बोलो, ऐसा बोला सर।
Khalid Abdullah, are you okay now? Good, Khalid. Jyoti, Jyoti. Thank you so much. So that's good for 10 marks.